Godlike, you've got SUG, Yangon Galacticos. They're really going to need to put up a big performance today to try and catch up to the top 5. That's it for the SCC Rewind.
Vitality. Vitality indeed, because this squad has been absolutely destroying yesterday. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PMWC at EWC 26. It's just the group stages, and we are already breaking records. Not only did we get a 29 elimination game out of E-Arena yesterday, we also got Vitality getting more points in one day than authorized was able to do in 2 days with 108 points. And with all the watch parties, shout out to the record-breaking men, Snacks Gaming, breaking records, keep it up, bye. But now it's time we get started, because today, at the end of the day, I got Neptura, Maxman, 7WG, glad to be here. But we're gonna be sending 5 teams to the finals, and 3 teams are gonna be going home, and the rest will go to survival.
It is so true. It all comes down to today. I mean, kind of, we already know one of the teams that's going in, so we got to just figure out which of the other 16 or 15 teams get to go through to those finals. And yeah, we will be saying goodbye to 3. Kind of feels like we kind of know who those are going to be as well, but because of the point sponge we've been seeing yesterday, maybe it's still all to play for.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're looking at Group A. The point threshold to get into the top 5 was 88 points. I think because of the vitality effect, it's going to be quite significantly lower, so we'll see. But anyways, a few tricks. That was terrible, but anyways, no, I'm very excited for today. But actually, looking at the top 5, there aren't that many slots there aren't that many slots available right now, so it's going to be a true race for the few slots that now remain here in this event.
It will be close for all these squads, honestly, if we're taking a look at it when we get a chance to look at the overall. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget to use that social media hashtag EWC and EWC26. You guys have been sharing a lot of awesome stuff. I can't wait to see if we can finally end up possibly sharing some here on the studio with you guys. And make sure you check out the EWC Play app and do your predictions, because our predictions have actually, somebody's predictions have been spot on, and it's none other than Lace. We'll get a chance to talk to her later on. But if we got to start talking about Vitality. This squad has just been on an absolute tear, Neptura.
They have. It was so fun to watch. I know everybody at home had a great time watching it, as well as us on desk. I mean, 5 out of 6 games they were on the podium, on the top 3. Pretty insane. So really, really loving what we got from them. And we still got 6 more games of Vitality to go.
Oh, 6 more games indeed. And this is important because that is one squad that is currently fighting for those club championship points. If we want to take a little bit of a deeper look, let's send it over to Glitter and the squad.
Yeah, thank you so much, Seven. I have Kalaris, Hot Jukes, and Glitter with me to bring you some absolutely awesome news from the club championships, especially from Tekken 8 and For Honors.
Honestly, things were absolutely insane. We're going to break down exactly what happened, what this means for our CC, but let's dive into the 2 championship moments that we had yesterday, starting with Honor of Kings. This was a huge story, and it ties into what we've got going on here in PUBG Mobile as well, because we had Quashell Gaming versus AGAL. Now, this is a rematch from 2025. These 2 teams faced off again. This time around, though, the result was different. KSG was able to upset AGAL and claim the win, which means that AGAL ended up with the 2nd place, did not defend the title. They were not happy about that. But then if we go over to the Tekken 8 side of things, AGAL found the success they were looking for. They were able to get the title in Tekken 8. This is massive for them. It was in a 5-0 fashion out of Zubair as well. So, I mean, this was a dominant performance, Lace.
And what does this mean point-wise? The championship club point-wise, specifically for AGAL?
Now, okay, 2nd place in Honor of Kings means 750 points. That was already accounted for when we were last looking at the CC leaderboard. However, the win out of Zubair gives them 1,000 additional points. That means they're now at 3,350. They have jumped above Falcons, which we've been waiting for somebody to do. Was it possible? We didn't know. And now they have done it, but maintaining it is going to be difficult.
And I mean, that isn't a tremendous jump, especially if we tie into like what happened with the Falcons last year and how they dominated all performances. But what does that mean for our club championship eligible teams today?
Well, we already have 2 of our 4 games this week done. However, Call of Duty is also going to be having their finals today, and Falcons are still in that discussion. So if they're able to get the win that they're looking for here, I mean, that would really change the leaderboard back in their favor, and they still have a lot of titles left to go.
Yes, and of course we have AGAL, who are Group A here for
Exactly.
PUBG Mobile. Now, Jukes, they were in 7th place coming out of our group stages, which means that they go to the survival stage. Do you reckon they can bury their way out and head to the finals and add some more club championship
Oh,
points?
100%. I mean, when it comes to the AGAL PUBG Mobile team, this team qualified by being the #1 PEL seed coming into this tournament. So they are used to being able to handle the pressure, right? But at the same time, it wasn't able to translate in their group stage. 7th place is still not a bad one, considering that we got 6 teams that can qualify through that survival stage. The problem, though, is that yesterday we've had some insane performances, so much so that there are some monster squads that could also be in that survival stage. So AGAL, I know they're doing their homework, they're watching these games closely. Hopefully come survival stage, they make it happen.
Of course, and one of those monstrous squads is, of course, Team Vitality. I know we've been harping on about Vitality. I thought I could scare him again.
No.
But of course, for our final day of group stages here for Group B, we want to be looking at the bubble. We've got our top 5 teams, but of course, we have our bottom 3 teams. And I want to do something a little special, Kalaris.
Okay.
I would like you to give me the best motivational speech you have, specifically for Hustlers.
For Hustler Crew.
Yes.
From Great Britain.
Those are your people.
Those are my people.
Those are your people.
All right. I need those guys to lock in, all right? Because we need them to be able to step up to the plate. I see in their eyes the same potential as a butterfly in a cocoon, even though a cocoon doesn't have eyes. I understand that Hustler Crew here has to be able to step up to the Hustler plate. I need you to sell fish and chips for £3.30 on the Blackpool Pier at 7 p.m. at night. I need you to be able to move on forward, because today could be our Hustler Day. Yes.
Chills.
This is a new national holiday.
Absolute chills. And you know,
Thank
you're
you.
all right. But look, thank you so much. Now, Jukes, we obviously have our bottom 3. ETSH Esports is a part of that. I want you to stare down the barrel of the camera, and I want you to give your best motivational speech to them.
All right, I got it. Let's do this. Listen, ETSH, you got 15 points. Some people see 15 points and they see disaster. You know what I see? That's 15 points more than 0, baby, right? You gotta make it happen right here, right now. Speedo, I need more speed. Fajita, it's time to turn up the heat and get sizzling, baby. And you other 2 players, just get some damn eliminations. Please, all you gotta do is not get top 3 and you're gonna make it, all right? Wait, you're not listening? You know what? That's it, dude. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Sorry. I kind of reverted to how I learned growing up. I'm sorry, guys. You know what? Just make it happen. Please.
Now, if you guys aren't feeling motivational after that, 7, how are you feeling? Are you feeling motivated, or you think you might get hit by a shoe by Hot Jukes?
Yo, those flashbacks. It used to be a chancla, though, but I'm so motivated that if I make this shot for those bottom 3 teams, it's gonna get a lot better. So let's see if I can actually make this shot real quick. You know what? I'll do it backwards. Watch this. Okay, for those bottom 3 teams, it's going to be a lot harder today. ETSH, I'm looking at you, 721GS, and as well at Hustler Crew. Those squads are going to be having a lot of trouble, but let's take a look at the overall. That way we can get an idea of where all the teams are currently sitting at, and you have an idea as well in case you ended up missing it. No surprise, Vitality at the top, but the big storyline here, Max, has to be between 5th place and 12th place, because the difference between all those spots is just 14 points, and Godlike is currently in that 5th spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really tight. Really, I mean, if you get a E-Arena-esque rondo, right, you're going to be able to jump up so many extra ranks. I'm actually talking about the point gap between those teams here, 7, in the middle of the leaderboards. I'm looking especially at the point gap between E-Arena in 4th position and 5th position of Godlike. That's a 21-point difference, meaning if those teams in the top 4 today get a decent day, we're talking like 30 points, something like that, there aren't going to be many spots remaining for the grand final. So right now, Godlike, you got to be careful. You got a massive target on your back. They did fix the hot drops, which is good, and we'll talk about that later on. But Godlike, everyone is going to be chasing you down today.
Oh, they absolutely are, and that is why we need to have top-tier gameplay from them. We've seen it; they can do it. They can be super aggro. We saw them take out Hora. They took out A7, like all in one map, right? E-Arena as well. So they are able to fend against the top players here, but we just need to see that on a consistent level here, Seven. I'm not sure about these other ones. I mean, Wolves had an okay day. Alpha 7, we saw some glimmers of hope from them, but coming on through. Who? A7? What?
Alpha 7. Oh, you said Alpha 7, the reigning champions of PMGC that I'm expecting a lot of, that they're currently just playing so disappointing. I'm expecting that team to actually bounce back. I got a chance to talk to Carrillo. They were saying they were making a lot of mistakes. If you guys want to check that out, make sure you check it out at the 7WG. What's your Instagram, Natura?
Natura Cass.
Max?
Maxmancast. Check it out.
Awesome content for PUBG Mobile Esports. Make sure you check that out. But yeah, for Alpha 7, a disappointing performance so far. They're not happy with it. They're looking to improve. But we got to talk about the Sony story of the day, which is just pure domination from Vitality. And we want to just paint a picture for this Sony story of the day, because Vitality, as I've been saying, they ended up getting more points than 4 Thrives. And you can see the stats right there. What's crazy, though, is I want you to look at 4 Thrives eliminations, Neptura, because 4 Thrives were such a heavy fragging team that they still ended up getting more elims than Vitality. That's in 2 days, though.
In 2 days.
In 2 days. So yeah, 4 Thrives got 80 elims in 2 days. Vitality have 71 in 6 matches in 1 day, right? We're gonna add over to that being 108 points. So 4 Thrives got 107 points in 2 days, and Vitality have 108 in 1 day, sorry, in 1 day. That gap is astronomical. I don't think we've really seen anything like that before. It's pretty insane. I know 4 Thrives were wanting to get some wins in their group stage, and they didn't, whereas Vitality were really able to capitalize on that with 2 wins, and that makes me a little bit more hopeful for them going into those finals, right? Because we do see very similar plays from them, but when it comes down to that smash rule, when it comes down to that pressure being put on them, it seems like Vitality still can win.
Max, and if we break it down a little bit more, it was the way that Vitality was just playing yesterday. A completely different playing style than everybody currently in this Group B lobby. The way that they were doing their splits, the way that they were just taking control of an area was so impressive.
I think mainly they learned from PMGO Season 1 and PMMI earlier this year. They're like, we were just too passive, not being involved in any of these fights, in the discussion in some of these games. But man, they switched it up to 11-12 almost going into this one. And it's good to see not just Razak and Federales doing good, which we would really expect on the global stage, those guys to put up massive numbers. Axel came out swinging. They're chickened in on the wrangle up against Tora. Oh my goodness, Axel, the IGL, was looking like a fragger. He was a frag GL.
Welcome to the stream, Ray.
So I'm just super stoked about this team, and I just want to see this continue throughout the entirety of the event, because compared to 4 Thrives, they can actually get wins. So if they do get in the smash zone, hey, who knows, Vitality might take home that trophy.
But with that kind of lead, we usually end up seeing teams do something a little bit different. I got a chance to talk to Federales yesterday. I also got a chance to talk to Axel, and they were saying that they might end up putting one of the substitute players just to get some experience in case you never know what's going to happen in finals. And I'm completely fine with that, because it's going to allow the sponge point to not be so heavy towards the top.
That's true, and you know, there's no better time to do it than now, right? Because NSR and Nongshim Renforce are in 2nd place with 60 points. There's a 48 gap lead there, and so you're looking at, yeah, this is probably the best case scenario to put a sub in. Even if it doesn't go all that well, it gives them practice without the pressure coming on through as well. So really happy to see maybe a substitute coming on in there. But for me, I'm thinking that honestly, Vitality, they are going to just want to chill out and let maybe some of the other teams like Nongshim Red Force step up a little bit.
Look, I like saying Vitality. It's a very satisfying word to say, but I love saying Hyunbin in particular, because right now, I mean,
say it again.
Hyunbin. Sorry, I'm very excited. I love saying, I have to scream that word every time I say it, but like, no, the entirety of Nongshim Red Force were looking so good, and in particular, we know their drop location is farm. They go for these quick rotates on the island finishes, and they get back-to-back wins on the military island finish. If it goes down south every time, it's just win, and win for the South Korean team. So I'm absolutely loving it, and in particular, it's not just XEY and also Hyunbin doing well. You saw so many great plays from So Easy in particular, Nitro. We were talking about So Easy really having some massive step-up plays, so they're just just looking like the whole package right now. It's just
wait
hard to
a
stand out
second.
when Vitality had such a good opening day, but Noxian Red Force were playing out of their minds on day one of Group B.
Yeah, I do want to say that I was disappointed with Noxian in the first 2 games. We saw 0 or 2 points come out of them in 2
It's hard to
games.
stand on the first game on Mondo, right?
13 and 16th place in
Yeah,
those first
exactly. However, I do think that they're doing just enough. They got back-to-back wins. They got a second place to finish off the day. They're doing just enough to get to those finals to make sure that they qualify, and then we'll probably see
Hello,
a much
Misha.
different
Welcome
team
to the
in those
stream.
finals this weekend.
Hopefully we'll end up
Hey,
seeing
wait,
a different
wait,
team.
wait.
Hopefully that consistency that we saw towards the second half of the day for Noxian Red Force will be there as well. One team that ended up surprising us a lot in the way that they were able to change again was an Indian team. For Group A, we saw it with OG. For Group B, we saw it with Godlike. I know Kalari's got a chance to talk with one of the players from Godlike, so let's send it over
Switch
to them.
करना था.
Hi, Kalaris here at PMWC. The results from yesterday, as well as how things have been going overall. So thank you for joining me here, Amino. To start things off, looking at the results from yesterday.
Admino आ गया रे.
For a start, but then you guys gained some traction towards the end of the day. Can you talk to me about the day as a whole and what you thought about it?
Actually, in the beginning, we tried to do some experiments. Like we tried to take drop clashes and a little bit more kind of.
Hello, Shiva. Welcome to the stream.
But that didn't work in our
कैसे
favor,
हो
so
क्या
we
हाल है?
tried to stick on our basics and try to like go to a random drop and gather loot and everything and play a decent game, and that worked in our favor, and we performed well after the first 3 matches.
So, also, it's basically your first international tournament, right? As Godlike and being able to play here on the stage in Paris. How have you been enjoying the experience so far? And hey, what's Paris been like?
Paris kind of good, but we haven't gone out yet because we have a tournament that we have
ये
to
कौन कौन आ
practice.
गया रे?
We didn't get the device earlier, so we need to set our hands in the device. And after that, if we qualify from here, we will try to explore Paris a little bit because we will be having some off days for sure. And my team is fully pumped because it doesn't matter for us like who is playing against us and like that. We all have in our mind that we are best and we will perform good.
A big fight back for Godlike today?
For sure.
Thank you very much, Amina, for joining me here.
Important stuff there. Thank you, Kalaris and
Okay.
Amino from Godlike, but important stuff from that team considering they
ठीक है, ठीक है. Hello guys. Hello,
An
hello,
insane
hello.
performance for a first day at an
कैसे हो?
international event, and something that we heard right there is they're not
क्या हाल
looking
है
to
रे?
do those hot drops anymore, which I'm happy
मेरे
about.
बालों को थोड़ा सा
Finishes for the Indian team's orangutan.
वो मत करना, ठीक है? ये ऐसे ही हो रखे हैं खराब से.
They changed it. They don't go for it anymore. This is a great change for all of India.
All right, well, Godlike, let's see how you're going to be doing. Once again, just to redeem myself, before we send it over to the stage, here we go. So close, but let's send it over to Barney and Luti.
ठीक है. Hi guys. Yay. Day 2, Group B का Day 2 है. Last 6 matches. Top 5 team direct final. Top bottom 3 eliminate. Mid 8 सर्वाइवल से जाएंगे. भैया फिर से वही हुआ होगा. लक्ष्य भैया, हेलो तनिष्का. अरे बस तीन ही लोग आए हो क्या? कहाँ हो रहे सब लोग? Where are you? Oh, रुको मैं इंस्टा पे स्टोरी डालता, ठीक है?
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue. Yesterday was the day of records. Today, we will find out who will get to the final and who will get eliminated.
That's right. Today, the reality is that dreams will end. And so that's the nature of this competition. But I can guarantee you that none of these teams will go down without a fight.
Yeah, Bunny, we've seen it before. Like, it's always the same. You can just... Standing can change in just a few good or bad games.
That's right. So whether you are at home or right here in the Port de Versailles, in the heart of Paris, it is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC. Starting with Esports.
TT Project.
ETSH Esports.
World Esports.
Nongshim Red Force.
See?
Dopeness.
Hustler Crew.
Wee.
Alpha 7. Godlike Esports.
Godlike Esports.
721 GS Esports.
क्योंकि है ना मेरी फीड पूरी esports से भर गया है.
Team Vitality.
S2G Esports.
मैं इंस्टा ही नहीं चला पा रहा रे.
Esports.
And finally, your defending PMWC champs, Yangon Galacticos! Nous y voici. After just 6 games, the top 5 will make it into the finals. Some will survive, and the bottom 3 will see the key sent to the Crusher.
The level of competition on this stage is staggering. This isn't luck, it's instinct, it's preparation, and it's synergy. It's time for Group B to come to a close. Let's find out who has what it takes. Sixteen teams have patiently waited on the sidelines for their chance to shine. Players who are hungry to make a statement on the Gdynia city grid.
ये मेरा पंखा चल नहीं रहा रे. Let's go रे. कई जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हो यार, make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button.
Alpha 7 Esports, Team Vitality.
Okay.
And finally, your
ये मैं ना वो वाली बोतल लाऊंगा, पाइप वाली. ऐसे डाली पी लिया पानी.
Day 3 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026.
पानी पी लो, पानी ठीक है.
Back-to-back blows taken their way. Vitality trying to win out versus Nongshim Red Force. Yangon left with just Smile, but that might turn into a frown if they can get the angle onto him. But Smile dropped off the top side. He's doing good work here. A grin appearing on his mouth. Now looks for one more, steps up and gets it. A 1v4 essentially for Smile. Sleepy with a warning shot. Whoa. The buggy comes by. Close quarters engagement as Vitality looks to hold on. No fear down. More damage done. Last left alive here. An incredible player on 9 elims this game. It's a hard fight though. A 1 versus 2. Molotov goes long. He runs straight into it though. Keeps backing off.
कैमरे में पीते ना दूध की बोतल से. हेलो क्राइटेक्स, कैसे हो क्राइटेक्स? ये कैमरे में पी लेता. अगली बार कैमरे में पीऊंगा ऐसे बंद करके.
Alpha 7 can bring the thunder on the close quarters engagement. Goodbye Milu as Tiamba get hit by the front of the vehicle.
क्या लगता रे?
Coming out from A7.
आज गोल्ड लाइक कहाँ आएगी? बताओ. आज गोल्ड लाइक किधर रहेगी? Tell me.
And that's exactly what's happening, because you got another can of Hyunbin down south with that P90, and that is it. It's a back-to-back chicken dinner on the side
दूध की
of
बोतल.
Nongshim Red Force.
ये जितने लोग स्ट्रीम पर आए यार, make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button.
Looking for TZ, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the
And that's it.
ये 10 लाइक करवाओ रे जल्दी से.
Because Vitality
क्या कर रहे हो?
top of the table.
आज गोल्ड लाइक हैशटैग 3.
Two-day performance from Group A. What a shutdown. 100
लगता मेरे को भी रहा हैशटैग 2 या हैशटैग 3.
in 6 matches. Oh yes, oh yes.
Yes.
Another day of competition here as things get loud. Hot Jukes in a building right next to me, and of course it's me, Jackie Powers, in the commentary booth. And we're going to be getting loose and waxing lyrical today, Jukes, because we get some more teams popping off with some big plays here in PUBG Mobile.
Oh, and man, talking about big plays, yesterday was absolutely insane.
Guys, मेरे को ना क्राइटेक्स दिख गया. क्राइटेक्स पता कैसे दिखता है?
Second place today, right? Yeah, who's getting second place? Who's getting into the top 5.
बताऊं Crytex कैसे दिखता है?
That ticket straight to the finals. No messing around today.
No, man, it's going to be big. It's going to be exciting.
ये ऐसी खेलेगा मैं भी ना बिल्कुल ऐसी सेम टू सेम.
Right, we were thinking, wow, we're being spoiled for some of the runs we're seeing for these teams. The points we're accumulating over such a short space of time. Yeah, well, forget about that. Group B's been a whole different beast, buddy. What was going on yesterday, man?
Dude, I mean, it's like everything went just in a wild situation. We had a world record-breaking game number 1. Almost every single circle the entire day was just ridiculous, right? And then even with a 39-point game in day 1, that's not the team that's at the top of the leaderboards here. It's just unreal. That's the only way I can say it is like, what else? I mean, what else could you possibly ask for?
What more could we want? What more could these teams even really give? I'm thinking even just like fundamentally from the points that you can get out of a game, but we were pushing the limits.
Literally. I mean, it's so crazy to see a team
Crytex तो बिल्कुल ऐसी.
They topped the tables and they almost got passed up in points in just one single day, right? So we're going into day 2 here. A lot, yeah. It's time to say your prayers. Really make sure you are locked in, meditate, and focus. Because getting into that grand finals here and now is so critical because of those points.
तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं बिना किसी
monster squads in that survival stage.
डैश के.
We are indeed.
समझ गए.
That's in reality if you're able to push through, live on to fight for the survival stage, have a chance to make it to finals. Our teams that are crowned strong enough will go right through here from Group B.
Hello, Jamal. Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for 100 rupees super chat. आज casting and reaction तगड़ी होनी चाहिए भाई. And दिल से good like. अजय भाई दिल से good like. दिल से टीम इंडिया and तगड़ी तो होगी यार. Try पूरे करूँगा मैं खतरनाक करने का. अमन भाई हेलो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. हेलो अजय भाई राधे राधे. कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? अजय भाई कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? ये और
live from EWC 26 for PMWC as we get into our
हेलो अक्षय. हेलो Crytex दीदी. कैसे हो अजय भाई, क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे.
I just want to see stadium finishes every single day.
बढ़िया भाई, आप बताओ कैसे हो? मैं एकदम बढ़िया रे.
I don't even know if we'll ever see a 39-point game.
ये बताओ अभी आवाज अच्छा आ रहा है कि?
That was history. That was history. But let's see what's going to happen here now. Teams are starting to pop out.
अभी अच्छा आ रहा है. बताओ आवाज अब अच्छा आ रहा है ना?
In Group A, we saw some spots.
अभी आवाज ठीक है?
Finds those recall players, take some teams out early, right? So I wonder if we're
Let's go रे.
I wonder what's on the mindset of team vitality.
God Knight top 5 में है अभी के लिए.
Go into the grand finals. Today could be a great day for them to make some tweaks, some adjustments, even take some risks, right? Like, hey, this is our weakness. Let's work on it here and now, so that way we're ready. So we can get that big $1.7 million prize pool in the finals.
For some of our sides that struggled yesterday,
can
they come alive
पे उतरे तो है रे.
into it with a classic battle.
ओह, चाकू चल रहा है 7 का.
As the shots are coming through, swinging the blade immediately there, mate.
Obscure knifing some players here. Alpha 17. Everybody's got their eyes on today.
और साउंड भी निकल लेते क्या? अरे अभी ठीक है क्या? क्या मतलब है कि आवाज अभी अच्छा आ रहा है? उसका नहीं है.
That needs to put something in here. Now you got EA as well. Just fights happening all over the place, and they got to happen here pretty quickly because this is a very
टीटी
getting those shots through that.
और ने जोकर को ओ भाई क्या मारा रे इफेक्ट ने. अरे बेंडी
making it happen here with the S12.
अरे बहुत बढ़िया.
That's how you do it.
बढ़िया रे. इफेक्ट ने अच्छा लिया रे. साउंड सेंस अच्छा था भाई का.
Struggle starts there on the drop in towards Neox, looking to get that early point accumulated.
A7 के पास वुल्फ है.
TT happy to take those jewels quite
Crytex दीदी एंड अक्षय ने बिगाड़ दिया है तुमको. ए मैं नहीं बिगड़ा.
So don't worry, there'll be a lot more action yet to come.
Oh yeah. Non-stop.
मैं ठीक ही हूँ रे.
You can see 721 GS getting a knock there onto ET.
YG क्लोज आ गई रे टॉप 5 एंटर करने के लिए.
Wow, there we go. Fahida.
जब मैंने नॉक दिया, मिस निकाला.
You can see down in the bottom left, Alpha 7 crowd always so hyped, excited for their team here.
हेलो तनिष्का, कैसे हो? क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे। ये दीदी क्या है भाई? ये दीदी तुम ही तो हो भाई।
He is ready for it. Oh, he's in the wide open though. He's got to be careful. Never mind. Rehan said, let's go find another angle.
इनका ऐसे पकड़ना पड़ेगा भाई को ना। एडमिनो ने नॉक दिया, फिनिश निकाला एचसी को।
Nice connection on the doorway. Off ankle play for Fajita, seeing if he can do too much more from this. They're going to try and bait him in.
दोनों का आगे रिकॉर्ड लाइक पे।
Rest of the squad going down in the meanwhile though.
अरे मास्को अरे भाई
and from the top ropes able to hit that shot and save his squad. So 721GS should be able to get
आगे रे एस पावर एडमिनो सौम्या तीनों आगे रे
quick on that recall. The recall player not messing around here. But we're going to see these teams really get set up and good to go. Young on Galacticos only have that single player taking a little bit of time here to get that recall in.
भाई थोड़ा recall मतलब I think attachment सब उठा के आई है, but level 1 का helmet बचते हो यार.
Quite far out.
All
the way over towards Horror.
Oh, that's
really get to the recall either, bro.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I was like, where is he? And it looks like that's actually something we should actually take a look at, because Romeo is going to be heading towards TT.
हाँ, अभी ठीक है, मैं इसको यहाँ पकड़ के रखूँगा. अब आवाज़ ठीक आएगी तुम लोग को.
And that would be a devastating.
वो आशीष बोलता है बस उसे ही बोलने दो, कोई और बोलेगा तो मैं ना सहने वाला. पुराना है.
So if this is the way they start things off, it could be very uncomfortable.
ये अमन भाई बोलते रहे बस और मैं बोलता.
In the meantime, it's still a rotation
ये
for
तो बाबू है मेरी.
Like Duke said though, Neo's in position to try to defend against that.
Vitality का बंदा है, दोनों तरफ से पच.
We'll stick with the fight we got here though.
अच्छा फंस गया. ये तो सैंडविच और ये पूरा सैंडविच है.
Up right now. Clash versus dopeness, back and forth blows. Axel going down as well. He was a key piece of the puzzle.
ये वाला अरे क्या मारा रे.
This is not what
Vitality के दो बंदे नॉक फिनिश है.
Running right out of the open there, getting that shot. Very, very nice on the side of dopeness. And that is how you get it done. Now it does look that like Young Galacticos Romeo Woods is avoiding that fight. He saw TT Project there.
शादी बाद ससुराल में काम आएगा.
And he should be able to get that
res
for his squad.
ताने आराम से सह
But this circle is on the south side here.
Wolf के बंदे ने अल्फा 7 के बंदे का नॉक फिनिश डाला एंड वुल्फ ने एक और नॉक फिनिश लिया गार्ड को. गुजाद एडमिनो ने नॉक दिया वुल्फ. एक और नेड आ रहा रे. एक और आ रहा रे. सौम्या का नेड है. बहुत बढ़िया सौम्या.
Up close and personal, they're taking the fight to Alpha 7 as well.
Wolf and Alpha 7 दोनों को सौम्या ने एक और नेट पिन कर रखा रे.
It'll be a great start for Godlike Dukes. Get some early energy into today's game.
ये फटा क्या मुनीर था भाई, क्या कर रहे?
Wow! That nade up the stairs, catching him off. Necessary's holding those angles. He's doing those tight peaks in a 1v2 situation. It's Godlike too strong to defeat, and they are looking to be the kings of Neox Factory.
Oh, S-Power's fired up as well, dude. From one fight to the next.
He's
like, dude.
S-Power, देख लिया S-Power को देखा.
Throwing them nades.
गया.
That looks good. It's a little short.
In
the open, man. Godlike Esports not playing today.
The flick on that, bro. S-Power is fired up today.
GG. No necessary. बहुत बढ़िया.
Good solid points. That's 6 on the side.
सिर्फ एडमिनो नॉक हुआ है. पावर एंड सौम्या भी बच रहे हैं, ठीक है.
And this is the thing. If Godlike win this game, what is that going to look like for these leaderboards? That's going to be
भाई leaderboard देखो यार, ठीक है. 60, 63, 109.
It's very fine margin. So many point.
समझ रहे हो कितना गैप है 5 में शॉर्ट में.
If Godlike can
stay, Godlike को घुसना पड़ेगा. 1v3 बाय सौम्या मिश्रा. GG.
Change the flow of things.
हम लोग नेट फेंकते तो 80% तो हम पे ही फट जाता. नेट फेंकते तो ये इन लोग का गेम सेंस अच्छा है ना कि कब क्या कितनी देर में फटेगा, वो उनको पता है कि कितने सेकंड पे कहां तक फटेंगे तो कहां जाके फटेगा. अच्छा खेल रहे रे. 7-2 IGC. Oh,
and shuts
nice,
him
nice, nice,
down.
nice.
That is how you do it there. So 7-2-1.
Soumya S Power
Making
अभी भी
it
इधर है,
happen.
live
You know
है
what
रे.
else? You guys can make it happen
They have a
in-game
chance.
with the lucky spin that's coming out, guys. Make sure you
आ
guys
गए,
can
आ गए,
get
आ गए,
there,
आ गए
hit
need
that
में.
draw, and you can
S
get some
Power
of those
need पे.
insane PMWC tournament sets. Meanwhile,
अरे
7-2-1
नहीं.
GS gets a nice
Power,
knockdown on the
power.
S-Power. Godlike. Really
Soumya
looking to shut this fight
Soumya
down.
one
It's a
two,
1v2
Soumya one
situation.
two, Soumya one. No, Soumya no
Third.
finish.
Can he get the second?
I finish निकाला
Beautiful
Soumya
scene
one.
so far. Damage back done
Master
onto
Soumya
S-Power, but can
and
the
Ara.
squad still save it?
Ara,
Quick
बहुत
shot
easy.
shoots. Got a
Easy,
front
easy.
flip.
Ah, Soumya.
He was sticking next to Mantle,
Soumya
but he gets the shot off.
That had to be an accident right there. I mean, I'm sure he had his jump. And
बहुत बढ़िया है, बहुत अच्छा यार, अच्छा अच्छा. एडमिनो भी आ गया, रिकॉल हो चुका है एडमिनो. And I think Power भी यही S2G के पास है रिचार्ज.
So exposed, no chance to fight, bro.
Oh, it's so tough. So
गोल्ड लाइक 8 फिनिशेस के साथ रिकॉल हो चुके हैं तीनों बंदे. रिकॉल है. सोमने के पास अभी रिकॉल बचा हुआ है, वो फाइट ले सकता है अभी जाके, या तो चाहे तो. 17 पॉइंट का गैप है रे भाई. राधे राधे राधे राधे. सोम्या पंप है आज तो, पूरा पंप है, पूरा पंप है.
Jiggle does have an angle, but they should be able to get to safety. Oh, no fear, never mind. Yeah, no fear on the other. He's going to go ahead and get his revenge for his teammate.
पूरा ने दो नॉक फिनिश डाले.
On the side of TT Project.
Yeah, this is far more awkward now.
नीड आया नो फियर पे.
Just on the rock
नो
side
फियर स्मोक कर रहा है, या तो कवर बनाने का कोशिश कर रहा है कि ये निकालेगा.
Too shallow, few more left in the inventory though. They can try and hold him back for at least a few more seconds.
सोम्या शिलाजीत खाकर आया है.
Waiting for the
ये
opportunity.
थर्ड पार्टी हो रहा. लो है ना. इसका ही नॉक है. नो फियर है अभी उधर, पानी में गिर गया.
Actually could be work out for him. Let's see if he's going to climb that hill.
इसका ही वाइब उठ जाएगा रे.
He's trying to find the angle. He does. Here we go. Now they have two different angles they can actually fight this from.
ये भी पानी में गया.
I'm jumping down with my teammate. 2v1 situation.
रिच है भाई, उस पे रिच है भाई, रिच का एडवांटेज है. ये दोनों गए यहाँ पे. वो मारा.
What is happening? Shots back and forth with no fear.
अच्छा खेला यार, अच्छा खेला. TT इफेक्ट अच्छा खेला. Well played.
They can at least recover. Still have 3 of
इस
their
मैप
players
में
alive
बस
for Aura as well.
उतरते ही धूधा. इस मैप में तभी 3 बंदे फाइट लेने जाते हैं, ड्रॉप क्लैश होता है इसमें ना. सीधा न्यू फैक्ट्री स्टेडियम ऐसी जगह उतरते सीधा.
Considering how well these other teams did, and Godlike are looking to close the door here nice and early, saying, you know what, if you
ये
want to try
15
to
पॉइंट
get
अभी
into
भी
the finals,
पीछे
you
है.
need to win
Godlike
at
ना
least 5 games because we got such a point lead.
फ्री और टॉप 4
And
में
that is how you started.
के
There,
लिए.
8 eliminations, full squad up. It's looking good for the
भाई
Senegal.
ई अरीना कल के मैच में टॉप पे थी, पहले मैच में, और वो 4th नंबर पे है.
Sky, run for your life, drive away. And it looks
बंदा
like
नॉक
he is
निकाला
gonna
हो रहा था.
barely escape that one.
ये तो फिनिश हो जाएगा नो फियर. स्काई के पास एडवांटेज नहीं था.
On the bridge, getting elims, but that's where he is.
किधर है वो? Aura के दो बंदे जिंदा है ना.
At the Sky there, and that is Aura. Now we're gonna look at No Fear, get their
No Fear finish हो गया. विटैलिटी का एक बंदा गायब है. आई थिंक ये तो उसके पास रिकॉल नहीं है, या फिर वो रिकॉल हो जाएगा. अभी नहीं पता मेरे को क्या सीन है विटैलिटी का. इसमें तक रिकॉल मिल जाता है 3 बंदों को, और हमारे वालों को देखो, ये मिलता है तुम्हें 3-3 बार देते हैं अपन लोग. ये क्या बोल रहे तुम? ऐसा कैसे चल रहा? Hey guys, let's go for 20 like. Let's go for 20 like, Ray.
They've got to bypass Alpha 7. Vision onto them.
Sky भी गया. भाई बचा रे. लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है हो रहा था.
And only Jiggle gets out.
विटैलिटी ने किंग को नॉक दिया. इन फिनिश नहीं, एक लूफा को भी नॉक दिया है. एंड गई. दोनों का फिनिश आ गया विटैलिटी के पास.
Survival stage at all costs. Yeah, it's 6 teams out of 16 moving on from that stage.
सोम्या के और मान्या के पास एडवांटेज है, वो लोग फाइट लेने जा सकते हैं. तुम्हें रिकॉल है. विटैलिटी का एक्सेल नॉक हुआ रे. फिनिश भी हो गया. विटैलिटी के 2 बंदे बचे हुए हैं, इनके चारों भी जिंदा है. एक और नॉक हुआ. विटैलिटी गायब. रे क्या मारा भाई. 7-2 IGS ने क्या खेला. विटैलिटी खत्म पहली मैच में 4 एलिमिनेशन आए उनके पास
Fair play though, mate. On the other side of the spectrum, right? Yes.
कोई बात नहीं, उनके पास 40 पॉइंट की लीड है लगभग
But look who's climbing up from the depths. This is now 11 eliminations they've picked up, getting over the safety of the threshold so far, Jukes.
Very nice रे 44 पॉइंट का लीड है उनके पास ना
Absolutely. I mean, that is a perfect start on the side of 721 GS. And considering that it's in Rondo, right? The chance to really
बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है हो रहा है एक अकेला बंदा सोलो बंदा सर्वाइवल कर रहा है फिलहाल एंड
now it's all about just getting into
डीएनई का
that
भी
end
सिर्फ
game.
वन बंदा है
So I want to see them get themselves in a good solid
दोनों के
position.
एक बंदे हैं जो कि सर्वाइवल पॉइंट के लिए जाएंगे अब
Hustler's crew, right? Dopeness have not done anything so far.
No, they really haven't. And Dopeness as well. You know, you're down to just the solo. Couple elims, sure, but it's been quiet outside of that. That was the third-party fight that opened.
भाई ये वाला क्लच अच्छा था भाई क्या रिफ्लेक्स थे भाई इसके
Play here. It's when Dopeness lost a lot of their members up against Vitality.
Guys, जो भी लोग स्ट्रीम पर हो यार make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button. We are very close to the target of 14,400 subscribers. So let's go for it यार.
Their numbers for the past 2 international tournaments, they were getting tons of eliminations.
थोड़ा share वेयर करो stream को.
And so I want to see them get into finally some late games and show what they can do. It's just been so difficult lately, especially when you have a few teams just do something so insane, right? It's wild to see what happened yesterday.
भाई देख रहे 7 GST 11 एलिमिनेशन रे इस मैच में क्या खेल रही है ये गॉड लाइक बिल्कुल जोन में मतलब इधर क्या एरिया खाली है पूरा एरिया इनके पास है लूट वूट करके अच्छे तरीके से कैप्चर कर सकती है बहुत अच्छा चांस है गॉड लाइक पे इस मैच में चिकन आ जाएगा तो मजा आएगा रे एलिमिनेशन भी है थोड़े से और एलिमिनेशन निकल जाएंगे एंड चिकन आएगा तो मजा आएगा अब से 6-7 एलिमिनेशन और मिल जाए बस मजा आ जाएगा मान्य और उनके पास फाइट होने हो सकती है रे
worked out well for them, especially considering that they were pretty late in this game because of that recall. It took a long time, but you know that's the way this game works. Sometimes those circles just shift and the fights happen in such a perfect way where you're able to sneak your way into zone pretty clear. It doesn't happen often, so when it does, you got to take advantage of it. And it no better place to happen, honestly, in Rondo, right? The game where you could end up with 39 points.
It's all about those big finishes. Curious if there's a chance we get a bit of an extension into each other there with Dopeness. Right on top of Smile. He's the one player that's fragmented off from the 1-3 split. They've currently got going.
और कौन देख रहा है स्ट्रीम चैट करो
This is the establishing shot for Tianba.
तनिष्का शिवैया और कौन है
to work with off the back of the warehouses. Tianba not so lucky.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to hold this little valley right here and hold it good for now. Not a terrible spot in this next zone, not the best either, but this is Tianba after all. Still pretty wild to see them down in 12th place, 24 points. Very uncharacteristic and unexpected, at least from a lot of people here. You got QZZ, a superstar that can really ring things out. But all it takes is, for a lot of these teams, just one good situation where their back's against the wall and let their gun skill shine. And I mean, I would not be shocked.
ये NS थोड़ा ओपन नहीं हो रखा ज़्यादा.
Right now, they could end up with 20.
थोड़ा ज़्यादा ओपन में नहीं पड़े रहे लोग.
72-1 GS as well. Still looking to see if they can squeeze any more points out of this one.
Taking
the hits onto Alpha 7.
अजय भाई भी हैं.
Bit of a back and forth already. Revo looking to close the gap as he drives by. Good control.
क्या नोक रहे?
Switching seats and hitting shots as he puts them down.
पूरा नोक पुलिस डाला.
Manhandles Dopeness.
दोनों को.
They do lose Korea though, so it will be a 3-man squad for the A7 crew.
Yeah, you can see the crowd showing off them Rebo jerseys. The man, the myth, the
पूरा का
legend
बचा हुआ
is
भाई वो
here.
चुपचाप बैठा हुआ होगा कहीं. HC के भी 2 बच रहे हैं.
From A7, 8 eliminations so far. You're right. Yeah, Carrillo did get taken out.
कि भैया ऐसे बोलोगे मैं रिकॉल नहीं देती क्या?
That you got to be willing.
A7 ने एक और नॉक दिया. ये का.
If you want to make it straight to those finals, and they do.
मान्य के सामने बंदे हैं.
Alpha 7. Looking like they're starting to hit that high
सिर्फ
tempo.
मान्या के सामने है जी उधर एस पावर सौम्या एंड ये लोग फाइट ले सकते रहे
Meanwhile, before the zone moves, you can see Ida took a few shots over the Hustler crew, and that's the crunch in, Jukes.
That's the
यहाँ क्लैश हो सकता है क्या?
make things interesting.
फाइट हो सकती क्या? क्या लगता?
Huge on the side.
या ये लोग इधर पुश मारेंगे?
Perfect zone shift for them. Taking a look there at the leaderboards so far. This is the
ये
problem,
12 elimination के साथ है वो
so
लोग.
hype about Alpha 7. 9 eliminations. This is a great game, right? The problem is that you're hunting down 5th place. Godlike have 8. So you've only closed that gap by 1 point so far.
Try as they might, there's still so much more to do. And even then, during the map feed, we could see like they were getting consistent damage back over to E Arena, so they're not giving up any of this fight. They're still looking like they want to try. They know the weak conditions.
क्या ये YG से push मारेंगे कि मान्या में push मारेंगे लोग?
If you don't have a great day 1, you could have a good solid day 2, but it could be too late, right? Especially if you see consistency from those top 5 teams. They're going to keep on pushing that point threshold even further and further beyond. So for Alpha 7, if you want to catch up to top 5, yeah, the 10-point game isn't going to be enough. You're going to need a 20 to try and close that gap. So they still are in this game with 3 players up. The problem is that Godlike is as well, as so is every team that's really
सौम्या के सामने है पूरे ना मतलब इनको पता है और सौम्या को पता है लोकेशन एडमिनो भी उसी तरफ जा रहा है थोड़ा
72-1 GS.
एडमिनो एंगल क्रिएट कर रहा.
They want to try and capitalize off it, Jukes. They've swung round. That's one tag back over, but it doesn't look like it's
एस पावर भी वही चीज ट्राई कर रहा है कि उसके पास एक आइडिया है. आई थिंक पता चलेगा एस पावर दिख गया इन लोग को.
Hold on to it. This is the POV.
There we go. We got it now. You can see Guizhou trying to get some shots down.
एडमिनो ने नॉक निकाला.
Some vehicles here all over the place, but he gets put in a blender.
A7 गई.
Heard that fight happen, and they came to disrupt it.
एस पावर ने भी एक और निकाला. एस पावर नॉक वन लोस्ट है.
You want some of that action? We'll take some of that as well.
रे दिखाओ इसे पावर.
Clean up through Blaze. Goodbye, E Arena. See you later.
Admin
Alpha 7. Meanwhile, Godlike have been battling versus ETSH. It's all kicking off around the zone.
एक और नॉक.
Yes, they thought they were cooking with gas. Silenced on.
ये पावर उठा गया. पावर उठ गया. पावर उठ गया. रिवील हो चुके हैं अपने लोंडे पंप पे.
What an interesting.
So मैंने फिनिश निकाला स्पीड का.
15 eliminations doing so good. They're like,
बहुत बढ़िया.
let's go to the spot where we just saw 2 teams get
ये
wiped
तो अच्छा
out
आ रहे
immediately. And unfortunately,
ये अपने लोंडे पंप पे 10 फिनिशेस. GG और मोड.
Godlike popping off on the top side. They shut down ETSH. Big plays from Godlike as the crowd starts to give them even more energy. Meanwhile, this encounter between
ये दिखाओ रे उनको भी तो दिखाओ क्या सीन चल रहा है. ये तो नेट अच्छा है. गए YG भाई बहुत बढ़िया नेट है. क्या नेट डालते. लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है. ये पीछे आया तो ये भी गया. सारे इससे क्या कहते हैं डासिया इनको की वजह से रुक जा रहे हैं. ये लास्ट बंदा जिंदा है इनका. ये गोल्ड लाइक पे सर्कल है बहुत मस्त. पूरा अच्छा चांस है गोल्ड लाइक पे. यही तो लक लैग कर रहा था. यही लक लैग कर रहा था. आ रहा
for the entire lobby because that's the one team you didn't want to pop off because that was the one spot juicy available, but now it's looking like it's long gone.
भाई गड्ढे में ये गलत आ गया. यहाँ पे तो नेट आ रहे थे इन लोग के. गया भाई गया. नहीं बचेगा. कोई चांस ही नहीं है रे. भाई डर गया होगा ये ना बंदा. पूरा का अकेला बंदा बचा हुआ है. सर्वाइव कर रहा है रे. फाइट हो रहा है 10 वर्सेस गॉडलाइक. नेट आया. एस पावर का नॉक. दूसरा नॉक. एडमिनो का नॉक. पंप पार. ये सौम्या नॉक हो सकता है रे. अरे कहाँ मारना. एक और लाख पूरा वो थोड़ा दूर है.
Coming this way, eat some of these nades, baby. And now QZZ
No,
stuck in the blue zone. He's just gonna go out here. He said, you know what? Deny the point. And Godlike looking unstoppable here in this match.
क्या जोर से चला गया अच्छा था
Do we need to say more? The energy
Well
of the
played.
arena here in Paris says enough
Don't
about
like
the excitement from the
fighting.
plays from Godlike. And like you said early, they're ruling the roost, gifted the angle to stay where they wanted to be with the zone, and Tiamba was the only squad that tried to fight them for it, and they failed.
Hey, you know what? Some people would
NS
say
रहती है अभी फिलहाल ठीक है
Godlike,
NS
they're making
finishes
their own
निकाल रही है
Tiamba pushed up and they shut that down so dang fast. Young
बहुत बढ़िया
Galacticos, they're in trouble here. They're on that south side. They're outside of the zone. They're getting gate kept
अरे अरे अरे
by
अरे अरे
everybody down here. Now it's all up to Say Cloud to make a play for his team and try to get these reses. He's going to throw the smoke.
So मैंने एक और नॉक निकाला है NSXZY को
So low in HP.
तो मैंने नॉक निकाला है तो मैं पंप पे भाई क्या खेल रहे हो रे बहुत बढ़िया नहीं मजा आ रहा Nonsense bad.
I mean, they've got a divot off the back of the damage.
खतरनाक भाई GG
Save Romeo with at least non-Shin Red's force attention right now, not being hard stuck on him.
काफी लोग नॉक है काफी लोग नॉक है भाई जी कभी बंदा नॉक था जो अभी उठाया NS का भी उठ गया तो मैंने एक और नॉक दिया दोबारा नॉक दिया तो मैंने
Just Say Cloud left them. He's still got a ton of
एडमिनों के पास एडमिनों निकाला के बैठा है ये तो जोन से जाएगा ये सब हील कर रहा है कि बस बच जाओ आउट ऑफ जोन थोड़ा बहुत सर्वाइवल निकाल लूं
Yeah, he's using that heal strat to maybe even get a little bit of extra placement. The problem is though that the second the zone pops in 5 seconds.
यहाँ चौक
So let's see. Can't even get that.
लगेगी हेल्थ किट
Doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah.
गया
Galacticos there.
वो पेन किलर वो एनर्जी ड्रिंक लगने लग गई इसकी ना किट की बजाय
their wings here saying it's time, we want all these eliminations, let's shut down this game in some beautiful fashion.
बहुत सेक्सी
A quieter approach to things from S2G on this one. Non-Shin playing it smart, playing their cards.
वो बंदा रिवाइव हो रहा है दोबारा रिवाइव हो गया
Suffered a fair bit of damage off the back of being pinned into this position, being shot at from 2 angles. Whereas Godlike, they've just been ruling the roost, Jukes.
I mean, they got a baker's dozen already. They're looking really
आएगा
eliminations.
अरे भेंडी अरे भेंडी देख रहे हो देख रहे हो
Godlike's game to lose.
यहाँ
Let's see if they can close it out though. That's always going to be the question.
इन पे जोन ही नहीं है भाई अबे नेड कर रहे हो स्मोक कर रहे हो नेड अच्छा थोड़ा डाउन रेंज हो जाए नॉक दो नॉक फिनिश
It's really interesting to see them kind of go for this strategy here, as they're going to be feeding a lot of points on the side of Godlike. And that is 16 on the day. Then Group B's rondos have just been ridiculous.
Yeah, we've not seen anything like it,
बहुत बढ़िया
some crazy games. As you'd expect, non-Shin, they had no
वो जोन
pathway
से गया
in to try
गुड
and
लाइक
fight the contest this game. The last man falls.
ठीक है
And this is what it comes down to. STG versus Godlike. They had a bit of a scouting play. They found this duo of Manya up towards the top side. Might want to actually collapse on it. Lost goes in. Cooking the nade. Good chip damage from Manya. Switches to the shotgun. Baits them in. He wants to fight. And the nade from SPR once again is a delight for this roster as they are sending reverberations throughout the Qiddiya City grid. Bringing the heat down on STG.
S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this moment. Adamino for the closing play as Godlike take this chicken down with ease.
That is how you do it here, folks. And you can see the look on their faces saying, make some noise, Paris. It's Godlike's time to shine.
The energy of this arena says enough about the excitement of the plays that this team has been making, and they deserve every bit of celebration they're getting, Jukes.
Absolutely, man. I mean, this was that one slot that looked like it was available. The top four looking very far away, very out of reach. But Godlike say, you know what? Let's just shut that door right here and right now. This top five is locked, right? Now, at the same time, there's still quite a few games left here, right? You got to put up consistent points, but if those top five do that, it may just be too hard to reach.
That's the scary bit, right? Is obviously some of the other squads who were above the teams that were looking to climb.
They found early there, like Vitality getting a game out of this one. Godlike capitalized. मजा ही आ गया भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई लिटरली मजा आ गया भाई क्या खेले हैं ये लोग क्या निकाले क्रिशंस भाई एक नंबर एक के बाद एक क्या एक के बाद एक 3 बार MKG 3 बार भाई सब कुछ बेस्ट था भाई
You did nothing. As a matter of fact, now you're behind a point, right? So
and भाई speed change करके मारना भाई ये तो next level है भाई.
In both days, and look at that. I mean, they just basically said, "Hey, bring it, baby. Good luck."
Deadly do or what?
Oh yeah.
Nice. Very good like. अबे GG भाई. Last 4v4 fight क्या निकाले भाई. वही ना भाई वो लोग ब्लाइंड पुश करें इन लोग पे कि दो की स्प्लिट में खेल रहे हैं तो भाई ले जाएंगे भाई नेट देन फिर ओक से नॉक देन फिर दोबारा भाई क्या मारा है भाई पावर में मजा आ गया एक नंबर भाई एक नंबर साउंड सेंस गेम सेंस सब बढ़िया था भाई मजा आ गया ये लो ये
Here at PMWC at EWC 26, we have many activities that we can do before the games, in between the games.
पनौती नहीं लगी इस बार टॉप 3 में शायद से I think top 108.3 and then उसके बाद फिर 64 60 60 60 थे ना तो I think top 2 कर जाएगी बहुत easy है top 2
Pick a spot somewhere over here.
अपने लौंडे तो बहुत ग्राइंड किए हैं रिजल्ट देख रहा है भाई वही ना भाई रिजल्ट दिख रहा है भाई क्या कोऑर्डिनेशन क्या खेल रहे हो लोग मजा आ गया भाई वो बोले कल यार फर्स्ट डे था कल मजाक कर रहा था भाई मजाक में चल रहे थे अब दिखाते हैं क्या होता है भाई गेम प्ले आ गए राजू चाचा फिर से माइक लेकर
Mr. 7WG
कुछ तो करेगा भाई ये
the granny shot from behind. No way, Jose.
रहने दे भाई भाई रहने दे
You just got 2 in a row.
रहने दे भाई रहने दे नहीं होगा
We're getting closer and closer. We're gonna keep on practicing, and we'll see if maybe one of us can make the shot. Come on, Max.
इसको देख अरे चाचा अरे भाई जी भाई रहने दे भाई
Back to more PMWC at EWC 26.
ओवर एक्टिंग के पैसे काट रहे इन लोग के और जी के टाइम भी मैंने ही प्रेडिक्शन दी थी कि 10 पॉइंट प्लस का प्रेडिक्शन क्या गोड लाइक का अरे नाइस रे बहुत बढ़िया भाई बट अबे इनको नहीं आता ये मुझे आता है मैं इसको सिखा दूंगा जाओ कबीर भाई जाओ आपको आपके लिए ये प्राइवेट प्लेन भेजेंगे जाओ इसे वो करो ये बोलो कि मैं सिखाता हूँ तुम लोग को आओ सीखो मेरे से अरे यार बट लिटरली भाई फर्स्ट मैच इन लोग ने देख रहे हो स्टार्टिंग में ये लोग डायरेक्ट नियॉन फैक्ट्री नहीं उतरे ये लोग पहले किसी कंपाउंड में उतरे उधर से लूट करी देन फिर आए उसके बाद जो फिनिशेस निकाले इन्होंने होल्ड किया समझा फिर पुश किया या फिर पुश होने दिया ठीक है मस्त खेले भाई मजा आ गया गेम प्ले देखकर माइंड ब्लोइंग गेम प्ले था इन लोग का मजा मतलब नेक्स्ट लेवल 30 पॉइंट फर्स्ट मैच में भाई दिखा दिया भाई कि इंडिया से कोई टीम आई है भाई मजा आ गया भाई मजा आ गया भाई ये तू किधर देख रहा है उत्कर किसकी स्ट्रीम पे देख रहा तू उधर रहता ही नहीं डोमिनेटर 30 किया है तूने आज तक नहीं किया डोमिनेटर 30 करने का मन कर रहा है मेरा ना बट मैं स्क्वाड में जब पुश करूंगा ना या तो तब करूंगा या फिर देखता मैं क्या सीन है माइक माइक माइक कैमरा का कुछ हुआ रे ठीक है ना ठीक ठाक हो गया था 4 बार कॉन्करेंट लगवाया है किसी का बोलना टट्टी आप कॉन्करेंट करना सीखो कभी भी कर सकता हूं पर इंटरेस्ट नहीं है क्योंकि उसे करने से लड़की नहीं मिलती तो जो तो वाव खेलता रहता है लड़की तो उसे खेलने से भी नहीं मिलती रे ऑफिशियल चैनल पर अबे तो कुत्ते यहाँ देखना उधर क्यों देख रहा है क्या फायदा मेरा स्ट्रीम करने का ऑफिशियल इधर देख भेंडी उफिए जान लेके मनेगी अक्षय भैया अरुण भाई गेम खेलने से लड़की नहीं मिलने की भाई सही बात है तू
Yeah, I mean, they're clearly understanding the
मजा आ गया
assignment today. They
यार
had a 2.1
क्या
average
फर्स्ट
point
मैच गया
day
यार
yesterday. So, you know, this is clear. This is clear that
20
they had to do this.
kills,
They cleared that
mind
eastern
blowing
side,
rate 30 points.
transitioned
मजा आ गया
smoothly into the
तो मैं
middle of
भाई
zone with 8
तो मैं
eliminations.
पावर
No
एडमिनो भाई
team
क्या खेले हैं
casualties.
यार
It's a massive
लिटरली
turnaround for this team. Then, to cut the head of the snake, taking down Vitality is a huge power play. And I mean, this was a
भाई ये
crucial
ने
15
इसके बाद फिर भाई
eliminations
ओ
that they
पावर
added
की
to their tally to put them in 11th spot.
then फिर सौम्य का इधर एक नो and then फिर एडमिनो का इधर नो गेम खेलने से लड़की नहीं मिलती है गेम खेलने से लड़की नहीं मिलती यार हिंदी में कमेंट्री सुनने का मजा ही कुछ और है मैं भी वहीं चला जाता हूँ कितने नीचे हो गए तुम लोग अबे टट्टी नहीं कर सकता तू क्योंकि तू वो 20 दिन पुरानी टट्टी है जिस पर मक्खी बैठना बंद कर देती है साड़ा अच्छा जी बुरा लग गया किसका लगा रही बुरा ये देख रहे हो भाई S21 GS के भी भाई 15 फिनिशेस है
This is good for this squad, but one thing that we need to point out is those teams that they were trying to hunt down for the top 5, they were still alive.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit interesting to see how it goes into the next couple of games with this. I do want to say one thing though,
क्या ऑफ एंगल नॉकआउट बढ़िया था हाँ अच्छा था यार वो भाई मतलब उसको आइडिया ही नहीं था कि उस तरफ है बंदे ना एंड देन उसका पूरा कंसंट्रेट एस पावर पता एंड देन एकदम सौम्य ने नॉक निकाला उसके बाद फिर एडमिनो को पता चला बंदा उधर है देन फिर एकदम डायरेक्ट उसने पुश मारा स्टेबल होने का मौका ही नहीं दिया रे कि हील भी लगा पाए वो बंदा डायरेक्ट पुश सीट चेंज एंड डायरेक्ट फिनिश रे कमबैक तो है वही ना कमबैक तो है भाई निकाले मैंने पूरा नहीं लगा बस ये फैक्ट बताया मैंने
natural presence, which is amazing. And I mean, that drive by from Revo, man, that was so incredible.
Mind blowing gameplay रे mind blowing मजा आ गया भाई गेमप्ले देखकर टीम का यही कोऑर्डिनेशन और यही लक लैग कर रहा था कल पूरा दिन आ रहा है भाई कमबैक आ रहा है भाई दिखा रहे भाई लोग अरे भेंडी इंटरनेशनल लॉबी रे अपने लोग तुम्हारे से खतरनाक ही हैं Let's go for 20 लाइक 6 लाइक रहते रे 20 लाइक होने में करवाओ बहुत जल्दी
I would say a little bit more passive towards the very later stages of this game, but actually ahead of that, their rotations from the western side, able to cross that bridge against the side of Horo, was just some great rotation.
और like दोनों की गेम एक जैसा जा रहा है हाँ उनके भी स्टार्टिंग वाले गेम्स थोड़े अच्छे नहीं गए थे इनके भी नहीं गए देन कमबैक आ रहा है इनका
position in that one building to make sure he can scout for his teammates which positions are free, which positions are available, and then the entire team just send it over to the eastern side of those buildings.
ये भूरी और
for themselves.
No, you got a illustration for us. Grab the mic from him so you can actually
बड़ी खुश लग रही है
and if you want to, yeah, put the mic.
I need to talk in the mic, thank you. If you're looking at this position here, one big
हाँ
point
तो
of
इनको
contention
पैसा ही
against
इसलिए मिलता है ना ये लोग पूछ रहे हैं
insanely good scouting is going to be here, and this is like a two-tiered
ये अक्षय भैया का है वो
which is high ground position.
ऐसा ही और एक मैच आ गया तो फाइनल सीधा कंफर्म है हाँ रे
And he was just
तो
providing
फाइनल
information
कंफर्म
while his
है
teammates were going for that wide rotation into that compound. The scout, it's a lot of microphone. The scouting was just on point. I wish they were just more aggressive later on, but in terms of the rotation in the early to mid game stage, Yangon still have it here at PMWC 2026.
Yangon still got it, baby, and you still got it too. Feeling like a celebrity over there, Max, with so many microphones just surrounding you. But for this squad,
ये अक्षय भैया ने ऑलरेडी बुक कर लिया अपने
we need to continue to see everything that we're seeing out of them to maintain themselves closer or within the top 5. Because right now, Arena has been a team that has been slowing down a lot. They started off hot, and they are currently in 5th place.
I mean, just to give you guys a recap, we saw complete control from E-Arena on Rondo yesterday. Started at Stadium.
67 point हुए इनके total.
Stadium with a record
55 थे ना इनके कल last तो.
Starting on 3 eliminations. I mean, you know, it does come down to zone ball, but it seems like they're not showing their presence that they did yesterday. Obviously, still kind of maintaining that nice average to keep them above that line. But this is something, you know, we expected really, especially that they want to be taking charge of everything.
Yeah, and we're looking now at the new bottom 3. The new bottom 3
37
ETSH, Hustler,
Okay, 37
I know that squad.
मतलब कल 37 थे and first match में 67 अच्छा कमबैक है एक दो और आए एक गेम प्ले और आ जाए बस ऐसे ही ना एंड आ सकता है कोई इतना बड़ा इशू नहीं है आ जाएगा
from that. Maybe a hot drop. Maybe a hot drop.
I'm actually not super hopeful about them because their best game yesterday was on Rondo. Today they did nothing on their map.
Well, can Dopeness maybe turn it around today as we're going to be sending it over to the first Erangel of the final day for Group B. Hot Jukes, Jackie, take it away.
Here we go into Erangel. Let's get it going here. And I like what the desk was talking about, right? They were talking about the new bottom 3, you know, and I think that's where our eyes are going to definitely be on here for the rest of the day, because unless these teams in the mid-pack do something crazy consistently, we may not see a new top 5 for a minute here, because there is already a 15-point gap, Jackie, between 5th and 6th place. And with how these top 5 teams have been playing,
Erangel पहला मैच Erangel का and Day का second match
downtime between last game and this one.
ये 7
yeah, you've got to just keep your eyes locked in at who's in the bottom, right?
मेरे तो दोनों फेवरेट हैं ये देखते रहे विटैलिटी इस मैच में बहुत जल्दी चली गई थी लेट्स सी इस मैच में क्या करती वो टीम A7 विटैलिटी हो रहा अच्छी टीम लोग भी है देखते हैं क्या करती है अपनी टीम ये चीटिंग है दोनों नहीं अबे नाइटबॉट पीके आए हो क्या सुगोई सुगोई कहाँ खेल रहा है ये प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा है अजय भाई ये प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा है फ्यूचर प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा है
but it's all come down to this. So
अच्छा मैच स्टार्ट हो गया अब मैच देखो बैच नहीं मैच अरे ज़्यादा पॉइंट का अंतर नहीं 3-4 पॉइंट निकलते टॉप 2 है रे
you know, if we see the top 5 put up 5 points here, that's now a 20-point gap, right? So
विटैलिटी को बहुत जल्दी डाउन करना पड़ेगा भाई वो 2-3 के पॉइंट्स पहले ही दिन में लेके बैठ गए रे 112 ये 2 दिन के पॉइंट है
really talking about guys like a regular game is no longer okay.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where I just be like, look guys, I want to just cut our losses, just go for a hard drop, do something. We've got to just try something. If we can starve them from getting no points, I believe in Paris that'd be nil points. Well, there you go. Check that one, Max man. Let me know. Yeah, if you can actually just target them, deny them physically, even being able to play one battleground here, just starve them out for a game. Maybe you've got a chance. But yeah, like you say, normal.
हाँ जोन आपकी बात आज वाला जोन फिर भी ठीक है
This ain't normal though, bud. We're getting these circles again.
बट भाई वो ये वाला भी पूरा आधा पानी में ही है
Again, southern plane path, super northern circle. You know, I would normally be like, team vitality, ain't too happy about that. But yeah, again, like probably no one's catches of the day, pretty much no matter what.
Vitality का slot confirm है अभी top 4 में रहने का बस.
Right for the rest of the lobby to make some.
Vitality kill भी नहीं निकाले भाई, वो चुपचाप अभी भी confirm है इसका ना. उनके 2-3 मैच अगर अभी भी खराब चले जाए तो वो तभी भी भाई 4 में है, top 5 के अंदर है वो ना team.
No, far harder of a rotation, obviously something they're quite comfortable with in terms of the drop location, but like you say, having to make that whole wrap is going to be brutal for them.
DNE, ETSH, HC, ये लोग के पॉइंट इतने कम नहीं, ये लोग कभी भी टॉप 13 के अंदर आ सकते रहे. इनके पास एडवांटेज है जाने का, पर बस इनको किल एंड इन टीम्स का गेम थोड़ा वो करना चाहिए अभी अगर देखा जाए तो. गॉड लाइक ने हो रहा है कि एक बंदे को नॉक फिनिश डाला है, मान्य नॉक करे भाई. ये तो आरू की तरह हुआ रे, आरू नॉक हुआ था ऐसी मान्य नॉक करा. हो रहा के साथ ही हो रहा है ये बार बार ना.
No, he certainly had the upper echelons of Rondo gameplay.
उन्होंने नॉक फिनिश निकाला रे हो रहा का यहाँ पे.
Instances we've been gifted over yesterday and today. And the ideal scenario, like you touched on there, for Godlike, right? Come back in swinging once again. Target some of these squads.
हाँ, बस अभी Godlike थर्ड जोन तक पैसिव खेले तो मिल जाएगा मैच. अब तो Godlike लूट करने जाएगी, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है. अभी तो नहीं पुश मारेगी क्योंकि एक किल निकाल लिया उन्होंने, ठीक है. बस अब तो चुपचाप इजी खेलती रही बस आराम से. अबे अपना यार हटाना साढ़े मैं हटाते हैं भाई, वैसे भी कोई डाल तो रहा ही नहीं इसमें.
That's gonna make things tough. So I'm talking about Young Galacticos all the way down to Tian. It still freaks me out to see Tian go down in 13. I had them as a lock.
सिर्फ फेस कैम इस तरफ ठीक है, बाकी को किसी चीज की नीड नहीं है.
Survival stage that much more interesting though, right? I mean, we were in Neptura, right? She was happy to see some movement from Alpha 7. I am as well, but you got to look at the reality of things, right? Like that game was good, but it did nothing.
यार जैसे A7 के लोग आ रहे हैं ऐसे तो Godlike के भी आ सकते हैं बार-बार हैं.
Our top 5 teams did.
यही तो है Godlike के, I think बहुत सारे मेंबर गए हुए हैं.
Where mechanically they're making the right moves. You know that they're damn talented as individuals as well. They're playing off each other nicely. It looks like the comms are looking far cleaner in moments of chaos. But that only goes so far. If you're not able to get yourself into a good position, constantly fighting heads and tails to get even a reasonable compound, a reasonable location in the zone, man. Just feels like you're coming in doing this on hard mode, realistically.
Literally. I mean, that's the one thing I've noticed here, especially in PMWC live
मैं
here
देख
in
रहा हूँ
Paris.
क्या मस्त दिख रहा है.
Games are good and all, right? But the thing is the teams at the top of the leaderboard, they're not doing
चैट कैसे कर रहे हो?
They're not even doing great games, right?
ये में चैट कैसे कर रहे हो? मतलब इतना झंझट हो रहा होगा ना रिमोट से या फिर फोन से ही चैट कर रहे हो कनेक्ट करके.
Right? Just good isn't good enough here at this stage. If you want that top prize pool, you got
FIC वाले क्वालिफाइड नहीं हुए क्या?
I think it's spot on. It's what we've seen.
राधे राधे सुगोई, हेलो पम्मू भैया, राधे राधे, जय श्री कृष्णा. कैसे हो पम्मू भैया, क्या हाल है? स्वागत है स्ट्रीम पे.
And these are going to be terrifying squads to have back when we get all the way
through
to
रे SUG का कामिकाज़े नॉक हुआ.
Yangon Galacticos taking some shots over onto S2G. A bit of a sleeper squad to the previous game. Gave a good run of things.
ये फिनिश कर लेगा, फिनिश आ जाएगा. बहुत दूर है उसके टीममेट.
Kamikaze limping away, crossing his fingers, thinking maybe there's a chance, maybe I can get picked up.
ट्राई कर सकता भाई, वो पूरा ट्राई कर सकता.
That's the worst case.
I already know what he's telling his teammate. I'm safe.
भाई अगर यहाँ पे ये रिवाइव हो गया ना, अरे हैंडी नाइस रे. बहुत अच्छा सेव है.
Those stairs, all it takes is one little bullet through it, but he does get that red. So now, hopefully, we're gonna see Kamikaze.
अच्छा सेव है.
There's a bridge gatekeep on a northern zone too. That's ridiculous.
कीबोर्ड कनेक्ट अभी फोन से ही कर रहा हूँ कबीर भाई कंग्रेचुलेशन मी पम्बया कंग्रेचुलेशन ये वॉइस ना कंग्रेचुलेशन इसलिए स्माइल इधर है देन इसके सामने कामिकाज़े हैं उसका
could be the difference maker. I mean, Marnet's got the shot off again, so a re-knock onto Kamikaze. This could be really bad.
Ismail के पास एक एडवांटेज है कि वो नॉक फिनिश निकाल सकता है.
Because if you're S2G, you're in 7th place, 45 points, right? You're gatekeeping and out of position in the next circle. Like I get you're trying to.
वो लोग जा रहे हैं. नहीं निकल गए ब्रो निकल गए. निकल के उधर नहीं है.
Putting yourself behind positioning wise is just not worth it. I think at this point just leave this fight, go into the circle, try to get into that end game.
ये लोग फाइट ले रहे हैं अच्छे तरीके से. मुंबई जीत चुके पूरे 10,000 तक की सुपर चैट करने का मौका SUGOI की स्ट्रीम पर. अरे हाँ जीत गए पम्मू भैया सुपर चैट करने का मौका. कर दो पम्मू भैया चलो. अभी मेरे मोबाइल में लैपटॉप में और टीवी में स्ट्रीम चल रहा है आपकी. ओह थैंक यू सो मच अजय भाई. तभी 11 का वॉचिंग आ रहा है. थैंक यू दिल से शुक्रिया रे. लव यू. ये दिल से सपोर्ट. थैंक यू सो मच. ये अरे वाह देख रहे हो भाई बहुत आराम से. यासना कोई है ही नहीं. ये एंड सेल पर पहुंच सकते. ये सेल पर पहुंच सकती है. ये वाला एरिया पूरा खाली है भाई. देख रहे हो ये एरिया पूरा खाली है. ETSS निकल रही है. इन कंपाउंड को करेगी. A7 भी उधर ही जा रही है. ETSS के पीछे A7 जा रही है. यार तो यहाँ पे फाइट लेंगे लोग. क्या क्लैश होने वाली है. क्या फाइट होने वाली है. नहीं ये तो पंप पे रुक गए. अच्छा पहले 10,000 मेरे अकाउंट को ट्रांसफर कर दो. बाद में करता हूँ. पहले भेजो फिर वापस करता. फाइट ले लिया. डायरेक्ट पुश मारा. उसके पास एडवांटेज है पूरा पुशअप मारने का क्योंकि 2 बंदे नॉक हैं इनके. A7 पे वो पुश हो गया DNA का. एक बंदा नॉक.
The aggression is ramping up. I think the listening to coaches are like, we have to fight early. We need tons of eliminations if we want to make it to the finals. And it's dopeness battling it out with A7. A7 down to a single player. It's disaster.
DNA बहुत बढ़िया. A7 का सिर्फ आई थिंक लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है. एंड इसके पीछे हो रहा है यार.
Back from their POV, Jukes problem stations here. This is getting brutal for them already.
एंड दूसरी तरफ ETSH है.
It felt like they had seized an opportunity to attempt to throw.
देखो इन्होंने
but it all blows up in their face literally.
एलिमिनेशन में ये सीधा एलिमिनेट होंगे. देन इन्होंने त्यानबा को मार दिया. इनके पास एडवांटेज है ऊपर जाने का. DNA के पास. इनके नीचे ETSH है. ETSH को इनको मारना पड़ेगा अगर उनको ऊपर जाना है तो. पहले भेजो फिर वापस करता. अरे नाइस बैंडी. क्या चल रहा है टीम. A7 का लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है. बस इतना पता है मेरे को.
A little closer to that top 5. We'll have to see how Arena, Godlike, do in this game. But now we're just going to see Alpha 7. Yeah, Obscure just going to have to do something for his team here. Really needs to sneak away a couple of eliminations.
SUG निकल गई उधर से. YG 4 बंदे YG के भी हैं. SUG तो निकल गई. कामिकाज़े एंड यासना पहुंच लिए ऑलमोस्ट ये लोग.
Okay, so this is it. It looks like it was the teammate then I imagine on the bounce.
Oh no!
Saw it in the healing feed, Jukes. I'm thinking, how on earth has this happened? Like you just trapped in a building. What's going on? The strafe for the nades.
थोड़ा सा.
Oh mate.
7 खुद के टीममेट नहीं खुद के टीममेट से नहीं खुद के नेट से मारा.
Nade's not
क्या
that
सीन है
big.
भाई खुद के नेट से नॉक हो गया वो ना
You know what I'm saying? And unfortunately,
एक गोड लाइक के पास
it wasn't really a needle. It was a
NSA
but you know what? It happens. It happens. You're under pressure. You got vehicles driving up on you. You're trying to make it to the
And
finals.
HC
Just
है.
one little
God
misplay,
like
you get punished.
NS
Yesterday we saw
HC.
the Wolves, right, flip a car and get
Fatality,
taken out because of it. And
IDA,
that just goes to show
पूरा.
at this high level,
ये
one
arena
tiny mistake could be meaning
पूरा ये arena है
going to the
ठीक है
finals
आमने
or
सामने
going home.
Didn't expect that one. You'd be furious.
ये YG भी निकल गई
Oh yeah.
ऑलमोस्ट पहुंच गई आसना एंड इनका भी रोटेशन वही है जो रोटेशन S2G का था
Yeah, looking at
सब
the
लोग same
bottom of the
rotation कर रहे
leaderboards
थे।
here, the fact that Tianbo went out so early.
मेरा भाई था वो
We're gonna see them in the bottom three.
अमन भाई
After this game alone, I mean, you got dopeness, only one
पहले वाला
point away
देखो
from
भाई
passing them up. ETSH are still up.
कार्लियो ने रिवो को नॉक किया उसके बाद सेल्फ नेड हो गया है
One of the favorites going into this lobby. In my opinion, QZZ is one of the best players in the world. To see them
हाँ ये नहीं ना कि सामने हो रहा है ठीक है
is just shocking.
उनपे वेयरहाउस है देन
Let's look
उन्होंने
over here
घर
at
होल्ड के
E-Arena,
रखे
who are
हैं
gonna have the warehouse near
कंपाउंड
Submarine.
होल्ड
This
है
is a
दोनों के
really
पास
solid
जोन है
position. No matter where the zone goes, they're gonna have a lot of real estate to be able to
टीटी
drive
के पास
to there.
जोन नहीं है
So let's see how they
टीटी का
decide to
जोन इन
defend
करना
against it.
है
It's not
एंड
even that
टीटी
easy
के
to press up on.
सामने 7-2-1 GS भी है
TT on the quick rotate.
ये अच्छा रोटेशन निकाल लिया रे A7 का लास्ट बंदा बचा हुआ है
Down on the deck.
हो रहा भी है इधर ही
They're getting themselves into the zone, forging a path forward, and thankfully haven't been popped off by any of the teams in these positions. Although maybe that will change.
ये क्या मतलब A7 थोड़ा अंडर प्रेशर में खेल रही है
Put some shots down range, and everyone's just playing keep away. Say, hey, no, someone's
मतलब
here.
प्रेशर में खेल रही है थोड़ा प्रेशर आ गया A7 पे
Please and thank you. Oh, Wolves. Okay.
उसने नॉक किया 7 GS का हेलो जेरी भैया वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम कैसे हो क्या हाल है शायद स्ट्रीम पे अमन भाई मेंबरशिप का बारी में ए YGN गोट लाइक कब
Okay, God, like mighty close here to Young on Galacticos.
ये निकल गई वो टीम निकल गई
Galacticos want any of this fight right now. They're just gonna push a little bit further.
एडमिनो पीछे होल्ड एडमिनो पीछे है
Oh, the Wolves.
पावर इन सौम्य इधर है एंड एडमिनो को जोन इन करना थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट कर सकता है
Here goes Elementrix getting thirsted, and I believe that is the Wolves
गई रे
eliminated.
721 GS गई रे
The Wolves not surviving as
ये
a
टीना ने फिर नॉक बंदे को गाड़ी में बिठाया वो जोन ले जाएगा जोन ले जाके रिवाइव दे देगा ये तो सेफ हो गया बहुत अच्छा यार भाई मेरे भाई राधे राधे
Yeah, wild to see here as E-Arena
इन वापस से जोन आ गया
to that warehouse.
ये टीना के पास जोन नहीं है भाई ये वाला जोन बहुत बेकार है देख यहाँ पे बस एक शेक रहता उस शेक में एक आध बंदा
That's the vehicle to use to get some extra intel. They're pushing up with it. Immediately Godlike start putting some shots just to try and get it down a little bit further. But Young Galacticos are like, hey, yeah, we're here. Do you want to fight us? Maybe? Maybe you guys just go in the zone, we do as well? Well, let's see what happens.
एडमिन जोन कर लिया
with the back exposed.
अरे थोड़ा सा रह गया
He's been so slick as well. That's the one time we've not seen him get an instant elim off something like that.
Yeah, I didn't think he was expecting to see someone white out in the
No.
open. And when you just give him
No.
the tiny pixel, he knocks it
Knock
down.
निकाला
That's power on point. That's the fight to open things up.
ये थोड़ा पीछे चला गया थोड़ा सा पहले
So dangerous today.
थोड़ा सा पहले
Let's see how Godlike decides to take this.
बहुत बढ़िया एडमिन एंगल एडमिन एंगल क्रिएट कर रहा है
Yeah, the pincer play.
मोली आया
Wrap around, set up, giving their squad more of an understanding of what's going on here, whilst the
बहुत
rest of
बढ़िया
our teams around the zone.
S2G भी पीछे है आ चुका है
F is there from TT falling.
पावर के जस्ट सामने है एक बंदा नॉक है एडमिन ने एंगल क्रिएट कर लिया इस तरफ तो नहीं जा नहीं रहा फाइट नहीं ले रहे आई थिंक जोन इन निकालेंगे जोन इन लेंगे फाइट अवॉइड कर रहे हैं आई थिंक ये टीटी के 3 बंदे नॉक है बेंडी टीटी को किसने मारा
And meanwhile, oh, Neon's actually doing a good job of getting a knock on the ETSH. So he's keeping
ETSH ले जाएगी रे.
Oh, gets knocked down. It's just up to effect. Last player up for TT Project. Now getting ran over, and that is them.
Oh, nice.
Huge opportunity now for ETSH. 7 points on the board.
ये नेड आ रहा है इस पावर पे.
To get themselves out
ये
of that
YG जाने नहीं दे रही I think. सौम्या भी है. सौम्या ऑफ एंगल है.
That was the arena that went for the wrap down, found the solo and dispatched him. So he's
क्या कर रहा
here? Say Cloud now pushing up.
क्या नॉक है पावर क्या नॉक है.
On point all day long.
Yeah, yes. हाँ बहुत बढ़िया. दोनों निकाल. पावर पिटा. सौम्या उधर निकाल लेगा किल. सौम्या ने फिनिश निकाला. लास्ट बंदा बचा रे YG का.
Smile's literally the only one that could get away. Got back behind the vehicle, pieced out to create space between the two, but for Godlike, it seems like the fight isn't going to be over. It's only just getting started. Non-Shin Red Force close by. STG as well, pushing up the hill. Nades onto the smokes. Fingers crossed that it'll connect onto someone.
ये जोने निकालो. NS आ रही है ऊपर से NS आ रही है.
Oh goodness.
S2G नीचे से आ रही है ऊपर से NS का बंदा लोकेट कर रहा. ये YG को निकाल ली. S2G लास्ट बंदा बचा.
Bunch of teams in that mid pack are gone.
ये जोन हे भगवान क्या बन रहा. भाई ये क्यों बन रहा रे.
Use that high ground.
जोन बहुत खराब जा रहा है.
To dominate this side of the
ये
map.
जोन अच्छा नहीं है यार. कुछ है ही नहीं ओपन. पूरा ओपन जोन. Recyclize कर रहा क्या?
Power has just been ridiculous today, and that last game was insane.
4 एलिमिनेशन आ गए अपनी टीम पे. ठीक है. टॉप 3 कर चुकी है. टॉप 2 करने के लिए सिर्फ एक फिनिश चाहिए.
He's quick, stylish, certainly delivering out there on the battleground jigs.
Maybe that's what the S stands for.
There you go. I wouldn't fault him for it. He's been living up to the.
ये arena वर्सेस ETSS फाइट चल रहा है.
ये arena.
क्या लगता ये अरीना निकालेगी ये फाइट या ETSS निकाल रही है बताओ. ETSS ये वाली फाइट निकालेगी ये अरीना वाली ये अरीना निकालेगी. नेट्स स्पैम हो रहा. इधर कोई है ही नहीं जिधर ये स्पैम कर रहे हैं नेट. बंदे स्विच कर गए.
Come on, Fajita, let's see what you can do.
सौम्या ने एक और नॉक दिया रे.
Getting hit with that nade. He's gonna back it on up.
सौम्या ने नॉक निकाला एक. DNE का बंदा नॉक निकाला सौम्या ने.
So Arena doing a good job. Back it up. Just hey, take our time. We can't afford to get knocked here. This is still stage 5.
Guys, let's go for 20 like. 1 like लेता बस 20 like होने में.
All played super
I
aggressive.
think revive हो जाएगा. इतनी देर नहीं लगती.
It's the exact opposite of what really they needed to get out from this one.
4.
The rich will only get richer towards
बीच वाले 4 हो गए. फिर 2 4 3
in the running.
1 3.
That's where the movement could be off a game like this.
ये गलत फंस गया.
With 4 players alive and 7 elims.
Admin अबे नहीं नेड नहीं अबे यार एडमिनो.
Kamikaze gets a nade onto Admino.
भाई निकालो रे फाइट निकालो रे. एडमिनो फिनिश नहीं होना चाहिए. फटा कोई तो फटा.
In that direction. Ooh, doesn't hit the mark just yet.
थोड़ा पीछे गया.
Yeah, look at that smile from Yango.
एडमिनो को फिनिश निकाला इन लोग ने. पूरा पुश. अभी सौम्या पे अकेले पे पुश कर दिया.
He's just sat inside that smoke. Oh, the vehicle so close to finding him as they're looking to bonnet him. S Power's on the move as well. Chicaning around.
सौम्या ने एक नॉक निकाला.
Another player down to 2. Lost, living up to
मान्य नॉक हो गया. पावर ने
can't quite find him, but S Power takes a bullet to the back of the head. The SMG delivers.
And सौम्या फिनिश. अरे यार 2 नॉक निकाले थे. लास्ट बंदा बचा था.
On the side of S2G right there, right on time too. You take out Godlike.
5 finishes के साथ Godlike ऊपर चली गई.
You got to get these reses though, and the blue zone is closing. They're gonna go ahead and pick him up, get him into that vehicle. It's smoke. Oh, never mind. Says, this ride is for myself.
ये किल किसको जाएगा? ये किल जाएगा क्या? ये Godlike को किल जाएंगे क्या जो नॉक है जो Godlike ने नॉक किए थे?
That is looking like it is gonna be it. Yeah, he has to move away from the vehicle. It explodes.
ये मेरे को बताओ रे, ये किसको जाएंगे? गोल्ड लाइक को जाएंगे क्या? अरे नाइटबॉट सुगड़ी थोड़ी खेल रहे हैं.
There's Vitality as well, getting LOS onto that. They see them and instantly farm through, stealing away some extra points. Does Smile make a move? The solo here from Yangon.
ये 2 किल गोल्ड लाइक को मिलेंगे, कोई बताएगा मेरे को?
Hello! And Razy somehow survived that.
अबे क्या किया? क्या लगा है?
And he was able
स्माइली नहीं भाई, फिनिश आ रहा था यार उसके पास, बहुत इजी फिनिश था. अब तो जोन के बाहर ही जाएगा. मर गया, कितना क्लोज मर, आधी पेटी जोन के अंदर. अरे यार ये 6 फिनिशेस मिले हैं गोल्ड लाइक को, मतलब एक.
What is this leaderboards, my man? It was
6 मिल गए, 6 मिल गए, मिल गया. अरे गोल्ड लाइक एलिमिनेटेड है तो उनको नहीं मिलेंगे किल. मिल गए कभी जेरी भी देखो, मिल गई, प्लस हो गया, 1 पॉइंट प्लस हो गया. एक वो ले गई थी विटेलिटी, 1 पॉइंट वो ले गए, ठीक है. 1.1 मिला है उनको, जो जोन के बाहर मर गया था ना, एंड जो थोड़ा लेट मर रहा था उसको विटेलिटी ने मार दिया था. मिल गया एलिमिनेशन मिले. 6 किल मिले हैं, पोजी पॉइंट नहीं ले पाए इस बारी. कोई बात नहीं, हैशटैग 2 आ गई है. अभी है ये टीम एनएस है एंड ये हो रहा, यही अरीना है, बट देखते क्या जाता रे इस मैच का एंड करता.
You know, 4 or 5 points a game, that could be enough to just.
ये हो रहा जा सकती है यहाँ पे, एनएस निकाल सकता है ये किल.
Considering that.
देख रहे अबे तेरे बराबर भी लीटा पड़ा.
That 20-point pop-off game that they needed. There's only I think one that stands a chance, and it's going to be tough. We're considering that almost all the lobby, the top of the lobby, is still here. Look at this, Young Shim Red Force with 1. They're doing exactly.
ये रीना वर्सेस ETSH
the team that needs.
अभी तक चल रही है ये फाइट. ये रीना ले जाएगी वाली फाइट तो काफी लो है. गई बहुत बढ़िया. 7 एलिमिनेशन आ गई ये रीना पे.
But they're going to still need to do a whole lot more if we want to see them in that survival stage.
Yeah, I had to squeeze extra from this one. That's what you were saying. Good isn't enough anymore. For them, it's not going to bail them out. Dopeness, though. The dope duo looking at Punch versus Ida. First one falls.
ये फिनिशेस निकाला. ईडा विटेलिटी भी आ गई रे. एनएस वर्सेस विटेलिटी चल रहा. क्या नॉक था. यहाँ पे सोलो चला गया यार वो. विटेलिटी का पुश मारना चाहिए, एक्शन जाना चाहिए ऊपर. जाएंगे नहीं जा रहे, 2 ही बंदे बचे हुए ना. नहीं जा रहा एंगल क्रिएट कर रहा है, एक्सेल एंगल ले रहा है. एनएस का 4v4 अच्छा है रे. देखो अगर 4 बंदे एनएस के बचे रहे तो फिर 4 एमएस ले जाएगी चिकन ना. ये वाला चिकन फिर एनएस का आ रहा है. वो रहा टॉप 5 कर गया भाई वो अकेला बंदा. और देख रहे हो 0 किल पे सिर्फ पोजीशन पॉइंट ले जाएंगे. Position point आएंगे और पे I think.
Weird timeline where Sleepy could probably sneak into the zone unnoticed as well because Nonshin cleared this whole area, so they might not expect anyone to be there. They didn't find him tucked in behind the trees. So
कर दी रे, पूरी गाड़ी रिपेयर कर दी रे, पूरी गाड़ी ने भी कर दी.
Schweppes practicing his TIG welding right there, making sure that he goes.
Yeah, guys, let's go for 20 likes. Thank you so much. कंप्लीट करवाओ जल्दी से. ये हो गए 20 लाइक हो गए. चलो 25 करवाओ.
To have a good idea of who's left in this lobby, it's quite difficult.
Let's go for 25 likes.
But if they have a good solid
ईडा वर्सेस ई अरीना होने वाला है मेरे को लगता है.
Like, why
क्या
not?
विटेलिटी के साथ होगा.
You need to wipe this entire lobby out if you have a chance at getting top 5, because if you don't, and we see 4th and 5th place get chicken dinners, like
एनएस के पास रेंज का एडवांटेज रहेगा.
See what they decide to do here. I understand why they're playing it very pensively. They want to make sure that they get to that end game.
एनएस ने हो रहा के बंदे को फिनिश निकाल दिया एंड टॉप 4 ईडा, ईए, एनएस एंड विटेलिटी आ गई.
He's hoping he could worm his way back into the zone, but not this time. Nonshin Red Force looking for a bit of an assess on the situation. Got a good lay of the land from the position they're in. Vitality close by towards Ida as well. The arena with a bit of a scouting play. Turney K there in the back of the vehicle. Limited cover as well, Jukes. And Nonshin, such an open angle.
कोई खास फायदा नहीं हुआ इस बार. हाँ, सिर्फ 6 एलिमिनेशन, सिर्फ किल्स आए हैं, पोजीशन नहीं निकाल पाई गॉडलाइक. हाँ, वो गलत पुश आ गया SUGOI का ना, वो एडमिनो सोलो अलग था तो उसको गलत उन्होंने ले लिया. देन फिर गलत हो गया. मान्य भी इस बार कुछ नहीं कर पाया, किल्स नहीं निकाल पाया मान्य कुछ. ये जोन बेकार था यार, इतना अच्छा खास जोन नहीं था ये वाला ना.
Audio cue given.
देख रहे हो कहाँ टावर के पास लेटे पड़े हैं बंदे.
Rita with the nades as well, pinpooled on it.
ये देखो गाड़ी वाड़ी डैमेज करके बैठे हैं.
Find a knock, then they could collapse, but they are starting to fragment over as well. Darkin advanced towards the zone, looking to get set up near the cover they found. 2 players make it in. Darkin with a knock over to Hyunbin as well. Fires back up onto this ridge.
अच्छा नॉक निकाला भाई. विटैलिटी ने आईडीए पे पुश मार दिया. आईडीए पे डाल दिया. विटैलिटी गई रे. ईडीए के 4 बंदे एंड ई अरीना के 3 हैं और एनएस के 4 हैं. बताओ किसका चिकन आ रहा है? 3 में से बताओ किस टीम का चिकन आ रहा है? ईडा का, ई अरीना का.
Up on top with the circle priority, and most likely we're going to see Ida fight Nongshim Red Force. So
बताओ guys, check चिकन किसका आ रहा है बताओ.
Push up into E arena, challenge them, try to take them out as fast as
possible. जनों में से एक का नाम दो.
Then have to deal with Nongshim Red Force later.
So many smokes being arced here, setting themselves up for it, trying to create some semblance of cover to protect them.
Advantage देखा जाए तो थोड़ा सा जोन का ये अरीना के पास है. एनएस थोड़ा पुश मार सकती है इधर.
They're thinking about just taking the hit to him. It could be a freeway
battle
for the finish.
एनएस का है. एनएस पुश मार सकती है अगर एनएस जोन की वजह से एनएस चली जाएगी अगर जोन ने साथ नहीं दिया तो. जोन नॉक निकल गए. एनएस गई, एनएस एलिमिनेट हो गई. अरीना एंड ईडीए, अरीना एंड ईडीए. ID ई कह रहा IDA. ये अरीना ने रीटा को नॉक दिया. ये अरीना फिर से चिकन ले जा रही है. ये अरीना का चिकन आ गया.
Good shots on target brings us
down. Easy chicken है.
Mormon with utility as well. He's only got that one Molotov left in the back pocket. 100 rounds of ammo on the org as he shoots up. Emre sneaking in.
ये अरीना का चिकन है.
That was his second to last name. Ooh, that molly, mighty close, and Mormon gets the knock. Single player up left. It's Schweppes and Mormon versus the final player.
Darkin. Can he somehow find a way to follow through and win this 1v2? Peek up. Oh, it's good. That's huge. Schweppes falls. They've got the revive off in the meantime.
बताओ 1v2 में
Nade misses. Darkin.
ये अरीना लग रही है चिकन के लिए.
Good shot. Follow up there. HG takes him away as Turney K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it?
Oh!
Are you kidding me? What a
1v3. 1v3.
In the 1v3.
येड़ा चिकन खाई.
Perfection, Jukes.
Let's go.
They go for the race. Gets the engage off. Wins the 1v1. Isolates him with the nade. Finishes him off. Up close, sweating bullets with the shotgun. Shuts it down and gets the dinner.
DBS behind the tree using that shotgun whip.
Next level, भाई. क्या मारा भाई. 1v3. GG. भाई क्या खेला है. इससे रिफ्लेक्स तो उसको भी नहीं आते थे.
If they want a shot at the finals, and
भाई देखो रे. पहले इधर नॉक निकाला, देन फिर उधर नॉक निकाला, देन फिर कवर पे. बल्कि 10 HP है बंदा. इधर डैमेज, इधर डैमेज. खत्म बैंडी. क्या खेला. क्या ही खेला. 1v3 next game.
How he approached it in what was a chaotic moment.
मेरे को लिटरली लग रहा था कि ये अरीना चिकन ले जाएगी. But next level gameplay, भाई, next level.
Play if you want to keep your team in this tournament, and it's plays like that are momentum shifters, right? It's one of those plays.
ये ठंडा देखो कैसे कर रहे हैं.
That it gets your team
पूरा रख दिया उस पे, मैं कह ले ठंडा हो जा भाई.
An unstoppable force for it, right? So they got it in that game, and yeah, you can see that. You want to gain some faith in your squad. You want your team to believe in you. That is how you do it, and that is a kiss well deserved.
There was no buckshot in that shotgun.
क्या खेले लोग भाई, क्या खेले. Next level.
Play. That was one of the plays of the tournament so far.
Next level.
And if this squad makes it into the finals, that was it right there, guys. That is the play that made that possible.
भाई कह सकते हो फोन को ठंडा कर रहा है और जिंदगी को गर्म. नहीं यार, क्या गेम था भाई. लास्ट फाइट भाई, मैं बता रहा भाई, इस पे रील बनने वाली है. इस पे रील बनने वाली भाई. 1v3 पे इस पे रील है, काफी रील बनने वाली इस पे भी रील आ रही है. एंड जो लास्ट मैच में गॉडलाइक का चिकन था, उस पे भी काफी रील आ रही है. एस पावर के क्लच पे उस पे बहुत तगड़ी रील आ रही है. लो भाई, क्या कह रहा था सुन लो रे.
As well as what was going on in Erangel, but I want to focus on Rondo to start things off. Obviously, you guys had great eliminations to start things off.
राम सारियाने, हेलो राम सारियाने, कैसे हो शर्मा जी, क्या हाल है?
SUG wrapped around, you looked super controlled against them as well. What was the game like from your perspective?
Our perspective was very simple and clear. We'll just play our natural game. We'll play in slow. We'll play in slow motion. We'll just go with the flow, and we'll try to clear our back as much as we can. And we did it very well. We executed the things very properly. So that's why we could secure the second dinner. Sorry.
Looked fantastic.
Championship.
That's a great start for you guys. If you continue that on, you're
basically reflex crazy था भाई. सब कुछ crazy था. सब कुछ crazy था.
But then getting stuck on Stalber can be a little bit difficult there, and it kind of felt like that was the case for you guys. What was it like here from the team as a whole?
We did choke there because
ये कुछ तो कर रही थी
we planned something, but we didn't execute that in a proper way. That's what costed us the game. But hopefully, we are looking forward to the next matches, and hopefully we'll do better comparatively.
बस ठीक भाई. ये शर्मा जी लाइक करो सभी आईडी से. थोड़ा सा मेंबरशिप वाली आईडी से रहो एक्टिव थोड़ी देर. भाई बट अपने लोंडे पंप फंबल कर दिया. अब मीम बन जाएगा. हाँ, मीम बनने वाला है इधर. कुछ तो करेंगे लोग ना. संदीप भाई, तुम्हारी भी गाफ का बना हुआ है. नहीं, इनकी गाफ का गा से बाद होना हुआ है. गुरु का और नहीं बन रहा. ये अच्छा मैं बंद कर दिया भाई. ये ट्रेलर भाई, गाने बजते रहते रहे, बेकार है भाई. 나 바로
나도라스 해단대
नाइस. ये गाइस कितना सही है रे. मतलब ये लोग ग्लोबल लेवल पे खेल रहे हैं. वहां पे कोई ये नहीं कह सकता डिवाइस मैटर. भाई इन्होंने 32 अलग अलग टीम के 4 अलग अलग प्लेयर को सबको एक ही तरह का डिवाइस पकड़ा दिया रे. सबके पास एक ही डिवाइस है. सबके पास एक सेम डिवाइस है. उसी में खेल रहे हैं, उसी में ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं, उसी में सेंसी बना रहे हैं, उसी में सब कुछ कर रहे हैं लोग. अब कोई यूं नहीं कह सकता भाई डिवाइस मैटर मेरे पास 17 है, उसके पास 17 प्रो मैक्स है तो भाई उसका ज्यादा हो गया ये वो. भाई ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं भाई इसमें. दिमाग खुदा हुआ है LKB दिमाग खुदा पड़ा है CB
which is now in PUBG Mobile, co-created with PDP creator Nana, the Electron Energy said the Proton Power said this stunning alien fish grows a log into PUBG Mobile.
ये मेरे को बधाई हो नहीं कबीर भैया को बधाई हो बोलो
I'm gonna try it again today because that grows all looks sick.
It is amazing, and he's also
कबीर भैया बोले थे उनकी मेहनत है
it does actually glow quite a bit, so he's got some animation.
उनकी मेहनत का फल है
WC, it's only W's for the skins right now.
And one team that was glowing in that last match was none other than IDA, because IDA, my goodness, this is a squad that also needs to make sure they stay within that range of getting to the top 5, and they were able to do just that, Neptura.
They were indeed really looking forward to what they have coming in off the back of that big win, because yeah, they did play that very well. I want to point out specifically their smokes coming
कहाँ से बीच में आ गया ये तुम ही तो बोले थे रे
in the backstage area, but it was really nice to see them use those smokes against EA when they made that push onto Nongshim. It was a really good performance there to just make sure, and yeah, you're seeing the day 1 versus day 2 night and day. I mean, I think we saw that in game, we could see it very clearly, but night and day on those stats as well, looking very good for them.
I mean, I love this because I love having a look at their average of eliminations and being able to capitalize on that. And I want to give them a get them whatever food they want, buy them whatever skin they want in PUBG Mobile, because it's insanity that E-Arena lost that with that much health and utility. Obviously, no popping on the zigzag, but was not prepared for that shotgun at the end. And you know what? Having teams that, you know, are creeping their way up from the bottom into these positions, they're locked in. And if you can get to the leaderboard and you're safe, it's not always the case.
It's definitely always the case between certain points. We're looking at the match ranking here. Teams 9 through 13 were eliminated, Max, which leaves a huge opening for those squads towards the bottom, and also for those teams towards the top to just kind of expand that lead.
I mean, yeah, because it's so close towards the teams in the middle and especially the bottom of the pack, as you just said here, Seven. And because of that, I was expecting Tiamba to just kind of level up their aggression, which they actually did at the very start. They did go for a crash on, I believe it was 7-1 GS team. I'm like, yeah, this is great. But not on Circle 1 to Circle 2. You know, it's a little bit too early to go for a full commit fight and get instantly eliminated because you're not getting any eliminations and especially not getting any placement points. So Tiamba, I like the change of mindset, but it's just not at the right time. They need to do the fights when it makes the most sense in these games.
Yeah, I mean, 7-2-1 sort of took them down, and that creates like that chain effect at the bottom 3, Max, you know?
Yes.
Giving a little bit of hope to none other than dopeness. They overtook them, put themselves in a good position, got on that north side, didn't scout Nongshim, and, you know, just leaving Kenji and Spigot to sponge some placement. But look, this is how crazy it gets.
Was look at the top damage dealers here. I was just speechless by what IDA was able to do there at the end. That solo player, he was even celebrated with the kiss on the forehead, just saying, "Good job, please keep that up. We really need that because if not, then we're not gonna be able to make it to top 5." But right now, that squad with this kind of performances, at least they're putting themselves in that it doesn't really matter area because they might end up going to survival, which might leave them open to just do whatever the heck they want.
Well, that's exactly how you want to be playing, right? You want to make sure you are comfortable.
संदीप भैया मैं तो सब कुछ देख लिया but मैं स्ट्रीम पे कुछ बोल नहीं सकता ना.
We gotta win this game if we want to succeed. But yeah, really good stuff coming in from there. Also, shout out to EA in that final play. I do want to say EA actually doing a really good job, and I think if it hadn't been for the IDA player, you know, flicking in to get that win, they were isolating IDA really well. They were moving around and trying to control as much of the zone as possible. So shout out to them. It's still a really good game from them. So again, going into the next Erangel, want to see more from them.
Yeah, Arena. Shout out to you, E-Arena. Right up until the end when you got absolutely smoked by one player with very low HP. One team that has been actually very consistent today, Max, for the first 2 games, which has been a big difference from what we saw yesterday in day 1 for Group B, is none other than Nongshim.
I was hoping you were going to ask me about Nongshim Red Force. I love the way they play because they're not an aggressive team early game, mid game, right? They're just trying to get a focus on their position. And especially if you look at this circle finish, western side of Stolber, very northern side. Where do Nongshim Red Force drop? Down in farm split.
Gold like I think
the western, the eastern side of Stolber Mountain.
अभी 2 चिकन और चाहिए यार अगर 2 चिकन आ जाए तो ना मजा आ जाएगा अगर 2 चिकन आ जाए
and at the end when the teams are at their weakest they're involved in a fight they have to rock up they take the high gun position and get a ton of eliminations sure it's not
विटैलिटी की इतनी ज्यादा पॉइंट भी नहीं है ठीक है टॉप 1 कर सकती है गोल्ड लाइक अगर ये अभी इस मैच में ग्राइंड करे अब बचे 4 मैच ये देखो यार टॉप 5 आ गए फिर से ना
vitality. I mean, they're gonna stay up there too. Godlike still performing well. Just let's keep an eye on that gap between Godlike and the Esports because it is currently at 12 points. S2G has been able to perform well. They ended up on a 1v1 with Godl.
Yeah, they did. I mean, I'm on the fence for S2G, honestly, here, Seven.
Same.
Why?
Because yes, they are performing better. Are they performing well? I don't really think so. At least not in that game. I think they were way too slow on that third party. I think they took forever. Once the third party was done, then they took forever to actually push Godlike as well, just giving them so much time to defend.
I mean, especially they only have 12 placement points over the course of what is now 8 games. That's a very low placement point, and the survival time must be abysmal. S2G, you need to get into those late games.
And for this team towards the bottom right now, Lace, I want you to get into your best coaching mentality. How are you gonna hype up these teams like Tiamba, ETSH Esports, and Hustler Crew?
I will personally head over to Hot Jukes. I will reach down and grab his left shoe and probably not do much with it because, you know, I might get a complaint. But look, these teams, especially Ash, coming out of that, they had a great position on the high north side. They had about 5 vehicle cover, 7 eliminations, moving on into that zone. And what did they do? EA Arena. They knew that they were there. It's not like they was just kind of did a nice flank onto them, but they're struggling with these positions into late game. If they were to have just defended E Arena from behind, it would have been a different story for them. But the passiveness when it comes just specifically to late games from Team Esh is sad.
Yeah, it is sad for them. And for Hustler Crew, honestly, Kalaris, they might need a new pep talk, man.
Yeah, that's going to cost you the big bucks here for PMWC. But I think in Group B, the big bucks has done all the talking. You've got 4 of the 5 at the very top that I think have been the big fish, the big kahunas. They've made some amazing plays happen each and every time. They've looked very flashy, but one that's been ultra consistent without looking too flashy, I think, has been Horror Esports.
Just swimming along in that pond. They're a big fish at the moment. It is Horror. They're doing fantastically well. Again, so far they've had 2 bad games, like a 15th and a 16th. Where it's not gone well, but we caveat with the fact that if they don't have a bad game like that, it's a top 5 at minimum. They've had multiple thirds, multiple seconds. They've had a strong win yesterday on Ariel. When we look at this, it's nice because that's very promising going into the finals.
No, definitely, especially since someone like Sky, right, is still currently in that running for a potential MVP spot of this group, I would say in particular. Beast. Maybe you can kind of carry that forward into like a final if it does occur. And that said, I feel like the top 5 as a whole, there's a little bit of separation already gathering from the bubble teams just below them. So Horror currently is kind of that boundary. I think that they can stay stalwart in what they've been able to do so far. Good splits and being able to take central positions. And they do control space very well. It's just that actually the very top of this lobby looks so flashy. When the stack levels come in, it's difficult to kind of go up against that.
Like when we were memeing earlier on in the day with Vitality, they had a really greedy 4-man split. Yeah, they did. And then we had Arena with their 39-point game. But it just, by contrast, Horror's just chugging along. And I don't think we'll see 39 Elim games. We won't see 4-man splits going to the finals. That's the winning strategy right now.
All right, well, thank you very much, Blanket. It's time now to send it over to some of the big boys. Once again, on the caster desk, it's more games here at PMWC.
ये वो लोग वहाँ जाके भी सिक्योर नहीं है थे
Very exciting seeing everyone start to set things up with how it's going here, Dukes. The day, of course, already raging on. 2 of our battlegrounds played out and another spectacular one just on the horizon off the back of what was a monumental clutch. I'm hoping everyone tries to raise the bar of their own individual level.
मैं भी नहीं बोला
They're going to need to.
मैं कब बोला भाई वो
Right? I mean, Ida did exactly what needed to happen to put them in the running, right, for top 5. They're still not there yet. I mean, there's still more to do, but you know what? Hopefully they can do it in style, and you guys can do it in style with that new Young Galacticos Champion Ancient Charm set. See if you can get that thing in game. I saw the players wearing it the other day, and I was like, I want some of that, right? I need some of that in a couple XL.
Oh yeah, man. If we can get 2 of those up here.
And I mean American couple XL, right? You know, otherwise there's like 5 or 6, you know. I know
don't worry, we'll get you a tight one that fits nice. We'll get you looking fresh.
Fitted, baby. Straight fitted. And I'll tell you what, Ida are looking fitted to put themselves into that top 5. We'll see if that can happen. The rest of these teams in these lobbies need to go absolutely insane. There's only 4 matches left here.
Yeah, dude, it's gone by so quick today, especially, right? It feels like we've just whizzed through these games. Well, whizzed, probably rather than rizzed. Some of the players have been risen.
Oh, yes, they have. Yes, they have. They're looking good, man. As here we go into the second Erangel match here for Group B. Let's see if the zone's going to be finally kind here in this game, right? I think we need at least 1 normal Erangel circle when it comes to this group.
Is that what you want?
Just 1.
All right, watch this. You ready?
Yeah.
Wait, you just wait. When you see the zone, you're going to be blown away.
Okay.
I'm calling it right now.
You had the crystal ball when it came to GOAT, right, before. Let's see if Jackie's got it locked in now. If this thing goes to Zarky, I'm going bananas.
Just wait, man. The anticipation's all going to be worth it. Trust me, Dukes. It's going to be the most revolutionary zone you've ever seen.
Okay. All right. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I know a lot of these teams are ready for it here. As I'm looking at that top 5, now that cutoff being 73 points. That is a huge jump down to 7th place. What is that?
गाल की बात कर रहे हैं सुगोई तू क्या समझ रहा है आज पीऊंगा अच्छी वाला
and that's if they seem to do nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's looking mighty solidified here, but we've seen crazier things happen. That's for sure.
And I think दोबारा से crash होगा क्या? Godlike का
set up from a fair few of our squads. Because the playing path at least has been favourable for them.
Top player में power आ गया रे.
All right. Could have been way worse.
Still gross, though.
It could have been way worse, though. That's what I'm saying. But what we're working with here, like 45% water, like 35.
It's still a nasty circle. I mean, this is really like one of the worst spots because of the fact that you have to make that bet, right? Like you go to the mainland, you go down to military base, you try to hold that that bridge just in case the zone goes in another direction. Vitality don't care. Like I said, they've done so much. They don't need points, so they can do whatever they want, you know? But for teams in the mid-pack, it's not good. It isn't, because this is not one of those circles that's like, oh, I got zone blasted, now I'm going to get 30-point game. It's like, we're just going to try to make it an
You're gambling on it of just like, okay, do we stay there? Do we go back to the mainland? Which one do we pick? We're just going to get stuck on a bridge again?
Ugh. I wouldn't even know if I want to.
I think इस मैच में Godlike को 27 पॉइंट निकालने चाहिए भाई.
I know what? I think the best strategy here is to go
यहाँ से 27 पॉइंट में जाएगा. भाई वो कच्ची दार होती है
what you're going to do first, right? Get that Nine Tails Fury, and that way I'll look good, right? And once I'm going and get that skin, then really think, what do I do in this game? As we're going to see Ida get that loot truck from Pachinki. Loot trucks really have changed the game here, the whole meta. They've really allowed a lot of these spots that used to be a little bit rougher when it came to loot now be absolutely stacked. I'm thinking, if the coaches had to tell these teams, Jackie, you have to win the game. If you want to make it to the finals, it's win the game. Otherwise, just good luck, right? So what do we do here in this scenario? What position? If you were a team, where would you put your squad in to try and get that 20-point game? You go in mainland, you go in military, you taking bridge? What are you thinking?
I think Gamblewood's probably a little bit safer right now to just set up mainland. Like you say as well, like the blessing of the loot trucks right here if they get something good out of this, I'm sure we'll catch vision at some point of what they actually got, right? You get some high tier loot straight away. You can just coast early game. Cut out a load of that like early looting time and actually fight a bit more with an advantage. I'm thinking it from the angle if they've just got to carry on from where they left off. Squads like that, so take that Eda mindset of trying to push your limits further. You get some high tier loot, get in there, start scrapping, see if you can squeeze elims, bully some of the lobby. You know effectively at this point, like you're kind of middle of the pack. You're not really going to fall that far down. The bottom side's so low. Slipping out of survival is going to be hard.
Yeah,
so you might as well risk it.
Risk it. You know, I think that at a certain point, yeah, I think here it's all risk for sure. As we get into the Miramar matches, then it's like, all right, maybe we got to play a little conservative just to make sure we don't fall in the bottom 3 if you're that low. But here is one of those games where you gotta shoot for the moon, right? Try to get that top 3 finish. I think if you're gonna go for down a spot, I think
भाई मजाक कर रहा हूँ मैं, ये सब नहीं पीता.
That Ferry Pier Hill, right behind the gas station. If you take that spot there, it gives you a lot of control of the zone. You can hopefully maybe even catch some third parties. And it looks like Ida is going to take that spot. So they're saying, you know what? We're one of the squads that definitely could make it a top 5. And I mean, by one, I mean the only one, right? They're the only one really in the run for top 5 here due to that last game. And they're going to control this hill, which I think is an excellent spot in the zone.
And it works out pretty cerebrally for them as well, right? Because obviously you come in, like you say, get that loot truck, arm yourself a bit earlier, that gets cut out some of the additional time they'd have to waste, sort of slowly slogging along, getting themselves better firepower and ammunition to work with. If they run into another squad, maybe they do just take that encounter head on. It's a good call. It was a great last game, and you could see they were all fired up in celebration as well. Big stage like this, Duke, sometimes the paranoia gets to you.
Yeah,
but they certainly rise to the occasion, man.
They have rise to the occasion, and they did it in just such insane fashion. A crazy 1v3 to end things up, to get the chicken dinner, the dub, and put them in the running here is so insane. I mean, job's not done yet. I mean, Godlike have been playing phenomenally today. That's going to be a hard one to catch. And we heard it there from the desk, right? Out of all the teams in the top 5, they were talking about Aura, just being like, yeah, I mean, they are consistent. They're up there, but out of all the teams, I think they're the ones that's the most shaky right now, at least when it comes to trying to let Ida catch up to them. So I think if you are Aura, if you're any of the teams in top 5, you obviously want to shut that conversation down right here. But with a circle like this, it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
A team that was towards the bottom side coming into the start of the day with 721 GS, but they've rose massively, fighting hearty into these games and still being able to squeeze out a decent number of elims to rise up the ranks. Fair few points between them and slipping back into the bottom. Obviously the surprising factor there, Tianba.
क्योंकि मांस खाने से मांस बढ़े और घी खाने से खोपड़ी और दूध पीने से
for me, the most frustrating thing in this lobby is seeing Tianba in. I mean, I don't even want to say it. I mean, they are in bottom 3 right now. I mean, I don't want to believe it, you know. And if this was any other year, I'd be like, I'm not worried, you know, like it's Tianba, they're for sure, blah blah blah blah, you know. But what has happened with Alpha 7, you know, is making me very scared, you know, because there wasn't a world, I would have put the whole house on saying that Alpha 7 were for sure making a final in 2 international events, and they haven't done that yet. So, yeah, Tianba, please get it together, please.
Yeah, we need to see some sort of change. Again, that'd be a prime example of a squad that probably could, if they lock in right here, right now, game like this, right, run the risk. It's not looking great as it is anyway. If you can completely flip that around with a big result, get some points in, bro. The other teams drop down below you. We know they've got the firepower for it, Jigs. It's just gone quiet.
Silly quiet. I mean, for them to even be close to bottom 3 is insane. And the fact that they're sitting there right now is wild. I mean, they're not that deep down. I mean, it's only 2 points away from dopeness and about 9 points away from 9th place. So it's not the scariest position to be in, but you know, you don't like to see it regardless. Next zone, let's just see how toxic it's gonna be. Are we gonna get a crazy shit? Okay, yeah, it does go perfectly up to that mainland. So that bet from Ida, right? I mean, this is the perfect zone shift for them.
It's worked out brilliantly. Opening game plan so far, uncontested. Sped up a lot of their looting, found themselves a good position that's still very central as well. 72-1 GS once again. They've been a bit of a dark horse of being able to squeeze eliminations and bully some of the squads that are massively above them in the standings. And that little nip, make it harder, take out some of these players so that you can try and climb. That's helping not only them, but potentially a few of our other squads as well.
Yeah. I mean, that's the teams you got to take out here, guys, right? I mean, at a certain point, I mean, I'm not going to say at a certain point. It's literally this point now. Like
right now.
The mid teams need to hunt down the top squads. Like, you need to have the coaches should be talking to these mid-pack teams, analyzing their drops. Not necessarily drop, but have a good idea of where they
thumbnail में कुछ issue आ रहा था वो ठीक कर रहा था but वो हो ही नहीं रहा
drive in somewhere
मेरे को करवाना ही पड़ेगा
to slow them down because just hoping that they don't perform is just not good enough. You got to make your own luck. You got to find a way to make something happen. Unfortunately
हाँ तो guys टी अरीना का भी एक प्लेयर जा चुका है जो गोड लाइक ने फिनिश निकाला है अरे नाइस रे
And now QZZ gets knocked out by Ida.
Tianma का भी एक बंदा नॉक है
for Tianma. They're going to hold the warehouse here. Not the worst spot. It's one of those spots that
ईडा वर्सेस Tianma चल रहा है भाई ईडा वर्सेस Tianma ईडा ने नॉक फिनिश निकाला
and that just shows the
Tianma के सिर्फ दो बंदे रह गए ड्रैकन पे डार्कन पे एक फिनिशेस आ गया है
absolutely hellish for them immediately as well, right?
Deep निकल लिया गया
yeah, as much as it's not barren bottom of the bottle, you feel like you can completely get back into it. Another game goes by, suddenly you're looking at 3 matches.
Guys, जितने भी लोग इस स्ट्रीम पर आ रहे हो यार, make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button. Only 7 like रहते हैं 30 like होने में. Let's go for it, Ray.
I'm getting flashbacks, guys, and I don't like it. I don't like remembering Alpha 7 being like, hey, all right, another bad game, what's going on here? And then all of a sudden, boom, they are knocked out.
R.I.P. Sandeep bhai.
You could just see the look on the players' faces and just not looking too happy at all. Coaches from Young Galacticos are locked in right now. They're in 8th place, 47 points. And again,
ये पंप तो है रे अपनी टीम ठीक है पावर के पीछे लोग जा रहे हैं इन्होंने देख लिया पावर को पावर ने पावर के आगे मान्य है सौम्य क्या लगता है यहाँ पे क्लैश फाइट लेंगे ये लोग आउट ऑफ जोन अगर इन्होंने रोल किया तो ग्लिच क्या और कबीर भाई चिकन रोल आओगे कबीर भैया ओके नहीं कबीर भाई मना कर देंगे ये कबीर भाई सावन चल रहे हैं कहाँ अच्छे भैया अपनी ड्यूटी की याद में चले गए अच्छे भैया लगता है दूसरी स्ट्रीट पे चले गए मुरिंदर भाई स्ट्रीम भी क्या मार रहे थे डीबीएस ब्रूटैलिटी वाले ये नॉक दिया एक और नेड आया स्पाइस का ये कवर है भाई कवर करे पावर ने नॉक दिया
huge finish for the side of S2G. This is their chance now. S2G's got to go for the win. Godlike getting shut out earlier is perfect for them because they are right there. 4th place, 5th.
अबे भेंडी तो क्या ये तो गलत हो रहा है दोनों स्ट्रीम एक साथ चलता है मेरे में चलता है मेरे में नहीं हूँ अच्छा अक्षय भैया याद से आ गए मैं तो खिला देता मना कर दिया हाँ तो ये भी कौन सा खिला देगा मैं तो खिला देता अब मना कर दिया अबे यार गुड लाइक शीट 2 पॉइंट लेके गई रे गुड लाइक ये एसयूजी ने 2 बारी मारा रे दोनों बारी पूरा
need to find themselves a good solidified position, and they do, right? They have a good spot in this next circle, especially if the zone goes up north. Yeah, I think now it's time to play things a little bit slower.
And
You gotta get to
अगर यहाँ पे ईडा के पास भी एडवांटेज है टॉप 5 में आने का, और S2G के पास भी है. मतलब S2G के पास इतना नहीं है, बट ईडा के पास तो है रे. पूरा चांस है, पूरा चांस. ईडा एंड S2G को नो फिनिश निकालना रे. आवाज कट रहा है. ए यार मेरे को माइक लेना पड़ेगा रे, मेरे को ऐसा लगता. ये कोई माइक स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है क्या? कोई देख ही नहीं रहा लगता है, सब निकल गए. स्क्रीनशॉट भेजा था ना व्हाट्सएप में. अबे ऑल पर चैट कर.
Let's see where the zone's going to go on it. Who will get a bit of a gift?
Dead center here. So the S2G are still in play here. The duo from Tianba are not going to be in trouble because everyone's going to be crashing in this area.
मनिंदर तेरी डार्लिंग मिल गई भाई. EWC में कास्टिंग करती है. दोनों शिव एक साथ चलता है मेरे में. आवाज कट रहा है. अभी ठीक आ रही होगी. स्क्रीनशॉट भेजा था ना व्हाट्सएप पे. हाँ भेजा था. सुगोई भाई एक शाउट आउट हो जाए. बिग शाउट आउट टू यू मनिंदर भाई. बिग बड़े शाउट आउट. इतना बड़ा big shout out.
Some desperation points on the side of TT Project. They need every single one of them.
ये S2G ने होरा के जिगल को नॉक दिया रे. क्या यहाँ पर होरा फिनिश हो रही है? होरा के 2 बंदे जिंदा है. क्या यहाँ पे होरा फिनिश हो रही है? ईडा ने IC को HC को लिया. विटैलिटी गई रे यहाँ पे. विटैलिटी गई. नॉक फिनिश निकाला.
And Razy finishes it off there.
निकल नहीं बच गई.
Back to 3 members, Jukes.
How are these guys alive?
I don't know.
This is insane.
कैमरा छुपा कर क्या कर रहे? ए माइक अंदर डाला रे.
TT Project.
मास्क के.
Team Vitality said, all right, you know what? Yeah, you guys.
मेरी डार्लिंग को भी दो.
No.
Big shout out to you मनिंदर भाई के डार्लिंग को. जब कर रहा है साला.
Now we're going to see Young Galacticos here, just on the move little by little. Ida holding this compound, a strong position in this zone is exactly what they need to be doing.
माइक अंदर डाला. मास्क के बोला भाई मैं.
Ensure that you get to that end game here. S2G would have 6 eliminations, which is a great start for them. They did lose 1 player, so they got to start playing very conservative here. They full committed to this position, dead center. They're like, you know what? We're gonna hold the dead center.
ये होरा को फिनिश निकालो रे, नहीं तो होरा ऐसे खोर आ जाएगी.
So they really need to hope that the zone just keeps centering on up to their position.
That's the crew taking down Hyunbin there as they're able to detonate the vehicle. And you can see it's not looking too great health-wise for Nonshin Red Force. They chip damage onto one of them. 2 of the players knocked for now.
खच्चर की आवाज आ रही थी.
It's a bit of a spread where you got wolves near.
खच्चर.
This is the fight that's currently going down.
का नॉक. वुल्फ का NS को नॉक किया गया है नेट. ईडा ने NS के को फोन. अबे NS वर्सेस वुल्फ वर्सेस हो रहा है. ईडा भी बीच में HC को ले रही है. ईडा तो अच्छा खेल ले रे. S2G 6 किल, ईडा 3 किल. होरा के पास 1 है, विटैलिटी के पास 6 है.
And hopefully looking to extend their stay here just a little bit longer. 30 points, not nearly out of the danger zone yet. They need a good game to at least solidify them to that survival stage. But man, that survival stage is going to be jam-packed here. Tianba looking like they are going to might be going to it. Alpha 7 looking head in that direction as well. As we look at the top players, of course, we see a whole bunch of team
डार्लिंग कहाँ गई तेरी? ए पता नहीं है.
It really does.
पता लगाना है.
Crunching in once again, though, centering up. STG Hora. And of course,
लगाओ पता लगाओ.
remaining members of Tianba.
उन्हें गुलाब का नशा है, शराब का आंखें तो दिख रही.
From distance as well, when we saw that fight with Wolves and Nonshin, but they were able to steal away 1 more point just off the back of the encounter. This is Yangon pushing up onto TT Project. Oh, they're trying to get away in the vehicle, but they're running into another team on the hillside.
Knock finish निकाला रे भाई जी ने.
Damage done.
विटैलिटी ने नॉक निकाला एंड फिनिश किया ETSH ने. देख रहे हो, विटैलिटी ने नॉक किया था YG के बंदे को. देन फिर अरे एरिना ने A7 का नॉक दिया पंप से. A7 ने नॉक फिनिश. एक और नॉक. दोनों ने निकाले एरिना के. एरिना के दोनों हो गए. एरिना का सिर्फ एक बंदा बचा हुआ है. A7 नॉक. एक और नॉक फिनिश. एंड 721 ने वो ले लिया. 64 पर है इसकी डार्लिंग.
Wolves as well, making it so uncomfortable for
Alpha 7 there.
They thought they could take it out and just play it head to head with both squads. Doesn't work that way. Wolves keep the pressure on A7.
मनिंदर भाई और मन शेट्टी हो गए.
As well. Still stealing points here
आराम
and
से.
there in these games.
देख रहे हो.
The shots up onto Fajita. You got the spam over.
SUG विटैलिटी भाई ये ग्लोब ग्राइंड कर रहे हैं बहुत अच्छे तरीके से.
Remains of TT Project. And the solo from Alpha 7 stuck in a horrific position.
Horrific is right. And the Wolves are holding the north side.
मनिंदर भाई ओके बोलना होता है तुम्हें, हाँ नहीं बोलते.
Find a position in this next zone. Obscure just going to be eating a whole lot of blue damage. This is stage 5.
ये वाला मैच इतना खास गया नहीं रे गॉड लाइक के लिए ना. SUG एंड विटैलिटी का बहुत अच्छा जा रहा है. 9 फिनिशेस एंड 8 फिनिशेस के साथ. एक बंदा और फिनिश हो गया A7 का. And A7 पूरी खत्म.
If they want to make it into the top 3, they need to win almost every single game going forward.
Impressed how good Wolves have been able to play as well with the really awkward fights they've had.
ने HC को मारा है. HC ने वुल्फ को. होरा ने वुल्फ को.
Slank has finally fallen. He was hitting some big shots.
होरा ऊपर चली गई. होरा को फिनिश करना रे. 2 बंदे तो बचे हैं. होरा के बंदे को निकालो रे, नहीं तो ज्यादा किल ले जाएंगे. NS के बंदे को भी निकालो. होरा के बंदे को भी फिनिश करो.
Now we're going to see
ये लोग ज्यादा ऊपर चले जाएंगे.
players up. They took the most dominant position in the zone early. And it
76 पर मनिंदर है.
What's even working out for them more is the fact that Godlike's gone.
Okay,
right? Noxian Red Force are hurt. E-Arena is out of here. Or only have 2 players left, so and those are really the only top 5 that matter, right? So, oh man, that's going to be really huge for the side of SUG and IDA. It opens the door. It opens the door for them to make it into the finals, but you still got to walk through it. Team Vitality, meanwhile, are applying that pressure onto Young Galacticos.
Smile भाई रेंगते रेंगते आगे जा रहे रे. नेड उठाएंगे, नेड फेंकेंगे, और ये एक नेड. और ये ग्रेनेड.
few shots over from Tiamba as well, it seems.
इस्माइल भाई थोड़ा आगे जा रहे. इस्माइल भाई रेंगते रेंगते आगे जा रहे हैं भाई. सांप बन के पूरा अच्छे तरीके से, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से आगे रेंगते रेंगते जा रहे हैं. नेड होल्ड किया हुआ है और ये एक फेंक दिया और ये फटा. डैमेज गया, नहीं तो ये 7 करोड़ का नेड होने वाला था रे. ईडा को मरना बोलो भाई. वो लोग क्लाइंब पर करेंगे. देखो टेबल. हाँ वही ना, ईडा के प्लेयर को भी मरना चाहिए यार. नहीं तो वो लोग गोल्ड लाइक का नीचे कर देंगे यार. विटैलिटी वर्सेस YG. और ये एक मुल्ली. क्या मारा, क्या ही मारा भाई, क्या ही मारा, क्या ही मारा. जंप हेडशॉट भाई. मस्त रे, मस्त मस्त मस्त मस्त. विटैलिटी एक नंबर. क्या मारा भाई. वेरी डीप थॉट. हाँ सही समझ भाई. मनिंदर एकदम डीप तक जाता है. भाई शाउट आउट है भाई. एक शाउट आउट संदीप को भी दे दो. बिग शाउट आउट. क्या जंप किया है वही ना. क्या कूदा भाई वो, क्या कूदा.
So they are just making this lobby that much harder here, as that's now Nongshan Red Force eliminated. So
विटैलिटी रिवाइव हो गया रे, पूरा रिवाइव है भाई। ईडा को निकालो भाई, ईडा को मारो रे भाई। विटैलिटी हो रहा, कोई भी भाई इनको खत्म करो रे। S2G मार दे भाई। वुल्फ S2G ईडा पे कुछ मार दो सब लोग।
Yeah, feels like it's been a bit of a sleeper journey for them.
क्या हाल चाल है भाई? हेलो, लेट्स चेक इट। वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? कैसा गया सारा मैचेस आज का? पहला मैचेस अच्छा गया, उसके बाद के दोनों मैचेस नॉट गुड, नॉर्मल गए हैं। ये वाला बेकार गया, बहुत जल्दी मर गई। ये बहुत बढ़िया नॉक फिनिश है, नॉक फिनिश, फिनिश फिनिश फिनिश मारो उसको। ईडा को गायब करो रे, टेबल से हटाओ ईडा को, नहीं तो वो भाई पूरा क्लाइम कर देगी, दिक्कत हो जाएगी टीम के लिए। पूरा नेपाल से ऐसा मत बोलो सुगोई, मेरा फैमिली है नेपाल से। ये होरा को मैं बोलना कि होरा मारो ईडा को। ये सब्जी, ये जैकेट, तुम नेपाली हो? किसी की तो याद आ गई जंप शॉट देखकर। आर्यन ने भी तो मारा था ना, ये पीछे गया।
Like you said, vitality just down to Razak. It won't
S2G ने
S2G bringing the heat over.
721 GS को निकाला रे। कामी का S2G एंड ईडा भाई बहुत अच्छा कर रही रे। विटैलिटी का नॉक दिया, एक बंदा नॉक फिनिश है विटैलिटी का। नहीं, रिवाइव हो जाएगा, रिवाइव हो जाएगा, रिवाइव हो जाएगा विटैलिटी का।
They're getting some points on the board as well. So if you're S2G, now's your time. Are you going to make it happen though? Because Ida is still soaking up points here.
नहीं भाई, मैं भारतीय हूँ, मेरी फैमिली में मौसी नेपाल से है। मौसी मेरे घर के बगल में नेपाल है। ओके ओके।
721 GS taking a lot of damage as well. This is just the clean up.
और ये नेट,
that's all S2G need from it.
क्या ये ईडा को मारो भी?
721 GS though, great day today, right? Yeah. I mean, they were in the bottom three, looking down and out, but they put themselves at least in a running for the survival stage. Actually, they're looking pretty good for the survival stage here. Oleko gonna have to make a play for his team. Does get some.
ये दोनों लीड में चले जा रहे हैं।
But Solke
फिनिश
able
गया
to
भाई
make it
S21
behind that hail bale and take them out.
S21 721 GS S2G ईडा एंड विटैलिटी। विटैलिटी तो गई पूरा। ईडा S2G, क्या मतलब ये चिकन ईडा का फिर से आ रहा है? चिकन किसका है भाई बताओ? सुगोई भाई बोलो बोलो बोलो, क्यों होरा के पीछे पड़े हो? ये होरा को मारना, मरना नहीं मारना है। होरा मारो भाई ईडा को, मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ। होरा गई रे, शिट। S2G वर्सेस ईडा। विटैलिटी के कितने पॉइंट्स हैं? 120 प्लस है।
Huge fight as SUG, he's got the AWF, baby. Let's see some of that late game slider action. But what?
ये मरा क्यों नहीं? ये लगी क्यों नहीं?
We got barbershops here for these players.
तो अच्छे शॉट मारा। गलत सुन रहा था मैं, तो गलत सुन रहा था। नहीं हो रहा क्या?
Ridiculous, that one didn't connect.
Guys, let's go for 35 लाइक नहीं, जल्दी कंप्लीट करवाओ।
Looking to punch a hole.
ये 35 लाइक करवाओ जल्दी।
As it comes down to two teams that are neck and neck towards each other, the rise we've seen from S2G and an Ida that took that chicken dinner previously and have not slowed down.
भाई बताओ किसका चिकन आ रहा है?
Advantage in terms of the battle of attrition,
बताओ।
Jukes. It's a 4 versus 3 on the manpower.
बताओ किसका चिकन है?
About that missed shot, but that was actually a really brutal miss, considering that if he would have hit that, Rita's gone, and there's no way he's getting res. It would have been a 3v2 situation. So, barely missing. That would actually have been a 3v3. Would have evened things up here.
नोरा होती तो समझ भी आता, उसके पीछे
Let's see what kind
पड़ते
of plays you're going to make. Now, you can see Ida just slowly creeping up, pushing their back against the blue zone, and
ये
Now with
क्या
that
क्या
snake
क्या
play coming
लिखते
in
रे तुम
here,
लोग?
one good nade could shut them down. Come on, bust out that AWM again. You got to do it. You got to hit that shot for your team and clutch things up. This is where that kind of play could really come in and make something happen.
Kamikaze.
कीड़ा है इनका बहुत शुद्ध पार्ट और क्या हुआ है?
Look at the reaction time.
नॉक
Jukes.
किया
He
रे दो
steps up,
दो बंदे नॉक
absolutely
है
lays down the law. Spitting bullets.
And last
One by
बंदा
one,
जिंदा
they're
है
being removed
भाई
unless he can save it with the snipe. It's all over. And they're going to
कीड़ा चिकन कीड़ा का चिकन कीड़ा का चिकन चिकन कीड़ा का चिकन उरी तेरी बस भाई वेल प्लेड यार अच्छा खेलीड़ा और लाइक का नीचे कर दिया होगा
Tempered celebration. They're happy, bro. They know. They've been there before, Jukes, and they're
गुड
locking
लाइक
it
को
down.
नीचे कर दिया होगा गुड लाइक टॉप
Beautiful
6 पे आ गया हो
signings,
गया
though. It's the way as well. They actually stole so many Elim points off other teams amidst all that commotion in those fights, right? Anytime there's a third-party angle from distance, we're talking meters. They're hitting shots.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, this is what I was talking about in that last game, right? When you have such an insane clutch play, it exudes confidence.
भाई डबल चिकन आई है बैक टू बैक एडा के बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है टीम अभी तक अच्छा कर रही है
It's meant to be for us to make it, and we saw that circle early on. I was like, hey, that's probably the best.
लाइक ऐसे फर्स्ट मैच अच्छा था उसके बाद दोनों मैच इतने अच्छे नहीं है
And since they looted at Pachinki,
Still 6 from yesterday I think
what a clutch play right here. It's to catch up and be able to make it into the finals, and they're looking like
दो मैच बेकार चले गए यार गुड लाइक के ना
Put it down. Happy with themselves. And a pathway now went from being possibly impossible to now literally a reality, Dukes. They're right there.
Yeah, I mean, but this is what it took. This is what it took, right? This is why we were really casting so much doubt, right? Because it took like 2
Guys, let's go for 30 like rate. Oh, 35.
They just did it, and good for them that they did it in the first half of the day, right? I mean, there's still 3
Let's
more
go
matches
रे जल्दी
left
से
to go.
करवाओ
That's plenty of time to really lock things down, but it's gonna be interesting to see, right? Which team got knocked out of the top 5, right? That is gonna be really wild to see, and unfortunately,
3 मैचेस रह गए
right?
ये दो मैच बहुत बेकार गए रे गुड लाइक के लिए ना
So many different narratives that we're looking at here, and so much more to discuss.
थोड़ा अच्छे जा
Stick with
सकते
us when
हैं
we get back
मैचेस
into it.
क्या कर रहे रे तुम लोग डक्को करो रे सा यार गॉड लाइक शायद क्वालिफाइड नहीं होगा मैं नजर नहीं लगा रहा होगा होगा होगा होगा होगा 1-2 और अच्छे मैचेस हो जाएगा इजी है इतना हार्ड नहीं है उन लोग के लिए ना कि वो क्वालिफाई भी ना कर पाए गुड लाइक सावन की वजह से चिकन नहीं ले रही एक ले लिया अरे पहला मैच चिकन ले लिया उन लोगों ने ना 30 पॉइंट के साथ पहला मैच चिकन आया था उनका उसके बाद अगले मैच में सिर्फ 6 किल आए जल्दी मर गया एंड अभी इस वाले मैच में सिर्फ 2 फिनिशेस आए एंड जल्दी क्लैश हो गई जल्दी मर गई रीजन वैलिड एमएस
Vitality point on the
Team
club championship.
Vitality.
Winning the championship would mean a lot to me because we can give 1,000 points to Team Vitality.
AGL 的俱乐部的排名在不断上升，然后我们也是会有一点压力的，然后我们也是随着压力的变化，我们也改变我们自己的打法。如果 EWC 我们 AGL 拿下总冠军的话，我是非常开心的，因为我们所有的项目在多项开花嘛，大家都是在拿冠军为一个目标奋斗， 然后我们也是非常开心吧。
За хэрвээ одоо Aurora Gaming Sub Championship-д одоо байрцдад ч юм уу төрүүлэх юм бол одоо мэдээж манай багийг тодорхой хэмжээнд төв нэмрээ оруулсан болохоор мэдээж одоо маш бахархалтай байна гэж бодож байна.
अच्छा हिंदी लाइव देखा क्या?
As if there was any question if Ida was gonna show up, Max. They get that back-to-back chicken dinner. If I'm not mistaken, if the math is right, they jumped up to 5th place.
It's not chicken dinner anymore, it's a chicken buffet right now for Ida, having a great time, but especially for a team that was middle of the pack.
कबीर भैया नहीं खाते रे कहीं भी बाहर ही तो गए हैं वैसे वो लोग.
The gap between the teams in the top 5 was quite significant, like 20 plus points. These wins, and especially that not going towards vitality and such, is great because it just enables a possibility for these teams to initiate a comeback. Ida,
कबीर भैया तुम बाहर खाते क्या?
they know it's do or die if they want to go to the finals right away.
बताता भी आंटी को.
Done that massively.
Guys, let's go for 35
That's
likes.
very true. I do enjoy what we're seeing from Ida, the back-to-back. I mean, it's the third back-to-back we've had in the group stage. We've had many coming on through here. Yeah, it's really nice to see, but you know, it is a classic gameplay, a classic strategy that we're seeing from a couple of teams, being one of those, right? Where they are going into the mid-circle, there we go, mid-circle, finding a compound, and then just staying put, being really nice to see that come on through. They wait, and then about phase 5, they start actually moving through and trying to gain a little bit of control as well. So that's really nice to see from Ida, and I want to see it again.
It is nice to see one team that, honestly, a lot of teams get a chance to just push up the leaderboard here, especially for the middle of the pack. Godlike. They ended up being eliminated early on, right? We saw them start off hot at the beginning of the day. It has slowed down a little bit for this squad, especially considering they're currently in that contention for top 5. But it is a big opportunity. Lace, if you
भाई पार्टी SUGOI से लो. ओए मेरे से मतलब मैं कुछ नहीं पता. कबीर भैया बने रे. कबीर भैया से लो.
As I was saying, Lace, it's a big opportunity for some of these other squads to be able to jump up that leaderboard. One of them being none other than 7-1.
Honestly, it's been such a ride.
Very bad, very bad.
That, I mean, they
21 पॉइंट लेके गए रे अभी भी.
Micro adjustments mid-game. Still, though, getting a little caught out. I mean, and this is from the likes of, like, I gotta chuck in S2G there as well, because they're literally
पार्टी दे दो कितना चिक कर रहे हो.
7-2-1 on the north side.
कभी 2 पार्टी देनी चाहिए तुझे तो. वही ना भाई 2 पार्टी देनी चाहिए भाई चंदा.
I guess made like minor adjustments to have that line of sight on them, and I mean they're getting caught out by these massive split holds from these teams. But yeah, I've got to add S2G.
I feel like you've been supporting 7-2-1 a lot today. Yesterday was Vitality. Can you support non-They
don't need to be supported extra.
I'll take extra points for them. I don't care.
Can you just can you just say Hyunbin one time for us, please?
Hyunbin?
Okay, there you go. That's an extra 15 eliminations for Hyunbin.
I have a reverse caster curse, by the way. Did you know that?
That's called a blessing.
Yeah. I call it a reverse caster curse for everyone at home. But yeah, just PayPal me.
We'll hit you up. Especially you, Max. Okay, we might find a good rhythm here, especially if you're able to curse the team, she'll uncurse them, and then you and I, Neptura, will try to curse them again. But for some of the other teams, a big surprise for me has to be Alpha 7. We kind of have to bring them back, right? For Alpha 7, we're expecting a bit of a jump up today of the likes of what 7-1 has been able to do. Some of the other squads like Ida, but it hasn't been the case for Alpha 7.
No, it hasn't. They had a couple of really good spots in this last game. The last couple of games, it really feels like they've fallen back down in terms of momentum. They're not really building on anything. And we are looking now at the overall ranking because yeah, it is Ida. A7's not on the front page, and I think we know why. But Ida, hello.
Ida jumped up all the way to 2nd place. That's what happens when you get a back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, a back-to-back will do that for you. So really good jump up from Ida. Generally a team that I thought would be middle of the pack. I was not expecting to be in here, the top 5, but they just shut us all up right now, and I'm absolutely loving it. The Lace blessing is real apparently right now, though. Looking at this page,
भाई godlike के अगर ये वाला मैच भी बेकार गया ना तो दिक्कत हो जाएगी godlike के लिए ATM.
Excited, but today, this team just fully disappeared, I would say.
Yeah, it's
अगर मैं
weird.
credit card दो रहे
really
अपना
hoping for a lot more coming on through because yeah, they've been so
मंगाता है
nice.
भूख
It's
लग
been
रहा
they've not
यार
been
पर मैं
playing
तो कुछ
passive.
मंगा ही
They've
नहीं
been
सकता
trying to do a lot of things. They've been trying to control
Shit,
a lot of
man.
area, and it's just not really coming through. I don't know if that's because teams are, you know, pushing that aggression a little bit more and they're getting caught out, or if it's more of just faltering in mentality.
Looking at this one, I'm sorry, I have to go down at this point. Tiamba, what is going on? They're so passive. This does not look like the Tiamba we saw play so well back in the Macau Invitational. They look like just a shadow of their past selves. So Tiamba at
the
this
whole
point,
region, honestly, the whole Chinese region looks like that because they have not been performing well at all.
All gamers had like some good moments, but Tiamba, I would say, is the
Next
team that
one
was
good, like,
expecting a lot of aggression.
Nikal,
And
motivation
I'm sorry to
down.
say, I've been disappointed, especially by QZZ. He's not even taking any fights. They're so passive. There's still time to exit the bottom three, but top
भाई
five for
next
Tiamba,
match
not
गोल्डन को
happening.
निकालना पड़ेगा नहीं तो भाई दिक्कत हो
To
जाएगी भाई
surprise you guys in the
बहुत
past, so I'm gonna surprise. No, keep looking forward, sir. You're in class right now.
Okay.
Because I have a surprise for y'all that you get a chance to open up. Here you go, Max. Hold this for
Oh,
me.
gift. He's been so nice.
We're gonna be opening them up. You guys are
भाई ये
gonna
मेरे
get
को
some
बहुत
of
बड़ा
these. I
वो
get to keep
लगता
the
है
rest, so
जो
I'm not gonna
हरी
try
सी
to open
बुशेट में
one.
पहना ना
Please, do me a favor.
थोड़ा
Open them
चोमू
up
सा
and see
लगता
which
है
one you guys
बहुत
are
ओवर
gonna be
एक्टिंग
getting.
कर रहा
If
है
you
ये
get the
लोग
one, that'd be sick.
It rips. Wait.
Oh my god, it's okay. You're not gonna keep the box.
ASMR.
You're gonna keep what's inside. Oh, and there's also inside a package, so you're gonna have to do 2 unboxings for me.
Oh, I got a card. What do I have?
What do you think you're gonna be getting? No, don't look at the card right now. Just open the thing.
Okay, don't look at the card. I'm gonna be getting the blue one, the blue and the white.
Blue and the white.
I'm gonna get the blue one.
Oh, you did. That's actually pretty sick. Okay, Lace, what are you gonna get?
Okay, ready? Are you ready?
Oh, squishy.
Yellow. I got a classic, mommy.
पॉइंट्स मिलेंगे तो
I win.
जोश आएगा we need brutal sprinting game back to back कीड़ा dinners वही ना back to back and top 2 jump कर गई direct and the goat like को कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा बड़ा
Oh, Looty. Dude, we're halfway through. Day 2 of Group B. It's crazy. We've got some teams in the bubble as well. TT Project, Dopeness, Tianba.
Yeah, I would love to step in one of these teams.
Step in? Look, dude, I don't know if you're good enough at this game.
Oh no, I'm not speaking about playing. I'm so bad. I'm speaking like a motivational speech, you know, like a coach.
Yeah, a motivation. Okay, that could work. Yeah.
How do you do?
Oh, how would I do it? I don't know. I would say something like, guys, we're in the bubble. We have to do something. But, you know, trust each other. We have to play our own game. Trust the IGL.
Oh, that's nice. That's calm. That's cool.
Yeah, man. I feel like I shouldn't ask this, but how would you do it?
I will do it the French way, like something like. Bon, maintenant les gars, on va arrêter de faire de la merde. Hein. On va continuer à jouer plus correctement. On va faire attention à la zone. On va faire des kills et on va arrêter de se chier dessus.
Dude, you terrified the kids. What did you just say?
I just say something like, we're a big family. We got this, and let's win together.
I don't think I believe you.
Back to caster, guy. Game
What
4
did you
now.
say?
I said back to caster.
What did you say?
Game 4. It's now.
Hey, you know what? I don't think I believe him either. I don't think that's quite what he said, but my French is not quite good enough. We'll have to tune in with Max to see if that was real. We will have to tune in with Max. Unfortunately, he's laid dead out on the table at the moment, completely slammed out by a chicken leg from Evil 7, apparently. But we are getting in towards our 4th game of the day so far. Ida on a back-to-back, which was kind of amazing to watch, and is making it quite difficult for some teams at the top. We thought it was kind of a secured top 5. Ida, however, battling their way in with fair ease on day 2. It seems like they found something, figured something out.
Gold like का तो back to back chicken निकालने हैं.
Moving into today, so they set it back over on the desk before they were knocked unconscious. They are now in 2nd place, which is a huge jump up coming through from Ida. A Turkish team potentially going to represent in a direct qualification spot in towards those finals would be great. But now we have our final Erangel of the group stages. For Group B, this is their last chance to take a turn around the grassy pastures. Some nice even points available here on Erangel as well. Teams want to make it happen. Unfortunately, today has been pretty rough in terms of play math. A lot of ones down towards the south side of the map, making it a little bit more comfortable. We are going to get another.
Drop fight avoid करना चाहिए. ये लोग वापस से drop fight लेंगे देख लेना. और बोल लेंगे natural game खेल रहे हैं अपन अपना.
It is playable over towards the eastern side. Places like Yasnaya, Lipovka, Milta, Mini Milta head down towards Milta itself. There's some splits available towards that western edge. But yeah, good luck getting over towards the likes of North George, Southern.
ज़्यादा gap नहीं है रे, ज़्यादा gap नहीं है रे. S2G भी आ रही है ranking में, ठीक है?
But you're contesting the teams in Yaz for those vehicle drops and things like that, so it can get very, very dicey. Stout Kameshki, maybe a little bit more accessible. Yeah, okay. We'll take a look at who's going to drop out. Actually, kind of only Tiamba heading up towards that north side. So potential for them to get to somewhere like Severny quite quickly on this plane path, but it's the teams that are still in the plane after it starts across the channel between these two.
And last में survival नहीं कर पाएंगे. वही ना. Crazy भाई सही बोला, but situation वैसी बन नहीं तब शायद.
Top 5 as well, so they're looking to claw their way back in. Now they've had troubles on this type of
shelter उतरे रहे लोग.
They said they fixed it, and I would say they absolutely have today. I think they're
dropping
shelter
उतरे shelter.
Cohesively going forward, which is making things.
भाई zone यहाँ का नहीं बनना चाहिए, ये वाला zone नहीं चाहिए मेरे को ना. ये वाला जो zone है ना, ये military वाला, ये zone नहीं चाहिए.
Over on Rondo.
ये बन गया.
That's an unfortunate.
मेरे को लग रहा था बैंड ये जा रहा है zone.
North George. Hey, you know what? That North George circle does allow teams to invest more time getting out to the drop spots in that location, right? So it's maybe, I don't, blessing in disguise is quite a strong way of putting it, but I feel like it's an opportunity to go out to those locations, whereas circles anywhere else would have meant that you're still going to stay cramped on in. So
आइजल के हाथ में होता है भाई पूरा, वही ना आइजल के हाथ में पूरा होता है रे. क्या उतरना है, क्या करना है, ये तो पूरा आइजल का है रे.
From Pachinki on the north edge, looking to extend their influence towards Ruins.
It is interesting, 2 minutes into the game, we are already getting long drops coming through. Pretty wild. Schweppes will finish on that one, but still, 2 players going down isn't ideal. Went for the old graveyard walk on that one. Pop the players in the vehicle, get a move on. I suppose they're worried about retribution for that one coming through, so instead of committing the time to res inside the garage, you want to get onto a higher ground position and get away. TT
Let's go, अच्छा लोग ये तेरे TT ने.
Fantastic stuff. If you guys want to be looking clean as well,
अगर TT के बंदे इधर होंगे तो
very, very good way to do that. That is with Naruto skins that have been added to the game. Make sure that you're logging in, grabbing those skins, getting those unlocked, because the Ninetales Fury AUG looks mighty fine. I don't think there's one in the back of that van though, either. Unfortunately, you're going to have to get in game and go for those.
Okay, so these players already got it. Slonic takes a tumble. Sadly, this is over towards the western side of the map. I imagine he's probably hit over towards the top of a building and then fallen down, but Wolves were able to get over towards this position fairly quickly. If you cast your mind way back to yesterday, Wolves actually sent necessary very quickly over towards the Finn over towards the northwest side here of Georgia Ball. Aura ended up winning versus Vitality. This is a pretty...
यार मान्य aggressive आइजल है मान लिया, ठीक है, but
the whole team's here.
अभी जो है ना,
it's a big benefit.
अभी little passive खेलना पड़ेगा यार, थोड़ा सा save, थोड़ा सा, and then फिर finishes निकालने चाहिए.
They did manage to get their reses coming on through, but instead of taking too much time to grab that healing, they have opted to move northward towards South George, the compounds to the west of Everest Hospital as well. Back together there. A nice little pickup for the Wolves and taking a player down from Hustler Crew, playing on as 3. In that South George, have a little bit more latitude now, and they didn't even lose a player fully. Their knock that was sent their way does get repaired.
NS को देखो भाई 4 zone तक पैसे भी खेलेगी, वही ना.
Over the next few days, over the next day, right? They have 36 points total.
NS avoid करती है, starting की सारी fight को avoid करती है.
Get themselves through towards the next stage of the tournament, but getting into the top 5 very, very difficult.
Wolves versus E Arena होने वाला है.
Looking at 80 points. It would have to be the most unreal next 3 games. We start to count teams out right now. For 7-2-1 GS, I don't think I've seen enough out of this team. I genuinely think we are locking this down between S2G and Godlike, making it in. That feels more reasonable to me.
मेरे को लग रहा है दोबारा S2G versus Godlike होगा. एंड अगर फिर से गॉड लाइक यहाँ पे S2G से हारती है, 2 बार तो मर चुकी है। देखते हैं यहाँ इस टाइम क्या करेंगे लोग। यार विटेलिटी फाइट अवॉइड करती है, अगर लॉन्ग फाइट है तो ले लेगी, क्लोज फाइट अवॉइड करती है, देन फिर मूव कर जाती है वहां से, होल्ड करके बैठी रहेगी विटेलिटी, घुसने नहीं देती अपने पे। ये देखो ईड़ा को देखो भाई, ईड़ा को देखो बहुत जल्दी आ गई।
In their overall gameplay, I think it was a match or two ago that they were able to pass that. So I feel like if you're going to take a team out, it kind of has to be E-Arena, and I probably would replace them with Godlike in this scenario. I feel like S2G today
भाई ईड़ा का mindset बिल्कुल correct है
across the 2 days in a way that has impressed me. Well, Godlike's just been more consistent overall, right, in terms of the adaptations.
भाई विटेलिटी 50+ पॉइंट लीड लेके बैठा है भाई, ये अलग ही लेवल की टीम है। वही ना भाई, उनके 2 मैचेस 0 पॉइंट पे भी अगर मर जाते हैं ना, उनको तब भी घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई, वो बहुत सही पॉइंट लेके बैठी है टीम।
And it is sad to see because they were on fire that game in Stadium. Yeah, I do think Godlike probably does deserve the spot.
ये Godlike भी इधर ही आ गई रे, जॉर्जो पुल आ गई।
Unless E-Arena is able to pull some stuff out in the near future, they do have a very central position on this next circle. So potentially this is the map to do it. The difficulty though at the moment is that E-Arena, as we saw earlier, did not get a lot of loot on board early. They moved in towards South George at sort of quite raggedy loot. Hopefully they've been able to pick through some of these buildings. From the teams around them. We saw Wolves in there fairly early on. We saw Hustler Crew in there fairly early on. So in South George, I feel like they've had enough time now probably to be able to pick through those buildings and grab it, add it to the coffers. But there is always going to be that question, are they going to be under-looted for this scenario? Still plenty of loot around that area to grab though, right? They're down towards apartments, there's fair few buildings to pilfer there. I think a lot of teams realized that they're already ahead. I was surprised that Wolves didn't make a run further in, but maybe they also expected to get here quicker than they did.
टाइम बा भी है रे, पीछे साइड में टाइम बाता, साइड में बिल्कुल
a little bit sooner down towards
पास में देखो, रोटेट कर गया, टाइम बा मूव कर गया, बहुत जल्दी मूव किया है।
Underneath Yasnaya, over towards North George. I think it's a good spot. This could equally head over towards the north side of the map very easily off the back of this one. Alpha 7. Back to their...
भाई इस मैच में टीम के किल प्लस चिकन बनता है यार, चाहिए चिकन तो चाहिए इस मैच में ना। 15-20 पॉइंट आने चाहिए इस मैच में टीम के पास।
That same prowess we saw in the first 3 games.
15-20 पॉइंट आने हैं तभी मजा आएगा, नहीं तो यार NS और E-Arena नहीं निकलने देगी रे ऊपर। तीनों चारों टीम सेम पॉइंट पे है। ठीक है, 5, 6, 7 देख, बहुत अच्छा जोन है यार, बहुत अच्छा जोन है।
Is beautiful for Alpha 7 up in North George. They were right at the edge of the pack. They're thinking, oh, maybe we can scamper across this bridge, but no, they can hold strong now. Yeah, like I said,
Godlike A7, ठीक है, SUGI इधर है, बिल्कुल सामने है टाइनबा वर्सेस Godlike। पावर किधर है? पावर अपोजिट है रे, पावर सामने इनके टाइनबा के।
Very quickly, the huge amount of water still involved. Can't really see it because of all the players littering over towards Everest. But this is lilting.
इस पावर के ऊपर हो रहा है।
Does seem to be. I mean, about 50% of the circle is on
पावर थोड़ा ज्यादा अलग फंस जाएगा, सोलो अकेला फंस जाएगा पावर, दिक्कत हो जाएगी अगर पावर यहाँ पे अटक गया तो।
Around those bridge crossings, I think it was Dopeness trying to go across. Some conflict between 721 and Wolves. Wolves have swung all the way out east side, despite being in South George so much earlier on. Losing Patton, but they are across now, and one of the few teams to make it through.
4.44 super chat. If Godlike qualify करे तो 10 लोग को food donation.
I mean, Wolves actually getting through here with 3 players, pretty miraculous, honestly. You're passing through Box Compound as well as Watchtower. That's a lot of capability taking your entire team down. I think a lot more teams are going to struggle to make that crossing and probably will take more casualties than just that. Now, E-Arena, are they going to go for the bridge? That's the question, John. I think it is a pretty big question. At the moment, it feels like they're trying to hold the bridge to stop teams from the south moving on through, but that is then a trade-off in terms of the time you could maybe spend navigating that bridge yourself or trying to open up an option on that northern side. Being trapped on the bridge, though, is the worst-case scenario. You do not want to be locked in there. A team comes in behind you. You find that it's impossible to move through on the northern side. There's always the water rotate as well as an option, if it comes to it.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they've got two teams breathing down their necks in Nongshim as well as Vitality. Two very scary teams, I would say, to go up against here for E-Arena, and they're trying to hold both of them out right now. I think that you can have a good idea that these teams are coming from the south side. So again, E-Arena, like you say, trying to cut out as much of this southern portion of the map as possible for themselves, but a difficult task, a very, very difficult task.
Ooh, Etch crashing onto the northern throws of TT Project, and that leaves TT Project on one player alive. 30 points, remember, on the cards for TT Project, which means they are very much in danger of dropping into the danger zone of 14th to 16th at the moment. And with only one player, they are looking pretty shaky. The only is that there is another team behind them who have also lost quite a few players. Dopeness playing on us too, but they are much safer.
के पास बहुत अच्छा सर्कल आ गया, अभी भी आ गया.
It's really unenjoyable. There is a world where this
E-Arena पे भी जोन है and Godlike पे भी जोन है. अगर ये वाला जोन इधर कटा, तो ये वाली टीम जितनी है ना, इनका फायदा है. And अगर अगला जोन इधर कटा, तो ये दिक्कत हो जाएगी फिर तो. Bridge cross करने में.
Looking for refuge in North George right now. Everyone trying to kick their feet up, but many noisy
Hello
neighbors.
Kriti, welcome to the stream. Ajay, आप करोगे?
Vitality, as you said, Nongshim as well.
या सुगोई करेगा, या सुगोई को दोगे. ऐं क्या मतलब मेरे को क्या दोगे?
Took a knock over towards Joker, but that is isolated and nobody from Nongshim stands.
Vitality का बंदा knock हो सकता था NS से. NS के 3 बंदे knock हैं. Last बंदा survival है. Vitality का एक बहुत अच्छा, बहुत
Kahuna going there, and now is under a huge amount of threat. Nongshim Red Force get obliterated.
I mean, for Nongshim, down to XZY, and then shortly after exiting the lobby, 80 points here opens up things for Godlike
7.77. Ajay bhai, मेरी side से 10 लोग को वो donation #Godlike.
And that is the benefit of being
अरे GG और bot.
for E-Arena.
Thank you so much Ajay bhai for gifting 3 super chats, 100, 44.44 and 77.477.
Struggled to do it in the past.
मैं करूँगा इन सुगोई को भी दूँगा. Jarwad.
It's a very tricky team to hold out as well. The Ray duo coming in, looking to beam them down whenever they can. It is a nasty opponent to come into contact with. We were reminded by some of the people behind the scenes that Schweppes is technically the only player here.
Godlike को 5 point 6 kill चाहिए, 6 kill.
There is an opportunity on the cards for
5 आने के लिए क्योंकि NS गई. And अगर उसके पास एक अच्छा चांस है कि वो हो रहा, and ईडा को भी रोक सकती है.
Bring that power to 2026.
अब मैटर करता है थोड़ा रुक के और किल निकाल के खेलना क्योंकि जोन 7 है आई थिंक. अगर जोन 7 देगा तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई लिटरली. ये 10 लोग इस टीम को देख रहे हैं. लेट्स गो फॉर 35 लाइक गाइस, 35 लाइक. ओ भाई जीजी यार अजय. यस अजय भाई ओपी कर दो रे चैट.
S2G finally breaking in.
ये वाला प्लेन मांगता है मेरे को.
Our observers do find the map eventually. This is nice. This is going to transition into a full map shot. There we go. Beautiful. I could see it in their minds. They set that up.
Yeah.
It actually did. This is a bridge circle. So what do you do here? I mean, E-Arena don't need to move right now. Sure, you might want to get central, but you can get onto the bridge later. You can just sit there and ruin the day for, well, actually, to be fair, very difficult to ruin Vitality's day right now. They're chilling. But for Ida, this is nasty. Thanks, boys. Appreciate it. John, this is not just a bridge circle.
OP again. Yes,
like
this
is an insane circle that teams are going to hate. We're going to be playing underneath the bridge for a long, long time. E-Arena's position became all the more important towards the south side.
Vitality, and
this is
EDA.
getting treacherous. Like, where does it go next? He's going to have the
E-Arena versus EDA भी हो सकता है and Vitality versus E-Arena भी हो सकता है. ये चाइनबा ने मान्या का नॉक करा and finish कर दिया.
All of our squads, Godlike loses one. Vitality looking to move in. Beautiful bouncer.
Vitality
Up the staircase, nades now from Vitality, looking to keep the pressure up for E-Arena. They've already taken a knock in this location before. EDA want to get stuck in. A third party here could be big.
ये knock मिला. EDA ने finish निकालने की कोशिश करी.
But Razak is in the
Molly आया.
looks to pop that smoke, keep them in a bit of cover there. The res comes through, Schweppes, oh no, has to move for the Molotov, and the burn is able to take down Joker.
माँ का भरोसा आग और पटक. Vitality बहुत बढ़िया 2 मिनट.
Will be sealing the deal. Schweppes falls in the arena. Now on 2 players. The nades so far from Vitality have been just disgusting. Like, that's actually criminal. The airburst on the top side, you do not see players hit those very often with such pinpoint precision. Can you imagine the Raze? He's providing a lot of that information back towards his team.
Vitality हो रहा.
Water. He's watching from the hilltop that he's sitting over towards that western side. Really, really incredible stuff.
ये Vitality निकाल लेगी रे, बहुत आराम से निकाल लेगी Vitality ना. बहुत easy निकाल लेगी fight.
Vitality. I imagine that there are going to be plenty of people putting on their swimming goggles for this final circle, Blank. A lot of remnants. The saving grace of this circle, if there is one, is the fact that the majority of the buildings in North George are still in. It's going to mean that the next circle is particularly brutal, but there is a lot of area to contain all of these players, whereas in an open zone, that might not be the case. Being pushed in from that northwest side, S2G looking to follow in behind on that northwest edge as everybody's
मान्या ले लेगा रे. Godlike के पास एक बंदा है ठीक सामने ना. DNE and TT बदरी फंसी हुई है Godlike के पास.
Opportunity here for Alpha 7 to try and solidify that position on the middle side of the tables. I think they realize they're not going to hit that.
SUG इधर पानी में आ गई. ये 7 पे पुश करने के लिए. इधर से ETSH को भी कैसे मिल सकते हैं SUG को.
All the ones to go out now. See.
अब Godlike को किल निकालनी चाहिए. अब अच्छे तरीके से किल निकालनी चाहिए कि अब माँ का भरोसा आप कर दो भाई. अब लॉबी की लंका लगा दो. पूरी लॉबी को एक तरफा मारते हुए चलो.
Alpha 7, Godlike, both have been here.
Back front सब मारो भाई.
In North George. Now the neighbors are noisy.
Ajay भाई with again.
Make sure to keep them under control.
ये super.
A little sense of decorum in the zone. Tiamba protecting their patch, and there we go. But it's like still so much water in this one, Blank. That whole stretch of bridge and the south side fight between Vitality and EDA is gonna need to pop off, and that is how you want to start it. Vitality open with a knock over to Rita. Their forward position, that's gonna draw the backlines from EDA forwards because they don't have a lot of time either before this zone starts closing. Less than 30 seconds to get him back up, to get in a position.
Almost 150.
Yeah, Raze is just a good spot here.
हाँ है ना.
Massively slow down EDA, like you say.
250 super chats.
Position to be in going forward.
250 हो गए ना लगभग.
The Vitality, how do they want to make this
254 point something.
really in a position to hold
254 point something हो गए है ना.
A lot of teams
and ये फिर से 44.
Trying not to expose themselves, but Vitality still have to make their way in. Where do they crash onto? Are they going to send it first?
Something.
Looks like they're setting up the smoke train.
Almost 300, right?
Single player making it, but
thank you so much for 300 यार. GG और Thank you. Vitality आ गई रे ब्रिज पे आ गई. ये जोन कट गया रे. उस साइड का है जोन. ब्रिज पे ब्रिज आधा ब्रिज है जोन में ना. ईडा आएगी अभी तो ईडा को तो निकलना पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाएगा. ओपी अजय, थैंक यू सो मच अजय भाई. लव यू.
Holding that south edge.
It means a lot, Ray. Thank you so much, Ajay bhai. Thank you so much.
A future instance, and EDA, they're just going to have to go into the water and try and swim it.
ये like करो रे. OP spam करो. ये पानी में कूद गए.
He probably sees this, but can't quite make the angles happen.
E-Arena का बंदा
to avoid the shots coming through from the northern side, from the buildings, from the windows, in apartments. Benny K dropping down from E-Arena, trying to get some shots himself, providing that information back towards the rest of the team. See Hustler Crew here, also local, trying to work his way in. Final player there from TT Project did go down 30 points as well. So TT Project in the danger zone. Dopeness tied up with Tiamba, who found 3 elims this match. On that east side, Tiamba actually have a pretty good spot on it. Mormon and Tony K.
Yeah, 3 something ho gaya na.
Steps up onto the cliffs. He's not out of the zone just yet. Has a little bit more time to play with it. Stage 5, he's full HP, he's got some stims going as well. He can hold here for quite a while and make Ida's life really tricky. Rita goes down. Emre next up on the chopping block. There's the spray and there's the connect. E-Arena doing bits to stay up in the top 5 and take down one of their closest competitors in the
44. Plus 44, plus 44, plus 77, plus 33, plus 33.
Kind of like eke against this as well.
Very bhandy.
Very short amount of time that you can see.
कितने हो गया है?
Just try and
419.
your screen and get the shot off.
Almost 420.
See here, S2G also are looking this way.
Almost 420. Ajay bhai, Jordan,
Will Vitality get thrown
एक नंबर, मजा आ गया
भाई. We head out towards the bridge.
Thank you so much Ajay bhai for
most unbelievable groups of all
420
time.
super chat.
Vitality with
ये
double
पानी में
They're down into the water here.
भाई विटलिटी ने दोनों गाड़ी पानी में डाल दी, हील वहीं पे करेगी, ठीक है?
Drawing fire from teams like S2G across the way. See if that's going to pay out for them.
Power के सामने टाइम
everything on the south edge. In the meantime,
इधर YG है.
Trying to hold as much ground as they can. Tiamba behind them. Yangon Galacticos with a little
Limit खत्म है उसका.
one of the puzzle pieces. And the remnants.
But फिर भी रे, अरे अजय भाई ओपी.
Now everyone trying to make their.
अजय भाई Jordan वो.
Aura still decent spot. Vitality tried to use the vehicles to get good information.
ले लूँगा जल्दी. ओह क्या मतलब? जब अजय भाई रेड वाली सुपर चैट करेंगे डेली.
To the coastline, Razak's going to take a quick breather.
ये देखो S2G उधर है. ये क्या मार रहा भाई? चलो किया. भाई विटेल सारे बंदे पानी के अंदर है, ठीक है? सारे बंदे. अब यहाँ पे ये अगर ग्राफिक्स चेंज कर ले फिर तो दिख जाएगा ना इनको. Somya versus YG. Like versus YG. ये मोली आ गई.
Does manage to burn them back, but doesn't quite tag too much damage. Takes a knee to his feet, but does stay alive. Stays standing, can start to heal.
सुपर चैट प्रमोशन आ गया तो करूँगा जल्दी. ओह वो तो आने वाला होगा, प्रमोशन तो जल्दी आने वाला होगा.
Vitality taking a lot of hefty damage here.
अभी तो अजय भाई बोले थे 100 सुपर वो मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट करने का. मैं तो उसी का वेट कर रहा हूँ.
Currently set to go through to the next stage. But not with glory, not straight to the finals. They'll have to play another stage here prior.
ये देखो गॉड लाइक के सामने एक सोलो बंदा है डीएनए का, ठीक है? इनके पास जो फाइट चल रही है वो वाईजी की चल रही है. एंड अभी टाइम भी उधर ही साइड थी, थोड़ी देर पहले तो थी, अभी का पता नहीं.
Everybody else from the south
Seven
side
kill निकाल लिए.
down the cliff or in the water right now. So in terms of danger to Alpha 7, that
है
northern
ना?
edge is much more important.
अजय भाई बोले थे ना.
You do still need to be worried about teams trying to sneak their way up. Like
यार गॉड लाइक को सिर्फ अभी एक ही किल मिला यार.
And maybe get a cheeky little shot, make a little opening, and try and force their way into the fight in a
तो आने चाहिए रे किल, अब तो निकालो रे भाई भेंडी, कुछ तो करो. काट दो रे लोबी की, लड़का लगा दो.
They are mightily
E-Arena and Vitality and Kida सब लोग आपस में बात कर रहे रे.
Maintain that pillar position, maybe find a shot, maybe find it. Tony K, maybe no, can't quite get up high enough. As Federalis, he's on top of Mormon, he's just about getting the DPS up, but it's not happening. Just holding him under though, trying to stop him from getting the breathe off, making it difficult. Federalis dipping back down again.
कुछ तो चल रहा है भाई, कुछ तो हो रहा है.
And Ida, this is a tough experience to be in. See right now S2G trying to see if they can get themselves further up, to peek over towards where Alpha 7's currently playing, but they are having a struggle bus of it. It looks like it's still happening as well. The circle shifts out west, Blank. It keeps Alpha 7 in, but that eastern cabal of players, Godlike, Yangon Galacticos, the duo, Tiamba as well, that's all going to have to force west now. And I think it's going to get messy. For Godlike,
welcome back,
I feel like it may
Tanishka.
be the best opportunity for them to just go as far forward as they can, as fast as possible, to try and escape the pressure that may find its way further east. But Yangon Galacticos want to try and get ahead of it too. They are just immediately sending straight on in. You may as well.
टाइम बा जोन से निकल गई रे टाइम बा पे जोन नहीं
This is
रहा
sort of undecided though, because you've got the western apartments and the eastern apartments on this one. It is marred by this massive road that goes in between. Crossing that's going to be a bit difficult. We are on that coin toss type of a circle now as well, where teams on that northern side likely will have to move. Question is how well can Alpha 7 hold them out, because there's a lot of teams moving in tandem. Setting up the smokes now to try and get across towards where Godlike are currently playing as a 3-man. I like this though from them. They're going to try and take the fight closer to Tiamba.
Wolf ने अपनी टीम को कहा वो क्या रे?
Elementrix gets mollied by a teammate off in the distance as they combat with horror. And
Again 44.44 super chat. अजय भाई का टोटल हो चुका है 464 रुपए 465 जीजी और बॉट मान्य ये बहुत बढ़िया नॉक दिया पावर का नॉक है लो है नेड आया पावर पे नॉक दिया पीछे से आ गया तो मैं टाइम का गई पावर नहीं पावर हो गया YG ने फिनिश निकाल लिया बाकी पावर बहुत बढ़िया खेला रे 5 finishes आ गए
It meant that now Godlike has only 2 players to play with, but with 5 elims, they've still got a little chance to get across here.
GG और bot अजय भाई GG और bot guys 500
against the wolves on the north side.
Power in
are going to have to move as well, Blank.
बहुत मजा आया क्या निकाला है एडमिन सौम्या बचे हुए हैं Godlike के एडमिन सौम्या है बाकी उनके सामने YG के 2 बच्चे विटैलिटी का लास्ट बचा हुआ है एंड टीएन लास्ट ईड़ा का लास्ट नॉक विटैलिटी
Edge as well as Wolves know they need to get rid of one another first before they make that cross.
XC का एक अकेला है इधर Wolf versus
slowly shimmer their way down the coast.
चल रहा है विटैलिटी का नॉक दिया दोबारा से 7 Wolf को भी नॉक दिया ETSH ने ETSH versus Wolf उधर साइड में हो रहा भी है कुछ तो खतरनाक हो रहा रे कुछ तो खतरनाक हो रहा
With only 2 players though, it's being made difficult. Another bounce on the nade there for Elementrix, just causing them to worry. On the north side, Horror still yet to leave their building. Another knock sent their way. A nade from Sleepy, and they are going to get.
क्या चल रहा है क्या पजल
from Edge.
ये हर तरफ
into the fight, back into the blue.
Out of zone, सब जगह फाइट चल रहा
है. Vitality out still
Vitality का लास्ट एक बंदा बचा हुआ है और वो जोन से जाएगा मेरे को लगता है एंड गई रे Vitality आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट गई Vitality ये रीना के 2 प्लेयर हैं इन दोनों लोग हुए हुए हैं
for Alpha 7 going forward. Aura somehow still alive here up against Edge on that northern edge, but for how long I don't know. Shots off with this 12k. Get themselves further into this game.
Hoppy Ajay, yes bhai, hoppy kar do. Ajay bhai, hoppy in the chat. 500 plus super chat ring. Soumya ne ho raha ji.
The north side decimated. No fear, the last to stand for it. And across
Good
the
night, top 5 में फिर से वापस
that one work. Mormon goes down. Vitality were eliminated. Everybody from the water now not finding their way through. Oh, hang on a minute. Ida. Okay.
ये ईडा ऊपर आ गई रे.
All the way across now, and actually up
ईडा versus S2G.
of doing something here. He's going to be
ईडा versus S2G. एडमिना नॉक हुआ.
There's one for the back lines. And Ida go down.
एडमिना फिनिश दिया YG ने. सौम्या वर्सेस भाईजी चल रहा.
Revo will catch him as he tries to move away from the roaming nade sent up by E-Arena. And S2G, they need to bolster their ranks. So we have
सौम्या के पास बड़ी फाइट है.
and it all closes here now.
सौम्या का
A lot to play for. Salme, the last player now to stand for Godlike with Yangon Galacticos inside the building.
गया.
Go, Yangon Galacticos will fall out.
सौम्या बहुत बढ़िया रे. सौम्या जीजी ने.
Is going to be left to his own devices.
ये क्या खेल रही है? बहुत बढ़िया.
Is going to the middle of
सौम्या का
the
नहीं.
There is no cover.
A7 है सौम्या के सामने.
All you've got is the barrel to back you up. And all roads lead back to Alpha.
Godlike का सोलो है. इस टाइम का चिकन आ सकता है. इधर नहीं कुछ तो कर रही है. S2G कुछ तो कर रही है. सौम्या भी कुछ तो कर रहा है. नेड पर है. सौम्या नेड पर है. सौम्या नेड पर है. एकदम.
And he's going down, and there is nothing he can do about it. Alpha 7 though, find the chicken dinner. They find what they were looking for. They move in with a pretty hefty scoreline too. Really good stuff here coming through from Alpha 7. Happy to see it from this squad. Back to basics. Here is the squad.
बहुत बढ़िया. बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़िया. Let's go.
Position going forward. And Revo giving the thumbs up. Honestly, good stuff from them.
एंटी सौम्या. वही ना. वो ना इधर से चौक कर तो दूसरा बंदा भी मर ही जाता. बट वो जोन से चला ही जाता. क्योंकि जोन को साथ फाइट लेते हैं. Well, बहुत बढ़िया.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. A heroic effort for Eden to be able to make it in that late in the game blank as well. For E-Arena, who's leading the game from that south side.
दो रहता. जी जोन नहीं है ना. हाँ जोन नहीं था. इसी वजह से नहीं तो निकाल लेता. फाइट निकाल लेता. भाई लिटरली भाई मजा आ गया.
For any squad at PMWC. But for Alpha 7, great game. Really good game. Revo was on point this map. In a big way. I think he was finding a lot of shots.
भाई MG थी उस पे. वही ना कहाँ. कोई भाई जब टॉक्सिक आएगी तो थिएटर में जाकर लाइव जाना. सबका पैसा जाएगा. और मेरे को कॉपीराइट आएगा. उसका क्या.
In their buildings, keeping control of the ground.
बस करो रे.
Really nice stuff. No one really could contest them there. It was pretty unfortunate. On that north side of the road, it just was not possible to make it across. So for Horror to be able to be the last.
ये पागल हो गए क्या ये लोग. ये अरे भाई हो गया. भाई मैंने
Yeah, well, for Horror.
भी भेंडी मेरे पे नहीं है रे. चैनल उड़ाने का प्लान थोड़ा कैजल है. ये मेले में थोड़ी गए अपन लोग. ये जो भोंपू सा बजा रखा है. सर में दर्द कर रही. भाई इसका बंद नहीं हो रहा. भाई वाह. ये मजा नहीं आएगा रे. जो मजा थिएटर में देखने का आता वो मजा वीडियो फोन में देखने का नहीं आता. A7 का मैनेजमेंट फनी एंड हम्बल है बहुत. वही ना रे. पोंग जब से यही बजा रखा है इन लोगों ने. ऐसे ही चल रहा. ऐसा थोड़ी होता. ऐसा रे भाई. बट अच्छा खेले रे.
Good call from him where he understands that this is a difficult circle.
ये इनका बंद नहीं हो रहा भाई. ये इनका अभी तक बंद नहीं हो रहा.
Boys, I am just going to push out here. I'm going to play the off angle that they'll never expect, and Tiamba absolutely did not. And for that, as powers.
अरे हो गया. बंद करो भाई. हो गया. हाँ ठीक है समझ गए.
Then to get very far into the game. So although he goes down.
भाई मैं बता रहा हूँ अगर ये गलती से जीत गए ना A7 भाई ये घर तक ये भोंपू बजाते हो जाएंगे प्लेन में भी. देख लेना तुम.
Max Power didn't know that angle was there. He absolutely did. Like, that's why I called
ये
it.
कावड़
It
यात्रा वाले हैं।
was very big self-sacrifice.
अरे नहीं, ये वो है जो वो मेले में गए, मेले में 10 रुपए में वो मिलता है भोंपूसा, और वो फिर 4-5 लड़कों का झुंड छपरी वाला, और भाई वो बजाते हुए सड़क पे परेशान करते हुए चलते हैं भौं भौं, या बाइक पे बैठ के बजाते हैं, ये वो वाले हैं भाई।
Just calming down just a second. We've got some interviews. We've got Dark in here from EDA to talk about their back-to-back wins so far. And that is actually my question about it. Back-to-back wins. Darkin looking amazing in the clutch versus E Arena. After what happened yesterday,
ये अच्छे पॉइंट लेके गए होंगे रे इस मैच में लोग, अपने लोग 15+ पॉइंट आए होंगे रे, है ना? 15+ पॉइंट होंगे।
Bunun için öncelikle tebrik ediyoruz. İyi Arena'ya karşı çok büyük bir clutch kazandın.
15+ पॉइंट तो आए होंगे ना? ये सुनने, ये कह रहा भाई हो गया, बंद करो, सुनने दो, बंद करो, हो गया।
Teşekkürler.
Actually, we didn't change anything. We always play our
भाई
own game.
इसकी
We just
सुने वो लोग,
adapted to our small mistakes that we did.
कावड़ यात्रा वाले हैं।
Are you going to be able to continue this on Get Top 5? It's looking really good for EDA right now. What are your thoughts regarding that?
Şu an İda için çok iyi görünüyor. Top 5 içindesiniz. Bu şekilde devam edecek mi sizce? Top 5 olarak kapatabilecek misiniz?
Umarım öyle olur.
Vinicius कितने थे?
Konuşmak yanlış olur şimdi. Teşekkürler.
I don't want to talk big, but yeah, I hope so.
All right, well, thank you very much, Darkin, here for joining us. I do also have Revo after that victory. Come on, guys, give us a little bit. I had to. How are you feeling right now, Revo?
Well, we are feeling good. I think like we did a bad day, but I know it happens. Like we are trying to do step by step, brick by brick. So we are doing trying to recover ourselves.
Okay,
and we're gonna try to do our best in these last 2 matches.
Crazy circle there over on Georgia Paul, of course. How are you guys feeling about it? Obviously, in an urban ending like that, it gets very difficult. But then the circle centers on the bridge for some of that. Was that causing you guys some concerns internally? What were you thinking?
I think like gave us much confidence, and like God said to us, okay, I will give that save and win that match to like stay alive. So now we're gonna do our best to win the last 2 matches.
All right, thank you very much. Actually, no. Do you have anything to say to your fans, Revo?
Amo todo mundo, hein? Tamo junto.
क्या कह दिया इसने?
All right, give it up. We're headed on back. That's all for 7.
ये कुछ तो कहा भाई इसने ना भी।
Okay, guys, I clearly won that first game of basketball, but now we have a second game to play with 7-7. The reaction game is here. Anything you want to say before you start?
I'm gonna vitality him.
I haven't even played yet, but okay, I guess go for it. Okay, I'm checking it out. Drop a Federalis right now. Okay, 5 seconds, get ready. It's coming up. What? Why am I like this? I do animation. Come on. Oh, you're terrible. Oh, you got one. Hey, don't throw that at me. Focus on your game.
दो पकड़ लिए।
Okay, Lace.
दो पकड़े, 2 मिस कर दिए।
Oh, they're playing with you.
3 पकड़ लिए, 2 मिस है।
Come on, I'm gonna disrupt you. Come on. Hey, there you go.
3 पकड़े हैं, 4 छोड़ दिए।
Yeah, I mean this one's easy. That doesn't count.
Yes.
I forgot how many you got.
We're gonna set it up, and he's gonna do it. And you guys gonna let us know how many I ended up catching, because I lost count.
Yeah, same.
We'll be right back. Hey, we forgot how many I was able to catch, but now, Max, it's your turn.
Oh, you put me into it. Okay.
Yes, we're going straight in.
ये तो सारे मिस करेगा भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ तुमको ना।
First one, you're gonna catch it, you're gonna miss it. Hey! 1. Ooh, that was close. That was really close. Those you cannot see. Honestly, I don't.
2 पकड़े भाई इसमें।
Let's go, baby. Oh, that was close. That was close. That was
भाई
close.
मैच एनालाइज
Oh no!
कर दो ना एक बार बैक करके।
Aim.
Just keep saying
20k though.
ये देखो
Just
यार।
underneath, has a nade, looks to send it up over towards Solke. Revo will catch him.
देख रहे हो, एक बंदा इधर था और सौम्या को उसकी लोकेशन थी, ठीक है? देन फिर यहाँ से इसको गोलियां पड़ती हैं, इसने देखा इसको, ठीक है, एंड उधर से वाईजी स्माइली पुश करता है तो A7 नॉक दे देता है उसको, दिया। देन फिर सौम्या नेट पिन करता है एक शॉट मारने के बाद।
A lot to play for. Salme, the last player now to stand for Godlike, with Yangon Galacticos inside the building. Puts the knee in, and down they go.
देख रहे हो
Will fall out the
किया ये इनका फाइट।
from their building. And just down to fall. Back out. Gets mollied by a teammate off in the distance as they combat with Horror and Etch in the meantime.
पावर इधर है, पावर अभी इधर आएगा, ठीक है।
They push back out as you said, Blank. Now
सौम्या पीछे होल्ड करके खड़ा है, सौम्या वेट कर रहा है कि इनमें से कोई बिल्डिंग में घुसे।
against 4 players from Tiamba. Tiamba needing a little bit more dynamism than we've seen from them so far in these group stages.
नेड आया,
Let's see if they've got
डैमेज होना चाहिए था, बट वो कवर में था तो नहीं पड़ा, ठीक है।
pocket. Milu with a nade on close first.
बस ये था इनका डिसीजन। इनको ये नहीं पता था कि सौम्य ऊपर वेट कर रहा है, ठीक है। देन इधर अपना पावर भाई है, अब देखो क्या होता है। पावर नॉक देगा बाहर निकल के, पावर ने निकल के नॉक दिया। इधर से पावर अब गन स्विच करके एक और को नॉक लेगा, उसको लोकेशन पता चल जाएगी इधर से। ये रहा पावर इधर है, ईगल इधर है, अब देखना स्विच करेगा यहाँ पे। बस इस जगह पे पावर को यह आइडिया नहीं होता कि उसके पीछे वाईजी के 2 बंदे होल्ड करके बैठे हुए हैं। नॉक तो निकालता है वो, बट वो अंदर नहीं जा पाता और उसको नॉक फिनिश मिल जाता है। पावर को नॉक फिनिश दे देते हैं वो लोग, ठीक है। यहाँ पावर नॉक हुआ, देन सौम्य जंप कर गया फाइट, ठीक है। सौम्य जो कि पीछे होल्ड करके बैठा हुआ था, वो सिर्फ इसी चीज का वेट कर रहा था कि कुछ हो। देन सौम्य जंप शॉट देता है, डीबीएस से नॉक देता है, एंड उधर एडमिनो नॉक करता है, ठीक है। एंड यहाँ पे फाइट फिनिश। नहीं, सौम्य ही 1v3 करता है, देखो देखो देखो, सौम्य ही 1v3 करता है, सौम्य ही 1v3 करता है।
To fly around the corner, but it's not working out. Godlike hold well for the first volley. Great initial knockdown.
ये जो शॉट पावर ने लिया, ये पावर नहीं नॉक देता, ये किल सौम्य नॉक देता है, ठीक है। देखो
working out. Godlike hold well for the first volley. Great initial knock.
देखा,
Not working out. Godlike hold well for the first volley.
वो देखो वो कूदा, वो दिया नॉक। देन फिर इसके सामने वो है क्विड्स, इधर क्विड्स भी गया। देखो ये पावर को देख रहे हैं, बट उधर क्विड्स भी जाता है। ईगल नॉक, क्विज नॉक,
Take the knock on himself just to ensure that Godlike can go forward. It's heroic play here from S Power.
समझे? तो सौम्य किल निकालता है यहाँ पे। बट भाई बहुत लिटरली भाई बहुत अच्छा खेला सौम्य ना, मजा आ गया। देन फिर जहाँ पे एक नेट से नॉक होता है बंदा, ठीक है। ये भी लो है, सौम्य जोन से डैमेज हो रहा है, ठीक है। डीपीएस है सौम्य के पास, बस उसका जो जंप होता है वो थोड़ा सा लेट होता है, सौम्य की गोली पहले चल जाती है, ठीक है। देखना भी नहीं तो यहाँ पे नोक था। A7 के चारों बंदे जिंदा है, बचने के चांसेस तो थे ही नहीं, जोन तो आ ही रहा अलग से, उसके बाद भी बंदा नॉक करता है सौम्या एक बंदे को 5 फिनिशेस के साथ। यहाँ पे गोली चल जाती है इसकी पहले बस, और ये अटक जाता है जिगल में, ये शेक आ जाती है। समझे समझे समझे समझे समझे। अच्छा खेल ले रहे लोग, अपने लोग अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, अच्छा खेल रही है टीम, कोई बात नहीं।
Yeah, well, look, I want to say they've been having a fantastic 2 days. Manya yesterday, Admiano yesterday, now it's Bauer today, which I like that this team can like sort of swap those roles and those cohesion, especially when they're coming into this sort of stakes in this 8 into
बट अब एडमिनो एंड मान्या को भी आना पड़ेगा रे, उनको भी किल्स निकालने पड़ेंगे। सौम्या लेफ्ट साइड से अच्छा राइट साइड गया तो और नॉक आ जाता, और जोन भी पास में है। Yes.
top spot.
And that's Eugene, they need to bolster to basic. Nade goes long. Revo on the G3 solidify their position in the rankings before we head into the last 2 Miramars. MG3 in the
सौम्या अगर इधर भी नेट डालता ना इस साइड, क्योंकि इसको पता था सौम्या को इधर बंदे हैं, लो टॉस पे डालता तो 1-2 किल और निकल जाते। सेकंड, अगर मैं जोन देखूं तो जोन जो है इस साइड से, इधर उसने स्मोक कर रखे थे ना, दैट्स वाई वो थोड़ा लेफ्ट साइड से गया राइट साइड से जाने की बजाय। राइट साइड में तो इधर भी बंदा ये देखो लेटा पड़ा है, राइट साइड से 3 स्टोर है साइड, राइट साइड 3 स्टोर साइड, 3 स्टोर साइड जा सकता नहीं। अरे ये देखो सौम्या यहाँ पर है, ठीक है, पोजी सौम्या की इधर है। ओ स्मोक होने के बाद, स्मोक होने के बाद देखो ये चीज बोल रहे हो क्या, यहाँ पे इस साइड से पुश करने की बजाय राइट से करना चाहिए था। अब बताओ इस पोजीशन पे कह रहे हो क्या? यस यस यस यस यस चांसेस हैं, ठीक है, बट मेरा अभी भी यही है कि एक बंदा नॉक है, इसको अगर ये नॉक निकालता तो ये भी आ जाता यहां से, लेफ्ट नेड करके राइट साइड पुश। नेड नहीं है ना बंदे पे, नेड नहीं है, अब नहीं है नेड। देखो अगर यहाँ पे नेड करता जो उसने किया, अब वो साइड गया भी, ठीक है, बस अगर यहीं पे इस टाइम पे राइट में पुश मारता, इसको नॉक निकालता तो अच्छा चांसेस था, बट वो फिर भी जोन से चला जाता, बस नॉक निकाल पाता, क्योंकि एचपी देखना उसकी कितनी इजी, कितनी जल्दी जा रही है। यहाँ पे देखो एचपी उसकी फुल है, ठीक है, देन अब देखो एचपी पे गौर करो, एचपी देखो जोन कितना काट रहा है, अभी हाफ एचपी हो गया है, वो हाफ से ज्यादा चला गया, वो सिर्फ नॉक निकाल पाता। हाँ वही बोल रहा हूँ भाई, हाँ समझ गया मैं तुम क्या बोल रहा हूँ ना, वो करता तो अच्छा रहता, नॉक निकल जाते उसके ना, बट मेरा देखो वो करता अच्छा रहता, बट मेरे को लगा सौम्या को इसका पता था कि इस साइड ऑलरेडी बंदा है, डेड जोन है भाई, बहुत ज्यादा हेल्थ। अरे वही ना, मेरे को लगता है कि सौम्या को इस बंदे का पता था, दैट्स वाई वो राइट पुश करने की बजाय लेफ्ट साइड से ही गया ताकि इसको शेक का कवर मिल जाए। गेम स्टार्ट होने वाला है। ओके, अरे कोई बात नहीं, अभी आएगा गुड लाइक, तू आ गई रे, गुड लाइक वेल डन,
Some really nasty stuff coming through. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit kinder to some of our teams, but right now, and Alpha 7 and Horror both on this western road. Potential for hot shots there to come on through for two of our pretty importantly placed teams. Chicken. A contest for the vehicles. We'll have to wait and see if they do. They are dropping very
ये जोन बताओ किधर का है ये इसमें जोन बताओ इधर बन रहा है क्या जोन ये वाला जोन आ रहा है क्या ऊपर का जोन आ रहा है ये वाईजी की फाइट हो गई एक बंदा फिनिश हो गया ETSS ने फिनिश किया वाईजी का
should have done enough. Still 2 more games though for everything to change. Mane tries to get a cheeky peek.
मानने का मेरा मैच शौक है बहुत हाँ तभी बोला मैं ये मैच चिकन आ रहा है मानने अच्छा जोन इन करवा देगा सेंटर बिठा देगा इन लोग को ना देख लेना मेरे को जो लगता है ये पूरा लेफ्ट आ गया मेरा जोन किधर बना है जोन ठीक है जोन अच्छा है मेरे को लगता है ये लोग इधर जाके बैठेंगे इस वाले पोजी पे A7
I mean there is something in the hands. I mean we were looking at this very early on that both teams dropping over that western road trying to grab those vehicles. Looks like I think this is the right decision to try and get away from this. The danger is that they know that Alpha 7 are going to have some weapons on side. So the step out. Are you going to be able to connect it? No fear. Able to get the backup angle from Horror. And that section of the crowd, Kalaris and Jukes were spurring them on.
ये वापस आ गए
They want a little bit more. They are circling back around. They want to try and seal the deal to finish the job that No Fear started.
Finish.
They'll be able to do it. Revo now on the corner at death's door, and it will be flung open, smash in the face.
ये A7 के साथ तो गलत कर दिया भाई.
They should not be falling for that. That
बहुत
is
गलत हुआ.
absolutely the freest bait.
भाई पॉइंट्स कितना क्लोज चल रहा है. वही ना. 88, 89, 88, 84, 80, 77.
The better of them. They should not have peaked that as a 2-man. They didn't have the.
इस टीम को छोड़ के विटेलिटी को ठीक है बाकी के पॉइंट सबके बराबर चल रहे हैं फर्स्ट पोजीशन के लिए कोई नहीं लड़ रहा अब जो चीज जो ये कर रहे हैं ना ये 4 पोजी के लिए कर रहे हैं भाई बची नीचे की ऊपर तो भाई कोई नहीं जा सकता रे पूरा के भी मेरा मार बहुत स्ट्रांग है हाँ देखते रहे क्या जाएगा अब
as well as Revo there they decide not to peek because they know that Horror's got an off angle available and then all of a sudden it all
ये चिकन मांगता रही है इसमें चिकन आ रहा मेरे को फीलिंग आ रही कि चिकन आ रहा है गुड लाइक का
Right, Revo?
बस जैसे इस बारी खेले थे ना रेंगल लास्ट होल्ड करके यही खेले तो अच्छा रहेगा मैं बोला भाई तो ओपन फिक्स है मैं के लिए खेल रहा है ये लोग 4 3 2 3 4 5 के लिए खेल रहे भाई ये लोग विटेलिटी को कोई बीट नहीं कर सकता भाई वो अलग चुपचाप बैठी है भाई उसको घंटा पड़ा उनका चिकन निकले रात 0 किल पड़ जाए ना जाते ही खुद पे नेड भी मार ले तो भी उनसे फर्स्ट प्लेस कोई नहीं छीन सकता अभी फिलहाल 60 प्लस लगाए हैं ये वही ना 50 प्लस चल रहा है
The team that does love Miramar, it is S2G. Now they have been fairly lucky before.
ये हो रहा पेन मार रहा ये पेन मारा पूरा स्काई ने पेन
A bit of revenge coming through for Horror. But yeah, for S2G, they do love this map. They've had some luck on it before. This time around, I don't think we can call this luck at all. They're sat in El Azahar. They have to move across.
89 पे गोल्ड लाइक है 88 पे हो rहा hai
squad to do it. These right now.
YG versus
to send 2 Turkish squads through would be a very, very cool thing to see.
YG के 2 बंदे नॉक फिनिश है.
And they're not far off. Okay, Romeo.
एक बंदा नॉक.
Lying in wait, quiet as a mouse, but strikes like a viper.
as they step up the stairs, a little bit too bold for it, but still in danger. Romeo drops down, Smile goes down the stairs, out wide. Fajita can't quite connect on the shot.
बहुत बढ़िया।
To be a 1-for-1 trade on the angle. Smile
भाई जी गई क्या?
more to do, but
भाई जी गई, भाई जी गई, भाई जी गई, भाई जी गई।
get that spray transfer.
0 kill लेके गई रे। ETSS डेडली खेल गई। दोनों रिवाइव उठ जाएंगे। अभी ड्रॉप क्लैश होगा A7 वर्सेस होरा का। नेक्स्ट मैच में होने वाला है। नेक्स्ट मैच में दिक्कत होगी भाई, या तो होरा जाएगी या फिर A7 जाएगी। देख लेना।
Honestly, getting 4 elims there is great news. They also didn't lose a singular player. Everyone knows that you really don't want to be losing players too early here on Miramar. It does make a lot of your rotations much harder. Some of those holdouts a lot harder as these compounds can get quite large over on Miramar. But we are heading back over towards those crater fields, some of those more open areas of the map. We have a lot of dead ground over towards that western side.
ये ETSS कितना अच्छा पॉइंट ऊपर कहीं रे, अभी 15 पॉइंट पे थी, 4 फिनिशेस आए, 12 पे आ गई। ये विटैलिटी भाई मजे में है भाई।
Profiting from the loot inside, a really nice pickup for them. Obviously, the addition of early game speed up on your looting phase. You do want to be getting on the road nice and quickly. Godlike, they're a little bit closer to the circle, the west point.
देख रहे हो। गेम सेंस पूरा अच्छे से स्कोप इन करके ऐसे आईजीएल का वर्क कर रहे हो। चिल कर रहे हैं भाई विटैलिटी वाले, वही ना भाई, उनको घंटा फर्क किसी से नहीं पड़ रहा भाई। अब उनको पता है वो लोग क्रश करेंगे भाई, सबकी की क्रश वही करेंगे अभी फिलहाल तो।
Yeah, the crossroads are going to be a pretty big feature.
भाई फाइनल में रोकना पड़ेगा रे विटैलिटी को।
Set up early over towards that high ground, but Emre is set up there early on.
अगर फाइनल में ऐसा खेलेगी ना टीम, भाई खतरनाक सीन हो जाएगा रे। ऐसा अभी खेली है ये।
Emre might just get the chance to sit up here for quite a while, play lighthouse and scout.
डे 1 में भाई 100 पॉइंट अगर कर गई ना भाई,
Chumasera is probably the most awkward
Vitality, गलत सीन हो जाएगा।
coming through from there because we had that 7 playing path at the start of this match on Miramar. So you have those foothills you're having to navigate through into Monte Nuevo. So we have 1, 2, 3.
देखो अगर NS यहाँ पे मरती है, ठीक है, कोई MS को फिनिश करता है, तो फिर ये जो टॉप 5 टीम है यही रहेंगे। नहीं तो भाई जो दिक्कत होगी ना, वो अब गोडलाइक हो रहा, EA, EDA, NS एंड S2G, ये 6 टीम टॉप 4 के लिए लड़ेंगी भाई। ये 6 टीम। A7 तो नहीं यार, A7 नहीं कर पाएगी अब बूस्ट अप ना, A7 अब टॉप 5 में तो नहीं आ पाएगी, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है।
And they are in direct contest for those spots as well.
ये रीना का एक प्लेयर डेड हुआ।
If you have to go down, you'd prefer it not to be a team.
A7 इधर बैठी है, ठीक है, एंड इसी के पास में ईडा भी है, पूरा भी है, वुल्फ भी आ रही है, ठीक है। वुल्फ तो आई थिंक यही होल्ड करेगी। गॉडलाइक इधर है, A7 सर्वाइवल खेलेगी पक्का। हाँ अब A7 सर्वाइवल खेलेगी, 2 बंदों को लेके ना, ये सर्वाइवल ही खेलेगी अब। ई अरीना इधर बैठी है, ई अरीना एंड ईडा, भाई 2 बंदे होरा से फाइट ले सकते हैं या फिर A7 पे चढ़ सकते हैं। इनके 2 बंदे इधर हैं और ये ई अरीना को एक प्लेयर इन्होंने आई थिंक अभी नॉक फ्रेश डाला है। एंड टाइनबा एंड S2G, इधर गॉडलाइक के पीछे विटैलिटी है। यहाँ पे गॉडलाइक को थोड़ा सा दिक्कत हो सकता है अगर विटैलिटी ने पुश मारा। इनके सामने HC वाले भी हैं। ये जोन आ गया रे, जोन अच्छा आया, जोन अच्छा आया, जोन अच्छा आया। गलत जा रही है। ये तो गलत हो गया। अच्छा जोन आ गया, विटैलिटी सामने, इनके सामने विटैलिटी है।
So top 2 teams in fact right now, Blank.
विटैलिटी एंगल निकाल दीजिए।
Come into conflict over this area.
अगर यहाँ,
yeah, we say top 2 teams. I mean, Godlike's done fantastic over the last 2 days. They really have.
ये वाली फाइट अगर होती है तो
right now Vitality is just incomparable to any.
मैं तो बोलूँगा नहीं होते ज़्यादा अच्छा है यार।
I think they are closing in on the century in terms of elims. over 2 days, by the way, just to make that very clear. Which is why very, very well. Wolves
ये अच्छा खेल रही है टीम वो चिकन बढ़िया निकाले इड़ा ने फर्स्ट वाला तो ज्यादा अच्छा था 1v3 वाला
heading over towards gas stations right now, but
last second match
a little further in towards the high ground, quite like Godlike's position down towards Chumacera. They're trying to center up on some of these.
wolf ऊपर चढ़ के बैठ गया भाई.
Some great sightlines looking down towards teams, but is it likely to end up in Chumacera proper? I don't know at this stage of the game. It's very, very hard to tell.
Vitality ने ETSH को push मार दिया.
They're taking the fight to speed, who lobs a nade down in, but doesn't really connect on much. Razak is
गरम ही बच गया.
by a Molotov to slow things down, allow Etch to marshal their response, to get into position, to respond to this
second हाँ अभी second पे चल रही है good like.
The window speed has the confidence of his teammate up the hill to cover up this angle, allowing him to play on the windowsill. Tries to find the lineup down the hallway there, but it's not going to connect, and instead it's turned around on him, and now Etch have to get off that high ground too.
It's just disgustingly fast. I mean,
knock diya.
So quick.
Zone
reaction speeds on this guy is insane. I mean, Sean even yesterday with the inhuman
मेरे को लग ही रहा था माउंट पे बंदे नॉक दिया विटैलिटी का एक बंदा नॉक था और रिवाइव हो गया.
Again, very, very cool stuff coming through from Federales, but overall these guys are changing the game. They are changing the game. It is hard that you cannot be playing sloppy versus them because they will punish every single mistake that you do.
क्या मतलब ये फाइट ले रहे हैं?
Godlike again, slow roll.
नहीं.
Love to see it. These guys are cheeky. They are very, very cheeky. Aspire getting a lot of information in through this.
Get some scouting done.
नेक टू नेक फाइट चल रहा है पोजीशन के लिए. हाँ बहुत गंदा फाइट चल रहा है पोजीशन के लिए. ये देखो ना 89, 88, 88, 85, 80, 77.
Available in game right now. Blank, of course, with our Naruto partnership. You can check out.
ये एडमिनो होल्ड मत कर भाई, निकल वहां से जोन इन करो रे. ये जोन गलत कटा ये वाला. माउंट पे पूरा बन गया.
It's looking pretty. It's got a lot of firepower.
Yeah, the Ninetales Fury AUG looks awesome. Really does. So is the Sage skin for Naruto. Oh yeah.
ये फाइट ले लिया. नॉक दिया पावर ने.
Vitality do lose Razor. Federales underneath. Might need to start dropping some more smokes, but they're up against Godlike now. Didn't really let up too much. Godlike wants to push on towards Federales. Difficult players to work against, but instantaneous response from Axel. Was re-knocked instantly.
Now Vitality.
Finish.
We'll find Federales there.
ये Soumya भी knock हो गया.
Razor just trusting in him.
What a close down there, the third party for the off angle for Godlike, and they are ending their first of 2 Miramars here on 90 points. It is not ideal, but they are still in second place for the time being. And the fact that the points go to Vitality, you just don't want them to go to anyone else. Vitality is just this bottomless pit of points that you can forget about them. They have just pointed out to me, crossed
shit Bandy
101, taking the rest of the lobby to school.
Man, 101 eliminations over 2 days, and those 2 days are not yet finished. A 50 elim per day average is just crazy. It is.
और एक I think एक last match इसके बाद.
Neos will take him out though. TT Project certainly suffering towards the center. We're going to have next circle coming in soon. Montenuevo currently held by Ida right now. It does head back down towards the southeast side. Pretty barren landscape there. A lot of rocky outcrops, couple of defilades to play around with. Tiamba down in 14th. It's not a massive jump up they need, but so far Tiamba has been a little bit
अच्छा जा सकता था मैच. मैं बोला इनको स्टार्टिंग में फाइट नहीं लेनी चाहिए. बहुत जल्दी कर रहे हैं फाइट लेने में लोग.
TT Project though in this fight looking to try and trade blows with them at the moment. They're out of danger, but they are so close to it. They are on the precipice, so a win on the fight with Wolves would be great news to try and give them a little bit
Mama
of runway
pani
in this circle. Around the corner now, drops a nade out, blocks.
अरे वाह क्या मारा रे बल्बी तू क्या किला क्या लिया
just too
तू
much
बंदी
for them. Maybe the nerves are getting to them, and he's charging down the stairs, looking for the last player. A final nail to slam into the lid of the coffin. But TT Project give an opening for the teams behind them, but he's tail up the stairs.
बहुत अच्छा खेला यार बहुत अच्छा खेला बहुत अच्छा लिटरली बहुत मस्त खेला भाई हमने kill ले गया भाई
Finished it off there, got the sound cue and kind of spooked him on both the pimples. On the nades, Nongshin Red Force moves up over towards Aura.
TT का एक बंदा बचा हुआ है होरा वर्सेस NS चल रहा है ए अच्छा नॉक था होरा बहुत बढ़िया नॉक था रे
Coming out from both teams. XZY down, as is Sky. But Hyunbin taking a fair bit of damage from off angles, forced to drop a smoke here.
No fear.
विटैलिटी नथिंग टू वही ना भाई उनका कुछ नहीं जाएगा रे ये फाइट तो अवॉइड ही करनी चाहिए थी उन्हें पूरा ऊपर आ गई पूरा लास्ट बंदा रे मार दो रे ओरा के लास्ट प्लेयर को
Looking to keep themselves under control. Tizzy wants the reses, but Sleepy's out in the blue zone. A fair distance away from this fight. No real chance to get these confirms, to get these flushes, and most likely to get his teammates back. Not to mention, Nongshin Red Force know exactly where this guy is.
Yeah, they're good to go. I mean, Sleepy's not making his way in.
Zone to aa gaya re Sleepy.
On the side of Nongshin Red Force, should be able to pick him back up again, but it's a case of moving across this road. And in the meanwhile, Alpha 7 creeping up behind them. This is an aggressive play coming through from them. Carrillo leading that charge on side.
वही ना अगर नेक्स्ट मैच नहीं खेलते हैं होल्ड करके तो फिर दिक्कत हो जाएगा नेक्स्ट मैच में ने चिकन चाहिए यार एक चिकन तो चाहिए
14 that's dangerous
can't ignore it or do so at your peril. Ida with a nice central position to try and protect the area, but not only that, their 5th place bubble position in the direct qualification spots.
बल्बी तो बहुत अच्छा मारा यार वो बंदा ना लिटरली अच्छा मारा भाई
western side and Tiamba, as we highlighted earlier, on that east edge, looking to do the same and get out of 14th place and into the survival stages. One of the only PEL teams, well, the only PEL team with the chance to try and go there.
Excited to see it happen, but again, tough. Very, very tough right now. They still have a little ways to go.
और अभी क्लाइम करेगी पॉइंटेबल करेगी
Raining round, the drums start again inside the arena as we hit the 17-minute mark here.
गई और अभी गई
Circle heads over towards the northeast side. S2G once again. I mean, these boys, they're good at Miramar. And they're also good at qualifying last minute on Miramar too. They can hold both sides. It's a bit of a greedy split going on, but they also have
विटैलिटी अभी भी 5 किल लेके बैठी है भाई ETS भी 5 किल है
Yes, it is greedy, but until they start seeing teams trying to push over towards these points, understanding that the north side is most likely the clearest area of the map depending on the playing path, they should be okay. Remember, they swung in from El Azhar. This was a long journey for them.
Long road indeed.
पूरा जैसे स्लीपी क्या मारा है भाई NS के प्लेयर को गैप से मारा वही ना
In the meantime, Vitality are behind them in the queue. They did lose Federalis earlier, obviously. 5 eliminations already. Fine, you'll take that.
भाई 147 पॉइंट लेके बैठी है भाई इजी 160 प्लस लेके जाएगी
Right now, probably one of the softest targets for them to try and take on the fight.
एक और नॉक E7 का नॉक है नेक्स्ट नॉक फिनिश
Look for the spray down. Not quite connecting underneath there, but spots him trying to get away from the vehicle. It was going up in flames, and Carrillo secures another point for Alpha 7 to get them one step closer to safety. Hyunbin tries to go on the edge, but it's going to be shut down. This is the influence that I wanted to see Ida executing on this western side.
Ida's had a fairly safe game as well, so they should have decent utility, decent supplies on board. Ray's got his something on. That's scary. And Vitality, they're looking to push straight over towards
नहीं भाई top 2 or 3 आए तो चलेगा
Again, SUG maintaining control of the map on that northern side. Plus the crew will find Razak. Axel goes down as well, but Razy's still kicking, still making those shots happen. Following the vehicle down, the sideline shots as well. He knows he has to finish up quick.
There are that off angle. There is that off angle potential. As you said, that Blank needs to hit the heel though. The nade to get start to roll on in, sidestep it, but he doesn't manage it. And it goes boom. The Vitality are out. Eliminated.
Avoid करना
With 6
चाहिए
teams,
starting
still
में.
a really good game for them, and they are totally
तो
chill. They are
लपेट
totally
रहे
fine.
हो
In the
भाई.
meantime,
नहीं यार
Mo
मैं
has the
कुछ भी
crew
नहीं खा रहा
fighting
अभी
for
तो.
their life.
अभी तो कुछ
On
भी
a
नहीं खा रहा
separate
मैं.
fight as Vitality rock up into the other side of his team. Drops a nade out the window. Looks for the flush, looks for the knock, but it's not going to come through. Nasser, the last stand for Etch on the bubble. Opens the door. Doesn't step through it though, and Vinny tries again. Has still got ammo in the back. Will be able to shut it down. Etch now down on the bubble.
Goodness me, Edge, like you say, out 13th. Tiamba, I half expected them to have a lot more influence here. I think they just don't want to lose this compound.
भाई EA अगर यहाँ पे जाती है एंड ईडा भी जाती है तो टॉप 3 तो गोल्ड लाइक अभी भी रहेगी. बट अगर इनमें से कोई भी टीम थोड़ा सा सरवाइव करेगी ना तो फिर गोल्ड लाइक 5 आ जाएगी. तो 5वीं पोजीशन पे आ जाएगी.
Dealing with his own demons. And now Vinny has the whole of Tiamba look at his way. As well as
देखो 170 में डाल के
side, but he's into the vehicle, trying to make his way through, and it's not going to go well. Milu picks that one up. Tiamba.
भाई ये लास्ट मैच में देखना अभी जी फाड़ गेम प्ले खेलेंगे विटैलिटी. सेफ खेलेगी नहीं लास्ट में.
The zone goes to the center.
वो खेलेगी किल के लिए अब.
I'm very curious to see how SUG plays this now because they have 2 spots they can work with. They got the gas station on the northern side of the road. That's likely to come out a little bit sooner. But both areas quite difficult to play from actually on this. I think they might wrap back down.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is good from Tiamba. I like that rollout. It's what I was thinking they needed to try to do to progress. And the fact that S2G didn't have a full hold on it, and they do regroup, as you said.
Yeah, they're going to play the roadside. I think I was trying to consider which one you wanted to go on towards because playing across the road is hard. So they do get an anchor center. This is really nice from S2G actually. Kamikaze just has to live here. I think he has a fairly safe spot to do it. And I think that's a shack towards the center of the circle. So they can play off the back of this ridge side, but they need to support their anchor here in Kamikaze. That's where most of the gunfire needs to be going towards. They know that Tiamba is on that east. They can keep an eye on
50 तक
Same goes for S2G though, trying to get towards
मैच भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम यार. थोड़ा सा स्ट्रीम पर एक्टिव रहो देन फिर 6 भी दे देंगे यार. एकदम तो नहीं दे सकते. 8 लोग एक्टिव रहो स्ट्रीम पर मिल जाएगी 60 से. ईडा का चांस है भाई टॉप 2 आने का. हाँ EA एंड ईडा के पास चांस है टॉप 2 एंड टॉप 3 आने का. अरे टॉप 2 टॉप 3 दोनों आ जाएंगी टीम ना. पूरा भी नीचे आएगी, गोल्ड लाइक भी नीचे आएगी. दोनों के 90-90 है, दोनों नीचे आ जाएंगे. अगर EA एंड ईडा का आपस में क्लैश हो जाए, दोनों का फाइट हो जाए तो कुछ हो सकता है. कुछ हो सकता. मतलब अगर ये आपस में मरती है, इनकी फाइट होती है ईडा एंड EA तो थोड़ा वो रहेगा बराबर बराबर का. ईडा को 4 किल चाहिए एंड EA को सिर्फ 2 चाहिए. अरे अरे अरे अरे अरे अरे अरे अरे अरे अरे भाई, अरे भाई ये पीछे से पीछे S2G ने फायदा उठा लिया रे.
In the meantime,
EA का एक प्लेयर गया. ने पूरी गई भाई. 7-1 GS and DNE. 2 बंदे बचे 7-1 GS के.
For Tiamba, honestly, they are being really cautious about it though, right? They're trying not to get too aggressive onto these engagements.
Good like 6 और 5 पे. नहीं टॉप 5 रहेंगे वो टीम शायद से.
That they've been able to siphon off. Tiamba only with
with 2 eliminations on this game, despite being involved in quite a lot of engagement so far. E-Arena had a tough time. By the time that Alpha 7 moved up, they needed to start laying down smokes on Joker as well as Schweppes' side to enable them to cross to help turn
पूरा 4 पे आएगी and good like 5 पे.
had to be strong. Now for S2G,
क्योंकि NS गई, S2G 90 पॉइंट नहीं कर पाएगी. अगर चिकन नहीं हुआ तो चिकन हो गया तो S2G 90 कर लेगी.
It's their chance to jump up in towards the top 5. The annoying thing for them is, though, Blank, E-Arena and Ida are both still alive. Ida with all 4, E-Arena on 2. They're hoping that Alpha 7 are going to win this fight on this northwestern side. Maybe not so directly, but I think it would be in their best interest if it did happen that way. Alpha 7 with their back to the zone, guarding out E-Arena as they launch a nade forwards to slow them down.
Good initial nade.
क्या लगता है?
Chips away at the
ये
damage.
मैं मार्च कौन है भाई? न्यू आया है सिंपल.
Joker doesn't take any damage from that whatsoever. Guizhou gets backed off. Molotovs go through, stopping Carrillo from
नेड पर है.
peeking too far out here.
ले गया. ये रीना का एक बंदा नॉक है. ईडा ने नॉक दिया है. ये रीना ले गई वाली फाइट. अगर बाहर गई.
A good attempt from Alpha 7 on the 2-man they had.
Did a lot of work against E-Arena, made it hard, but in the end it wasn't quite enough. Tiamba now moving forwards from the southeast side. S2G want to challenge, but a nice little roll down. The smokes are starting to bloom. A lot of invested utility.
ये टाइम को S2G को मारना चाहिए रे. S2G भी अच्छा खेल रही है भाई. S2G अच्छा खेल रही है. ये नेड देख रहे हो? ये नेड देख रहे हो? अरे हवा में फूट गया. ये नेड बहुत अच्छा था.
Playing on us 3, still looking to push over the top of that.
थोड़ा सा और आगे ब्रो, थोड़ा सा और आगे. थोड़ा सा और आगे.
Over towards E-Arena as they try to make their way in here. But for Ida, it feels like a pretty easy cleanup should things start to go a little wrong here for S2G. I do like that S2G gave Kamikaze basically all the bells and whistles as he moved.
Kamikaze ने finish निकाला रे Darkin का.
They wanted him to be on a swivel the entire time. 4 nades as well.
Kamikaze भाई अच्छा खेल रहा है ये लोंडा.
Good shots from QZ to start things off over towards GS. Once again, another circle shift here. I do think that S2G has played this game very damn well.
Guys, जितने भी लोग इस stream पर आ रहे हैं यार, make sure to hit the like and the subscribe button.
And can they
ये
manage
35 like करवाओ रे, क्या हो गया? क्यों नहीं कर रही?
to invest too much into it?
Really difficult spot. QZ is burning there, down behind the tree. I think the healing is already coming through though, so we'll be okay for the time being. Hasn't come through yet.
ये ईड़ा को S2G को मारना पड़ेगा रे, नहीं तो सर्वाइवल पॉइंट से आगे निकल जाएगी.
Trying to make a break. You can see the smoke dropped out. 721 GS still a factor here on the north side for Tiamba. It is just about in nade range and they're taking damage. There it goes over the front bonnet, just keeping them safe. But there's a follow-up. There is still more pouring on down. That looks good. It's on target. They dash away. Back in. Back and forth. And S2G have taken casualties. Emery with a big nade over towards S2G on the center point. In the shack, they lose 2.
Again, this is all about managing things. In the near future. For Tiamba, an opportunity opens up here. S2G, they started to the win. They're trying to force the position alongside Wahamzi G now. But another nade goes in. Solke being very careful, looks to drop the smokes. These are long grenades to head on over. Not quite reaching. Rita extremely low, but in his last moments will send a nade in. But the junkyard of vehicles making a nice safe position to play. Emre is down. Rita's going to try and send some Molotovs over the top. Make it comfortable. Make it hot over there for S2G.
Tiamba are wasting so much time here.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Sure they find lost on the off angle, and
ये S2G को हटाओ रे. S2G को हटाओ. ईड़ा पिक मार दे S2G.
Third party S2G on the shack. They can do so now as it has unfolded for them, but I feel like they could have done a little bit earlier. I want more dynamism from them, but they are still doing well here.
I mean, Tiamba, they still got to deal with GS, right? And pushing down there almost might have been a death sentence for them. They've only got a few grenades left. Still nades sending out over towards Rita right now. He might be able to hit the god nade through the window, potentially.
गया nade, गया. थोड़ा पीछे ऊपर फट गया.
But yeah, GS is a big problem. I don't think Tiamba had a lot of
nades
though.
मारो फेंक के. भाई nade ही nade चल रहे हैं. ठीक है. बमबारी हो रही है चारों तरफ से चारों तरफ से बमबारी हो रही है
coming through from Tiamba so far. Rita moves up. Nate should do the trick though.
ईड़ा तो गई रे
Team scratched off the card. S2G with a chance to jump up into top 5 off of this game as well. Blank with a chicken dinner. QZ spotted, and 721 GS are making themselves such a nuisance on the flank. Eagle finally able to do one, find the other as well.
ये आ जाएगी रे S2G आ जाएगी
I don't think you can commit to this one.
S2G आ जाएगी रे ऊपर आ जाएगी रे
and you know where both of them are. They're both inside. How do you navigate this? Eagle.
का फ्लैश डैमेज से गया बंदा
Tree side here. S2G the double peek off the back of it. Nade over the top now, coming through from A-King. He moves up. That might do the trick.
क्या नेड था भाई ये क्या नेड था
Left alive. This nade has to be immaculate coming through from S2G.
A chance. Baking on the back of the tree, gets pushed out wide, and there's the pick.
1v1 है
In a 1 versus
1v1 है 1v1 है
jump up to the top 5. A direct qualification spot is up for grabs. Tiamba looking to solidify themselves into the survival stage. It is a high stakes 1v1 Blank.
Eagle playing off a tiny little bit of a ridge side here. Gets a little bit of open ground. He's going for the res. Baiting Eagle in. Hamzy G has a tiny angle to work with. He's looking for the flush. Looking for the finish. Eagle moves up to the plate with a DPS. The blue pushes Hamzy G now, John.
He has to leave. He has to step out wide, but he can't do it. S2G fall at the final hurdle. And Tiamba take them to the cleaners.
Tiamba आगे है ऊपर
Needed win.
नहीं वर्क
The last moments here of Group B. Fantastic stuff for them. A tough win. Barely anything to work with. I think you were on the money.
Like
There were some moments where Tiamba was a little bit slow. I can understand their hesitation. Throughout the entirety of these 2 days, they have been on the back foot. But it must feel very, very good right now to finally get a win underneath their belt. For S2G though, we expected this, right? We called it early on. S2G is a team that does well on
क्या लगता है S2G top 5 top 6
on those points from the eliminations and
yeah,
the extra 4 for the chicken dinner, that might hurt them from getting into top 5 because it's very flexible between the top 7 at the moment.
Yeah, it was very, very close towards the top side of the tables. There were teams that had gone down earlier that ended up on 90 points. I think at some point SGG were 11 points behind. A little bit earlier on with the Elans that they've earned. They are going to be right in and amongst it, Blank. It is going to be a crucial final map moving forwards. Tiamba, I think with that match though, have accelerated themselves far enough away from that bubble
nice
to not be worried moving into this final.
Good like S5 है ना बस ठीक है रे
change things up, but for Tiamba that is a much needed win.
ये S5 आ गए
The very best.
बहुत क्लोज होंगे रे तीनों हो रहा गुड लाइक एंड ये S2G बहुत क्लोज है
Fans of Tiamba, super relieved maybe, more than happy. But yeah, for S2G, missing out on the chicken dinner there is tough. It's definitely tough. I think that was a good opportunity. But they played that game well. I think they played that game very, very well. There was a lot to manage there. Ida is a tough team to go up against.
This
squad is a never say never type of deal. So yeah, I think for Ida, this is a tough team for S2G to come across in those final moments.
Absolutely. I mean, there is a lot of power to be scared of in this lobby. Godlike, one of those teams in that bubble fight right now. They are towards the lower end of it on that 90-point tiebreaker. And I think that tiebreakers are important to mention as well, Blank, because S2G didn't get that chicken dinner. That could be a crucial factor for them if they end up drawing with a team that has more wins under their belt than they do. They don't win it on that tiebreaker. That first tiebreaker being the chicken dinner count could really be important for them.
Well, they've got one more mirror, so again, they could maybe get it done there. I think for S2G, they've proven that they are a good team. They got their desert.
It was so close.
Down in 14th.
I believe, have used
very, very hard to tell.
Vitality trying to move on through, and they're taking the fight wave to get confidence. It's turned around on.
I mean, on this guy real well, so because cannot be playing sloppy. Region as well, so again, very, very cool stuff coming. This guy fast,
and instead it's turned around on him, and now Etch have to get off that high ground too.
It's just disgustingly fast.
यहाँ पे नॉक दिया एडमिन ने, ठीक है इस प्लेस पे नॉक दिया एडमिनो ने उस बिल्डिंग से जहाँ पे वो था.
I mean, Federales is
ठीक है.
so quick on the uptake. The reaction
और
speeds on
फिर
this as well. So these guys are changing the game.
सौम्या, मान्या एंड पावर
They are changing the
आते
game.
हैं
It is
इधर.
hard that you
नॉक
can
दिए हुए टाइम हो गया, बंदा उठ गया है. ठीक है, सब कुछ हो गया, हील विल लगा चुका है वो.
Punish every single mistake that you do make. Godlike again. Slow roll.
ठीक है. पावर ले रहा है. ठीक है, पावर और सौम्य दोनों बैठे हैं, दोनों लोकेशन ले रहे हैं कि किधर क्या सीन है. सबसे पहली बात तो दोनों एक ही गाड़ी में बैठे हैं.
These guys are cheeky. They are very, very cheeky. That's power getting a lot of information in through this. Getting some scouting done. Feathering the clutch.
उसके बाद इनको जाना चाहिए, यहाँ से इनको जाना चाहिए. मेन बात ये कि इनको यहाँ से निकलना चाहिए. लोंडो को यहाँ पे फाइट लेनी ही नहीं चाहिए भाई. 55 बंदे बचे हुए हैं, 55. ठीक है, बट नहीं, बंदों को लगता है किल की भूख कि मारो भेंडी बंदों को, मार देंगे अपन. मानने आया.
Available in game right now, Blank, of course, with our Naruto partnership. You can check out that.
तो ट्राई कर रहे हैं मान्या.
Make sure that you're jumping in.
then इधर आ जाते हैं लोग. उसके बाद फिर एकदम फाइट दिखाएंगे.
For the Naruto character set. For the Fury AUG, it's looking pretty. It's got a lot of firepower.
जिस तभी पता चलेगा तुम्हें.
Fury looks awesome. Really does. So is the Sage skin for Naruto.
देखो, पावर एक नॉक डालता है. ठीक है, एक बंदा इनका एक्सेल इधर है, ये फियरलेस इधर है, एंड देन फिर इनका एक फोर्थ प्लेयर अलग रहता है, जो कि इनका फोर्थ प्लेयर है पीछे, जस्ट पीछे. ठीक है, इनके अपोजिट. एंड उधर से इनको क्या कहते हैं, हमारा एडमिनो भैया उधर बैठे हैं पीछे बिल्डिंग में. देखना अभी एडमिनो भैया हुए रे. बंदा इधर रिवाइव हो रहा है. फियरलेस 9 फुट बैठा हुआ है इधर. अभी देखना दोनों बंदे कैसे आएंगे, मान्या एंड पावर. सौम्य पीछे होल्ड कर रहा है. ये पावर का पीओवी, ये फियरलेस का पीओवी है. नेड आया, फटा पावर के उससे. मान्य गुस्सा बहुत जल्दी में मान्य जाता है. देन पावर उसको, अबे भेंडी ये मत हो रे, ये नटको करो रे. ठीक है, अब देखना दोनों बंदे सामने. इसके पीओवी में दोनों बंदे, फियरलेस के पीओवी में दोनों को बहुत इजी ले जाएगा. डीपीएस है उसके पास. जंप लिया, मान्या ने जंप शॉट लिया, उसको पता है लोकेशन. डैमेज हुआ यहाँ पे फियरलेस. पावर नॉक होता है. ठीक है, देन फिर फियरलेस भी नॉक होता है यहाँ पे. अब मान्य को नॉक कौन करता है? एक्सेल, जो कि रिवाइव दे रहा था. ठीक है, बंदा रिवाइव जो दे रहा था वो हो जाता है. एक्सेल भी अभी पूरा जिंदा है एंड रेजी भी जिंदा है. अब हमारे सौम्य भैया आते हैं. नेट पिन करके बैठे हैं सौम्य. ये नेट करते हैं एंड इस नेट से एक फिनिश आता है. ठीक है, इस नेट से क्या एक फिनिश आता है पावर का और इसका फियरलेस का. अब देखो, अब देखना यहाँ पे डीबीएस की उसकी एस्ट्रल के लगती है भाई, सौम्य भाई की नहीं लग पाती. मारते तो है, सौम्य मारता है बट लग नहीं पाती गोली. लेट एम ही नहीं लगा. ठीक है, सौम्य का एम ही नहीं गया उधर. एम चौक हो गया. गोली देखना कहाँ चलती है. एम नहीं गया ऊपर. रिजल्ट तो देख कितने में गया. देखता फिर वहां एडमिनो वर्सेस फहीदा जो भी है ये ना, ईटीएस के बंदे की अलग हो जाती है. देन वो अलग वहां पे ओक से फिनिश हो जाता है एडमिनो. ठीक है, गरम है से. दिखाएंगे लोग ये मैच का स्कोर है.
which backs up 10 points. Last second, I mean, we good.
When the zone has an
ओवरऑल नहीं दिखाया ना अभी ओवरऑल नहीं दिखाया
possibly end up coming out with the win. I would love to take a look at the overall just to see how close everything is, because today we have.
यार मेन बात देखो ये है, अगर अपने बंदे थोड़ा ज्यादा एग्रेसिव ना खेल के वेट राइट टाइम का वेट करके अगर खेले ना तो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। उधर इनको देखो, इनको पता था कि यहाँ पे बंदा है। मैं तुम्हें अगर फिर भी बताऊं ना, देखना तुम, ठीक है, जब इन्होंने यहाँ पे पावर ने नॉक निकाला तो उसको लोकेशन थी कि एक्सेल रिवाइव दे रहा होगा, ठीक है, जो यहाँ पे दिख रहा है। बस ये जो जंप शॉट लिया है ना, ये नहीं लेना था मान्या को, ये जंप शॉट नहीं लेना था, उसको वेट करना था या फिर नेड या मोली करनी थी, ठीक है। पावर के पास तो चलो नेड नहीं है, मान्या के पास होने चाहिए थे नेड, मान्या के पास होगा नेड भी ना। आई थिंक स्टन एंड स्मोक पड़े हैं पावर के पास, ठीक है। बस ये गलती नहीं करनी थी मान्या को ना, या तो सामने स्मोक करता या फिर इधर स्मोक, कुछ तो करना था। मान्या के पास देखो नेड था, एक नेड था मान्या के पास, है ना, हाँ एक नेड था। अगर ये नेड इधर जहां नॉक किया हुआ था उधर डालता ना तो बहुत अच्छा रहता। एक तो नॉक फिनिश भी आता जो उनका नॉक था, ऊपर से काफी चीज वो होती। चलो मैं बताता तुम्हें, गॉड लाइक 5 में है एंड S2G 89 पॉइंट के साथ है एंड NS है ना, NS है नहीं, NS 83 के साथ है। अब चिकन चाहिए भाई गॉड लाइक को ना, 93, 93, 90, 90, 89, 83। अब ये मैच अगर खराब जाता है तो सर्वाइवल स्टेज, ठीक है, चांस ही नहीं है भाई गॉड लाइक के पास। अगर ये मैच अच्छा जाता है तो डायरेक्ट फाइनल की टिकट, अगर खराब गया तो भाई परसों खेलना पड़ेगा गॉड लाइक को दोबारा से, ठीक है, टॉप 6 में रहना पड़ेगा परसों। अभी के लिए टॉप 5 है, डायरेक्ट भाई फाइनल की एंट्री है। लेट्स सी क्या करते हैं यार अपनी टीम। लास्ट मैच है, लेट्स गो फॉर इट यार। लक भेज और एक गॉड लाइक को येलो हाइट, येलो लाइक स्पैम करो रे, येलो हाइट लाइक करो, येलो हाइट स्पैम करो, येलो हाइट स्पैम करो भाई।
Nah, Vitality, give him a trophy now.
No, not yet. You still have a fighting chance. Come on. Last year at PMWC, we actually got a chance to see the winning team come out of survival. It could end up happening again here. What are you guys going to be looking to change, if anything, going into survival? Because it is going to be top 6. Moving on.
We will change maybe more practice, more changing like positions of the game.
obviously,
we have big problems in the first group because
ये 35 लाइक भी नहीं हो रहे यार, गंदी बात भाई।
to get
35 लाइक करवाओ।
see you guys at the finals. I hope.
You got a chance to play Group A. You're getting a chance to see here Group B. There's been a lot of questions between everybody saying which one is the group of death. Okay, I want you to look at that camera and tell me which one is the group of death. Group A and Group B, and why?
Only Group A, because Vitality is crash everyone. At least like above by one head of different team. I don't know, maybe it's I don't know how to explain this, like this game. Maybe they play by fun.
They're just playing on a completely different level. That's what's currently going on with Vitality. Even when they're slowing down,
next level game खेलती
they're still outdragging everybody else. Thank you, Killer Joe from GOAT Team. I can't wait to see what you guys are going to be doing in survival. Hopefully, there's going to be a lot of changes. Top 6, I think it's doable. But let's see what Barney and Luti are currently up to.
So. This is the thing, right? For those of you at home who are watching this incredible event, you may not be feeling the atmosphere here at PMWC, but we do have quite a bit of crowd presence. And before we go into our final match of Group B, let's test it out, shall we? Alpha 7, Fasan Barulho!
फिर चालू हो गए भाई ये लोग ये मत बोलना ये तो चाहते ही बुलाए भाई ये कान ये आवाज
We saved the best till last. Godlike, let me hear you roar! Absolutely electric here to close out this group, to close the group stages. Group B now with their last opportunity to put points on the board and to make history, to jump forwards into the finals or to get through to the survival stage.
I think the most incredible thing is just the fans that we have here with us during both Group A and Group B. Dude, we're not even in the finals yet, and there's such representation for multiple teams across the board. However, there are some teams that we do need to focus in on. We've got Wolves, Dopeness, TT Project.
Dopeness.
We've got a lot of squads that are on the cusp of getting through and into the survival stage right now, or losing it all and going home right here in Group B. TT Project filled with some fantastic players, some fantastic veterans as well of the game. But still
चलो दिखाओ रे guys 3 लाख रहते 35 पे करवाओ यार क्या कर
now they would be in, but it's just so I got that right? TT Project, they're in, I believe. I'll have to double check on the tables when they pop up. But yeah, it's very, very close around that bubble. A lot of teams could change things around. For Etch, it feels like they have been sort of in and out, but not really showing us anything. And I think it's the same for TT Project, right? It's been these sort of always a team that's like, well, they could do quite well, but they're just not. They're just not quite there yet. So they've got one more chance to get there and give themselves that opportunity in the survival stage.
And to do that, we have one last man coming right at you very, very shortly. All our players getting ready to go now to jump into game. 5 seconds away from the conclusion of Group B here in map number 6, John.
Oh, we're right at the end of the road now. There is no other opportunity to make your mark here in the group stages. Over Miramar for the last time, and maybe for once, Blank,
let's
we are on
go,
Ben,
let's
path
go.
that we've seen before. It looks like it's going fairly close from the southwest side. Oh, okay, yeah. So actually, a lot kinder than the most we have seen.
ये power pump हो रे, नजर उतारो.
Sending across the north
नजर उतारो इस ग्रुप की नजर उतारो पूरी नजर उतारो
because you're going to be able to get over towards all the vehicles on the eastern coast here, wrap back down towards Impala Puerto Paraiso if you need to go that way.
Let's go!
Easily as Montenuevo, Power Grid, Picado, San Martin. There's lots of things you can do with this one. So I think a lot of teams are going to have a bit of an easier time forward. We still haven't changed our top players. They're all neither is the damage numbers. Okay.
It might go up.
It might go up, but yeah, it's the players are not changing. Vitality has just had an absolute field day here in Group B, and we do have to congratulate them again. This has been a wonderful performance. We are going back to the past once again. BTR, when they were just so strong, but we're bringing the modern era of Indonesia. It's good to see, and that Indo pride. We are heading over towards El Azhar. S2G get themselves a central position. Last time they fought out from El Azhar to get a better spot down towards the circle in Chumacera. We're able to get a second place off the back of this one. This time around, they don't have to move.
S2G के साथ drop clash हो रहा है.
So let's see what S2G can do. Can they get back up into that top 5? Because right now, Godlike are beating them by 1 point.
And they are also right next door to them as well, in that central location in the map. Godlike west of El Azhar right now, looking to try and keep themselves in the top 5. They are our bubble team right now, tied with Horror, but losing that tiebreaker as it stands. On placement points alone, I believe, is the tiebreaker between these two rosters, both with a chicken dinner under their belt. Horror have to move from the Cobraria. It's a fairly accessible rotate, but still pretty fraught with danger, especially given that there's actually 2 teams up on the northeast side near Torre Hamada.
SUGI और NS भाई अगर ये दोनों मर जाती है जल्दी तो godlike के पास चांस है. अच्छा.
Just like you guys can find a lucky spin in game right now. Make sure you're heading into the game to draw for an exclusive set for the PMWC, making sure you're looking fine, fresh, and ready for battle, as many of our players are today and for the rest of this tournament. Back on board with TT Project, split Chumasera. They are again in the hot seat when it comes to elimination.
It's a very, very fun final map here we have. 1 point sits between 6th and 5th, and 1 point sits between 13th and 14th. One of those is a little bit more consequential than the others, because one means you go to the finals or survival stage. One means you go to survival stage or you go home. And I think right now, if I was TT Project, I'd be looking to try and get some more consistent points on the board. It's a difficult thing to try and figure out at the end of the day, of whether to try and play aggressive, try and get a lot of points early and risk going out and opening up that door for other teams underneath you. But I think the best you can do is just try and play with consistency going into these final games. Very, very difficult to do. And honestly, with some of the strong teams that are going to be in your path over towards that northeast side for TT Project, I think playing a slow game is maybe
check. Last match है chat क्यों रुका हुआ है? वही था, यही मारा था रेड मीनू को last match में. वही था.
Maybe we should have done a little bit more to try and stop them, but I don't think you can trade on that when you have so many teams in the mix.
मान्या ने SC के मुझे दिया.
That's a nice little pickup for Godlike though.
तो मैंने finish निकाला.
But like the Dust said, we really haven't seen anything from them during these group stages. But it's brilliant news for Godlike to just get a little bit further ahead of Horror and break that tie, put themselves up in 4th now.
क्या मतलब कुछ खतरनाक करने का सोचा रहे हैं लोग.
Versus S2G. Like I say, Horror moving across from the Cobraria, they can get a pretty early rotate.
एक गाड़ी में 3 बंदे जा रहे हैं.
They have to contend with Vitality in the near future though, and that is a terrifying prospect. But for Godlike, actually, I don't mind what they're going for. If they swung back in towards Impala and tried to finish off Hustler Crew, I mean, it's cheeky, but it does work. It would be a way to guarantee some elimination points. I mean, like you say, Hustler Crew, since those finals Western Europe, we just have not really seen anything else from this team.
I mean, I'm just slightly perplexed as to why Godlike did leave right in the middle of the circle and go to Los Leones, given where the circle did pop. Because if you remember, they dropped next to S2G. So it is a big flex out. It's Luton time, I guess, down in Los Leones, and that's where they want to go. That's where they are going to earn a point for it. You said you didn't mind if they were going to flex back to Impala. I feel like
ये दिखा रहे अपने को.
to Impala potentially, but no.
ये सेंटर छोड़ के लॉस एंजल गए. Los Leones, जो भी है वो.
Horror are making their way in past water treatment.
Well, forgot that they've already cleared out one player from Hustler Crew. They know the team they're going up against as well, so honestly they could just swing back over towards the eastern coast. Know that they might run back into Hustler Crew at some point in the future. Feel fairly confident about winning that fight versus them, which is an extra 3 points in their bag, but also more space on the map. Tiamba getting very, very close to dopeness here. This could be the end for one. Tiamba on top right now. Matika underneath.
Yeah, मैं तो आराम से लेट गया रे भेंडी.
Squad 1, QZ with the shot.
Tiamba versus Dopeness.
Round is available. He's got the mini 14 as
Tiamba
well.
versus Dopeness.
With the chicken dinner they were able to find in the match just previous, are now a lot safer ahead of that bubble. Currently 13 points ahead of 13th place. And for multiple teams to be able to jump that gap, it's going to take something quite big to make that one happen. So for Tiamba, I think they certainly are going to want to play this one slow.
Terrible spot to play with right now. Eagle.
क्या नोकता भाई, क्या नोकता.
Couple of shots could bring out.
ये तो finisher एक kill निकाल लेगी.
Tears through Matika.
Dopeness.
For Tiamba,
Any extra points is nice, but already 2 of our teams at risk of going home right now have lost 1 player. We always say how hard Miramar gets when you lose players in those first 10 minutes of the game. A lot of times you can't take the same angles you wanted before. For Dopeness, they're
Manya knock hai.
Even though going against Godlike,
Swazin bhi knock hai. Power ne knock diya.
A piece, really. Nobody is close enough to really go for this fight. Both teams now going to have to send in, and TT Project are pushing in from the southwest side. Past Los Leones, an immediate response coming through, and Godlike will be first on the scene. That you can get the res here, and it looks like a no commitment from Ida. They're going to give up on that one. They know what is at stake, and another point
Ida ka ek banda finish kiya.
one step closer, and taking a player away from Ida is a great result for them. It's a target team. They can push past very easily. You know what I do like? I like that we had the camera on S-Power. My guy is smiling. He's having a good time in these games.
Dokill.
I mean, for Godlike, they have a great opportunity right now to sit themselves up towards that top 5, go straight towards the finals. I mean, it is quite an awesome turnaround, seeing OG as well as Godlike up there representing. I took 1 year to do as well. It's kind of mind-boggling, honestly, but fair play, fantastic stuff. It has just been clutch after clutch, play after play. I can't respect it enough. Anyway, we are moving down towards the south side. Ida, like you say, they just gave up on it in preference of a better spot inside the circle as a 3-man, which is tough. Wolves, they're not out of the woods just yet. They're on 41 points. But with both Dopeness and Hustler Crew going down to 3 players, I think Wolves are a little bit more set than we might expect.
Etch, the most flexible team. They have all 4 of their players up on the north side behind Vitality, who, as we know, are really good at this video game and will make it very, very hard for them to push past on the northern edge. Past El Azahar as well, which is a difficult area to navigate around. They might have to send through the town if they don't want to go straight past Vitality on that northern side. So a difficult approach for Etch to try and survive in this tournament blank, to get out of that zone where you get your key crushed at the end of the day. 7-2-1 trying to play center. And S2G keep them at bay with more than a knock. Not just yet. They haven't managed to get rid of them.
S2G suit and boot here. They've got a lot of supplies to work with, already opening up over towards GS now. Some good damage in. Malik will go down the back lines. Lost adds a point to the tally here.
7-2-1.
GS is crumbling.
Not really providing too much resistance here. Kamikaze stepping forwards, and S2G now drawing level. And remember, they lose that tiebreaker due to lack of chicken dinner, but they bring the firepower instead. They'll get another point to add to the tally, and they are now in the top 5 for the time being. Horror needing to try and catch up. S2G wants to add even more of a buffer. They have the potential here to jump up all the way to second with a clean fight.
More util sent out. Solke spots the jump out, takes a little bit of damage, but there's 2 players now to contend against, but the smoke is making it difficult. Solke opts to pull the pin. Molotov over the top. He might just cook this one.
मेरी सही चल रही है, बस फिर ठीक है, अगर तेरी सही चल रही है तो फिर सबकी सही चल रही होगी.
Quite get his shoulder around the corner though.
S2G versus चल रहा है, हो रहा को नीचे गिरा दिया रे S2G लोग.
Descends on the fight. Dopeness out of nowhere.
भाई ये थोड़ा कांटे का मैच हो रहा रे. मतलब हो रहा भी है, एनएस भी है, Godlike, ये अरीना, ईडा सब सेम है.
I feel like if you're going to make one, now is the time to do it. Right in the middle, right in the truck stop. Try and survive as long as you can. And 3 players across the way makes S2G.
ये चैट जितने लोग इस स्ट्रीम को देख रहे हो बताओ रे. स्ट्रीम सही चल रहा है ना?
The points are coming to them. These are teams that are not playing up to scratch right now. For GS, they fell fairly quickly up against S2G, who have been showing a very different style of gunpowder than they have in the past. Like I said before, it feels like finally S2G have found their footing now. Looked decent at points yesterday. Were able to swing back into the driving seat. It's down to the smoke, quick loop. Get some more of that utility online. They're not taking any chances either, John.
Absolutely not. Can't afford to. The circle did center up on truck stop as well, so if S2G can clear things out here in the next minute or two, it could get better for them, or it could get much worse, because EDA have now stepped 2 behind. They've scouted it out. They know there's a team here now, and they're looking to move the rest of them in to play. And S2G just can't catch a break, trying to clear this one out, clear the last player from 721 GS. And they will make it harder and harder. Meanwhile, the hills to the west are going to start to get occupied. Tiamba moving in to try and get some oversight on it. Try and make an impact. This is a bit more value on the map. They must feel a lot more comfortable coming into this game with 48 points. Will be hard to overlap that. Definitely doable, but will take quite a few things to line up, if I'm quite honest. But once again, it's S2G here looking for Miramar miracles. Right in the middle of the map. Alpha 7 and Horror towards El Azahar. At the moment, Horror just have such brutal oversight onto Alpha 7's position. You've got Nuths up on the high ground out on the northwest side of El Azahar, and he's kind of the only operative with a chance to shut down an angle for Horror, because right now the rest of them trying to run through the town, trying to get anything done.
Fidelity ke fearless ko knock diya and finish nikal liya.
Going to try and crash in towards Vitality, and they have opened an opportunity there, taking down one of the players. And remember, 13th place is not comfortable. TT want to jump up higher. They could push the Wolves into that hot seat too. There is so much at stake here. I mean,
S2G के सामने एड़ा भी है and उधर Darkness भी है. Darkness है ना? हाँ, Darkness.
See if they can pull it off. Right now, Vitality do go down to 3 here. They have been playing all cylinders firing this entire time. At some point, they do have to start feeling that lactic acid.
YG ये
But again, it has just been marvelous. But TT Project,
ये chat रुक गई लेकिन क्या कर रहे हैं?
Give them a little bit more space to work with on that north side. Even pick up some of the high ground, start to swing their way through on that ridge. But it does open up to sight lines from Alpha 7, who do now need to move. God, there's so many teams who have been circling this circle for quite a while. Nongshim Red Force have been playing out all the way from the northwest side. They've been in the blue zone for ages.
XC सामने है and YG सामने है.
Galacticos, Godlike as well, disengaged from the Wolves, and they've moved in behind.
ETSH भी आ रही है.
They know are diminished in power.
भाई क्लैश होगा, क्रैश होने वाला, बहुत गंदी फाइट होने वाली, बहुत गंदी फाइट होने वाली.
Godlike to try and strike. And Godlike move up, it's almost poetic how it's all happening as we expected it to.
मान्या ने नॉक दिया HC के बंदे को.
And again, perfect plans laid in motion by Godlike, now being executed on them. The blueprint being followed to a T. Beautiful stuff, but they still have to keep going a little bit more pacey. Yangon Galacticos reinforcing the south side against this Godlike push. Sure, Hustler Crew kind of not able to do too much here, but in this compound, Yangon Galacticos have a much stronger foothold. In the meantime, Nongshim Red Force looking to try and change the tune towards TT Project up on that northern side, a little bit closer to that fight. Tiamba looking to take on Arena, who as well are in danger.
Nice raid. HC ने सोम्या का नॉक दिया, पावर ने HC के बंदे का नॉक फिनिश डाल दिया.
S Power finding another over towards Hustler Crew, leaving them with just one
like
player left alive. Jameson will have to try and make this one work, but he is stuck between most of the players from Godlike, and they
Tiamba versus E-Arena चल रहा है.
E-Arena over towards Tiamba, very, very important fight for them. E-Arena also.
तो एडमिनों ने जेमसन का नॉक दिया. HC eliminate हो गई है.
They have dropped down to 4th, and Hustler Crew will be the first team to leave us from Group B. No longer will they be here in Paris. They have been rebuffed. The rest of the lobby did not allow them access. Godlike the ones to deal the final blow to them.
YG versus Adam चल रहा है God like.
Further, get higher and away from that bubble position.
कुछ तो करना चाह रहे रे.
Bubble being 88 points, but now
कुछ तो करना चाह रहे.
Even further beyond. Etch making a mad dash in, and this could be another team joining. Hustler crew on the northeast side. They crash into horror. Ida taking a chunk out of them, and it is just one player left now for Edge to try and cross the boundary.
For Edge, I don't know what the move was. I don't know what the play was either. We've been out in the blue for the longest time, still trying to find a way in. They played this game a little bit too slow, in my opinion, leaving them only with speed remaining. For TT Project, they honestly do not need to do a lot here to stay ahead. It will require one hell of a game here for speed to get through into the stage, leaving Dopeness as the last chance.
Bulls taking a lot of damage, trying
to ETSH के पास एक kill है. Last बचा हुआ है ETSH का.
May just be a flush if Elementrix can find the right spot to spray down. E-Arena as well, looking to try and get the points earned and confirmed onto their tally to make sure that they're further away, because it is just so volatile. A single
E-Arena का जितना खतरनाक first match गया था ना,
point scoring ability to the point where it
उसके बाद से तो यार ये बहुत लैग किए रे कहीं ना कहीं. ये क्या मारा बंदा नो फिनिश. ये जीजी रे. बहुत बढ़िया. ये जोन इन कर सकते हैं लोग. पहले जोन इन करो, देन फिर इनको घुसने मत दो. YG को.
Fantastic spot on the map to play.
Vitality का एक्सेल नॉक है.
Gives them a lot of control. They look down towards some of the low ground on that eastern side.
Fizzy नॉक दिया है SUGOI ने. NS ने एक्सेल को फिनिश किया.
Wolves continue to pump those points there.
अरे वुल्फ भी E-Arena पे पुश मार दिया है. मतलब देख रहे हो भाई, पूरा खतरनाक फाइट चल रहा है. SUGOI पंप पे.
They're taking damage. They tried to jump into the fight, but it's not going well.
टाइम बढ़ गई. विटैलिटी भी जा रही है. ऑलमोस्ट गई विटैलिटी भी गई. ये विटैलिटी का कोई फर्क ही नहीं पड़ देगा भाई. वो पहले 50 पॉइंट आ गए हैं. उसको कंट्रोल फर्क नहीं है भाई.
Massive change in the tables. S2G, Horror and Nongshim Red Force all with a bigger opportunity to take one of those top 5 spots. And Joker stands tall. The belt buckle on the floor.
They need to hold on here. Joker moves up. Elementrix moving off the back of the position, but more and more players.
को नीचे कर दिए रे लोग.
If he can make it work, but Joker goes down.
E-Arena का लास्ट बंदा जिंदा है. नॉर्मल है.
E-Arena in danger. E-Arena right down to the wire. They do manage to pick up a point or two, but on 95 they are far from safe. A sliver of HP, and he swaps the vehicles out. Where can he go though? Where can he call home?
ये मान्य ऊपर है. मान्य के पास एडवांटेज है. वो निकाल सकता है.
Out of shack here down towards the south side. Only real option they have. I'm more laughing at the fact that TT Project thought that their only way to stay in towards survival stage was to defeat Vitality of all teams. I mean, if it works, I guess.
ये चैट किधर गई रे? चैट नहीं हो रही. एडमिन और सौम्या साथ में. YG का स्पाइली नॉक किया SUGOI ने. SUGOI क्या आ ही रहे टॉप 5 में. खतरनाक. ये अभी कुछ नहीं कह रहे. सबका चांसेस बन रहा है. E-Arena, God like, EDA, भाई सबका चांसेस है.
It is so important for about 50% of the lobby as to what happens in the next 3 minutes.
Godlike still keeping it chill down towards the south side. Difficult push for them though. Yangon Galacticos watching over their every move. So how would they want to play this one out? It's still rich sides to work with. Denying those sight lines, but as we head over towards that northern edge, goodness me, you have the eyes of many teams looking your way. Alpha 7, I think, have done more than enough. However, it would require a gargantuan.
देखो E-Arena का बंदा यहाँ पे चुपचाप बैठा हुआ है, ठीक है. अब वो पोजी के लिए खेल रहा है.
On the leaderboards. Circle centers up, and again S2G.
ये पूरा एरिया ओपन है.
Maneuver at the right time. They knew they had the most control over truck stop when it happened. Made an executive decision.
Alpha 7,
this area of the map.
ET and S. इन तीनों को जोन इन करना है.
as you say, the decision to
इधर से YG and Godlike को करना है.
really is going to play well for them. That northeast side can get rebuffed. That's the arena. That's the arena down blank. The last player spotted. Ida, the ones to deal the final blow there, picking up a point for themselves and taking E Arena down. Now 95 points is a clear target for these teams behind them, and there is a tiebreaker between them and Godlike. There's Ida 1 point behind, 3 points behind for Aura and for S2G, and Nongshim Red Force with a chance to blow that one away as well here with a chunk of points and a big game for the South Koreans. It is just so deadly to be going down at a time like this.
Nongshim Red Force moving up from this compound means they'll have to put themselves in the sightlines of TT
क्या
Project.
लगता है?
It's Alpha 7 actually waiting on the exit here. TT Project look to
भाई
make
अगर यहाँ से
maneuvers.
E
They
Arena
move
सर्वाइवल
out in the
जाती है ना,
compound. They're taking a
अगर
ton of
यहाँ से
damage
E Arena
as they
नॉक दिया
move
है तो मैंने
towards S2G holding the line.
And Nongshim Red Force chiming in as well. Another knock over towards Zerich, leaving two of TT Project alive on their bubble position. Dopeness wanting to stay alive in truck stop and try and surpass it. More damage is pouring on through. Alpha 7 looking to close the trap, and in comes the backup. There's Nongshim Red Force trying to wrap around behind, and the nades are brutal.
ये भी टॉप टू जाएगी. मुझे लगता है ये भी टॉप टू जा रही है.
Now on a sliver of HP, the nades go long. He's just about able to dodge it, and with an S12K, he's got to open a dream.
Effect, staying quiet, hoping the Alpha 7 and Nongshim Red Force fight against one another first. Edge will have to move in across the
Godlike का दो, Godlike का भी किल निकालने हैं एक दो ना. अभी तो जोन इन करके थोड़ा होल्ड करके खेलना चाहिए Godlike को. जो लोग नॉक फिनिश के अगर कोई पॉइंट निकल रहा है डायरेक्ट वो निकाल लेना चाहिए.
This is on a double split though, so there's two reses going off at the same time for S2G. They are so lucky that so many teams on the northern side are all fighting against one another. Gives them a brief opportunity of respite.
And it means that the sightlines for S2G were distracted.
A7 का बंदा नॉक किया A7 ने.
More maneuverability. Those reses have come through, and S2G are back into the fight. Alpha 7 crashing in, trying to take down Nongshim Red Force. There goes Effect. TT Project losing out on the more point scoring opportunities here.
And next and A7.
Is the target for Dopeness.
Next and A7.
So easy cruising around the sidelines, but Carrillo spots him underneath the vehicle.
YG Smile का नॉक किया power.
Doesn't quite get enough damage. The nade over the top finds what they're looking for.
Alpha 7 looking to finish out strong here on the final day of group.
पूरा sleepy गई. A7 गई. NS गई. पूरा A7 पूरा का भी तीन ठीक है. Almost गई रे A7, almost गई. एंडी क्या फाइट चल रहा?
Down they go.
क्या फाइट चल रहा?
Challenge there. E-Arena drop one spot.
95
flex out to get involved. They're going to get stuck in, pushing E-Arena down, and
भाई क्या
first team to confirm themselves with vitality because nobody else can pass them.
Goodness me, what an insane fight.
Smiley का दोबारा से एडमिन स्माइली को दिया. Smiley का S2G ने फिनिश किया.
Making this cross a massive opportunity versus
S2G no finish.
Kamikaze as the anchor once again towards the center.
एंडी के आगे क्या मैच चल रहा? पूरी बेंडी.
And choosing their time to strike, Hamzy goes for
गया भाई.
A fall could be brutal for S2G's hold on a top 5 spot here. Horror looking to ruin the day. They're in right now, but Ida are across the way. They're a lot safer, and they have got more players alive and ready to take this fight.
Almost.
Horror, they lose sleep.
So
okay. They're awake now, right now, in this game. Looking to put some more points on the cards. It was a difficult push out for them. They picked the right opportunity, now looking for more. Godlike under pressure from the walls as they send over towards their position. They're playing this one slow.
Knock, YG का Sky हो रहा.
Will find Sky. Jiggle up on high though, drops the nade, could be big.
तो मैं दोबारा knock हुआ. मानने का हुआ. अबे यहाँ पे मत लग दे तू. भेंडी किन डाल दो एक.
They are going low, they are going down. Horror with the danger on the roll up, but there goes the first, and no fear now. Last to stand for Horror, a chance to make it. But Godlike are down to one on the south edge. The Wolves have
एडमिनो ने फोन टोक दिया.
and Godlike get the points they need.
एडमिनो बैठी एडमिनो. 4 किल. भाई जीती मेड
No matter what, it's a Turkish team going in. The question is if you go down now, S2G, placements are going to flip this around. It's going to change things all for the worse. Not to mention the TT project just dropped down. In those last moments, they played slow from truck stop. They parked up, and they will be going through to the survival stage. Speed with the opportunity to do one of the funniest things I think we can see. A chance to maybe push Dopeness aside, but the placement's kicking in. Already 2 guaranteed. Meaning you need at least 3 points, if not more, to try and close that gap on the overalls. And down goes they are out, and the placements are there for Ida. They are 3 points behind, and Speed could be there. Godlike get a 10th elimination as well, and put themselves into the triple digits. They're going for authorized 107.
They hit the century. Centurions inside the lobby. These guys have been marching towards success between the beginning of the game.
ETSH बची हुई है, एक अकेला बंदा है ईडा के पास में. ईडा के पास एडवांटेज है, और अगर यहाँ पे बाहर हो गई ना भाई, ये बाहर हो गई ना.
They've done enough though. E-Arena is already going to go down. And the edge of 1-3 are locked on in. And Ida force E-Arena out of the top 5. Sure, you can break records, but you can't go the distance. You don't make it to the top 5.
Oh bhai, kya match tha bhai.
Does end up, but we have our top 5 going through the finals.
Finishes.
Vitality, who have been a wealth of life spring here over towards Group B. Godlike with 100 points, hitting the triple digits. The only other team to do it. Horror underneath. SUGOI and
Team India on top there.
Teams getting through to the finals in one group. This has been an incredible 2 days, John.
It has been so closely fought. It's been right down to the wire. It's just a matter of shutting this one out. Dopeness making it through by the skin of their teeth to join the survival stages over the top. A lazy float over will be enough to shut down Marnet, and Yangon Galacticos will join now Ida. Rattle some skulls around the edge as they roll over the top here. Godlike.
And I think Godlike wait kar rahi hai. Godlike wait kar rahi hai aram se.
Low gets the first aid off though. Kenji potentially rezzed up here off in the distance.
No, God nikal jayega king ki taraf na. Nade hai. ये फिनिश आना चाहिए.
Has a nade, looks to throw it.
ये बहुत ज़्यादा जल्दी कर दिया, बहुत ज़्यादा जल्दी कर दिया. थोड़ा दूर जाना है, थोड़ा दूर.
Wants to go a little bit further maybe, if he's got that read right.
Yeah, ये भी जल्दी हो गया.
Looks pretty good, and it tags Lufa, takes him very, very low. The smokes are bloomed to keep in Ida safe on their angles.
Lufa का नेट अच्छा था रे.
In response, and Lufa able to do what Salme couldn't. Managed to clock that one. Amino was clutch before, but will he be clutch again here? A 1 versus 3 would be necessary, but down go Godlike.
Zone
They have made their way to
Ida का
the
chicken
finals, and Ida looking to join them. Dopeness, are they going to find it right at the end? A 1-2 punch against Ida. Speak out around the tree with the shotgun goes down, and Rita and Emre look to try and bring it to bear. They find what they're looking for. 3 chicken dinners today, and they make their way to join the top 5.
Taking half the map so far. Ida with a hell of a
next level gameplay, next level.
At the end. But Vitality was insane. Godlike will join them. In the 100 points club.
आ गया, मजा आ गया, मजा आ गया.
Ida has had a hell of a run.
Next level gameplay.
What a resurgence from Turkey, S2G and Ida both putting pedal to metal when it mattered, and their metal was tested, and they proved themselves worthy of one of those direct spots to the grand finals, joining some of the best teams in the world.
E-Arena को बाहर कर दिया भाई टॉप 5 से. मतलब देख रहे हो, जिस टीम ने पहले दिन के पहले मैच में 39 पॉइंट मारे, टॉप 3 हो गया. हाँ, टॉप 3 है, टॉप 2 आए हैं. अगर इनका इंटरेक्ट टच किया होगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो नहीं लग रहा है रे. टॉप 2 ही है, टॉप 2 है, टॉप 2 है, अपना टॉप 2 है.
For goodness
मेरे को
me,
लग रहा है top 2 है
OG
अपना.
got, like in the finals. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. What a glow up from India on the global stage. They have done so much improvement. They have found their feet and they are making waves. Nobody can deny their power now when it comes to PUBG Mobile. They have impressed, they have brought their best, and it is more than enough.
भाई
for
मजा
us.
आ गया भाई मजा आ गया लिटरली मजा आ गया रे
Nobody seems to be able to handle it. Honestly, I thought that we were kind of locked in towards the bottom of the leaderboards as well, but there was a
6
lot of
matches
shit going
3
on
dinners
there
वही ना
towards the end.
3 चिकन रे मजा आ गया
Very
भाई
much having the last little bit of gas in the tank to get them through.
अजय
The
भाई
TT project.
बस वो नेड देखना था मेरे को एडमिनो का वो 1v3 नेड भाई वो नहीं देख सकता मैं बस यार वो दिख जाता तो मजा आ जाता क्या मारा है भाई एडमिनो ने
It is difficult to bring it on through. Etch as well, having a real tough time of it.
लाला
Trying
रे
to make the most of that final opportunity, but it just couldn't happen. That mad dash from the northeast.
ई अरीना को सर्वाइवल स्टेज भेज दिया भाई फाइनल भेजने की बजाय जो टीम पहले बैच में 39 पॉइंट ले लेती है भाई ये पबजी है भाई कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई कब करेंगे बताओ डोमिनेशन बताओ डोनेशन बताओ आप कब करना है डोनेशन हाँ, कल करें अजय भाई बता दो यार कल ही कर देते हैं कल ही छुट्टी है कल ये नहीं ना EWC परसों होगा सर्वाइवल स्टेज तो कल मैं फ्री हूं तो मैं कल बताओ कल करना है तो कल ही कर दे भाई भाई अरे बोर्ड दिखाओ रे बोर्ड दिखाओ बोर्ड
have our champions of the last 2 days of the group stage. Here in Group B, it is of course Team Vitality. Guys, what an impressive 2 days. Federales, let's have a chat, okay?
रील्स में आएगा ना अरे तो वो चीज देखते कैसे वो नेड वाला वो मेरे को नेड देखना वो रील्स में कैसे आएगा मेरे को बताओ रे मेरे को कैसे देखने को मिलेगा मैं उसकी रील कैसे डाल सकता क्या मेरे को बताओगे आप कुछ तो कह रहे भाई है ना
We try new gameplay, the way we try to fight more. Yeah, that's it.
That was it. Now,
Yeah, that's it.
waiting for you
Yeah,
guys in the
that's
finals
it.
next week. We obviously have some pretty heavy hitters, the likes of Four Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming. What are your thoughts going into next week? Who do you think is going to give you the toughest time?
Think that question is for Axel Zargel. So,
Okay.
Untuk tim yang ada di final tentunya kan ada Orangutan, ada juga Four Tribes dan juga tim-tim yang lain sudah lolos dari grup A dan juga grup B. Menurut kamu
ठीक है 10 लोग कितना होगा पैसा
di
बताओ
final kira-kira
भेज
siapa
दो
sih? Apakah ada
ये आप अपने हिसाब से भेज दो फिर मैं को अगर काम पड़ा तो मैं ऐड कर लूंगा खुद ना
kayak lobby yang
आपको जितना लगता है आप अपने हिसाब से भेज देना
pasti bakal lebih keras daripada grup stage ini karena tim-tim yang masuk kan tim-tim yang terbaik kan.
For now, I have no idea because the final stage is not set yet. There's still like another teams that are gonna join them, but it's definitely gonna be harder for us to win because it's definitely gonna be the best of the best. Yeah.
We'll be the best of the best in that lobby. Federales, good dodging for that question. That was good. Right, okay, gentlemen, it's time to do the fun bit, the bit that everyone loves. Let's walk to the Crusher. And we've got a little bit of a ways to walk, so while we walk, let's have a quick chat. Federales, I'll continue to chat with you.
भाई बट भाई लिटरली भाई डैम गुड भाई 150 ऑलमोस्ट 2 पॉइंट से रह गए ऑलमोस्ट 150 पॉइंट इन 2 days भाई लिटरली भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल
good, but I hope we can do it in the finals too. So yeah.
Yeah, of course, you got to do it in the finals, guys. Right, I want you to go around to the back of this Crusher. I want you guys to line up for me. So everyone step up onto the step, please. This is the fun bit. Right, now we got to do a little bit of explaining. Let's set the scene here. 3 teams are being eliminated.
जो 3 टीम एलिमिनेट हुई है उन 3 टीम की एक ही है ये इन तीनों टीम की को क्रश करेंगे मेरे को क्या पता भाई अरे मतलब किस हिसाब से फुड डोनेट करना है, देन वो आप मेरे को बताओगे ना, देन फिर मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि क्या बजट बनेगा उसका एंड कितना क्या सीन है। 1K और 2K और कितना ऐसे बताओ भाई। अरे आप बताओ ना, मतलब पूरे एक टाइम की मील प्रेफर करनी है या फिर थोड़ा अच्छी तरीके से क्या सीन।
This is how the cookie crumbles. We're going to pull on this lever, and it's going to crush the remaining keys. Would you like to give it a go? Who would like to do it? In 3, 2, 1, pull it! And there they go. Was that satisfying? Was that good? That was good. Satisfying? Yeah. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of. Okay, you got to stop doing it, man. Come on. It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt. Now we're going to have to do that, obviously, again next week. And of course, in the survival stage, plenty of PMWC action to come your way. Congratulations one more time to Team Vitality. What an incredible performance over the last 2 days. But we've got to break down everything we saw today on day 2 of Group B. Let's head back to the studio to do that.
A dominating performance out of Vitality in this past 2 days for Group B. PMWC at EWC 26. This squad was just looking different. You heard it there from Federalis as well today. They were just trying different stuff.
भाई ग्रुप बी में भाई मतलब फर्स्ट डे में डोमिनेट की, फर्स्ट मैच में डोमिनेट किया ईयरिना ने, उसके बाद भाई विटेलिटी भाई क्या नेक्स्ट लेवल डोमिनेट किया है। देन फिर डे 2 में तो भाई इसको तब भी नहीं कोई छोड़ पाया पीछे भाई, खतरनाक
So
रे।
really nice to see them kind of work on a few other things and try and figure out what they want to do for those finals.
Day 2 was just scrims, really. Exactly. That's
boils down
exactly
to
what it
that.
was. But something that we do need to note, as we were able to note it in the past, for
ये
India,
दिखाओ रे।
step up, baby, because it's time for you to shine. You have 2 teams now in the grand finals and getting a chance to maybe, honestly, with the way they've been performing, to end up finishing in the top 5. They have Orangutan, they have Godlike.
Doubters, and you know what? Doubters, I was one of them just a few days ago, but we were proven wrong. Orangutan, Godlike, stepping up and making it right into your grand finals.
40R, Orangutan, Aurora, Team Flash and NGX Negma Galaxy. ये ग्रुप ए की टीम थी। SUG, Hora, Godlike, IDA and Team Vitality. Godlike #3 आई रे, थर्ड प्लेस पर है, थर्ड प्लेस पे। IDA का चिकन हुआ तो देन उसको प्लस मिल गया। Hey,
Ida Esports, S2G. I mean, Ida getting 3 chicken dinners. And I mean, this is absolute insanity. The way that they were able to go from, I think it was literally like 15th, not 15th. I'm going to say
They were
13th.
pretty low. They were pretty low.
They were incredibly low on the leaderboard going in today. And now to have 3 chicken dinners, incredible stuff, especially moving into the finals. They finally found their foot.
105 and 108 मैं बोला था ना, #3 vitality be like after one match wake up to reality moment। भाई मतलब यार तुम ये देखो भाई, ये टीम मेरे को भाई अभी भी हैरानी हो रही है। इस टीम के डे 1 के फर्स्ट मैच में 39 पॉइंट थे, ठीक है। देन इसके पास 11 मैच बचे, 11 मैच में भाई ये 39 से सिर्फ 95 पॉइंट तक पहुंच पाई ये टीम। अभी नॉर्मल वाला डोमिनेशन करेंगे अगर फाइनल, अभी नॉर्मल वाला डोनेशन करेंगे। अगर फाइनल में इंडिया विन हो गया तो मस्त वाला डोनेशन करेंगे, मतलब 3 टाइम का। ओह सो मतलब अभी सिर्फ 1 मिल, ठीक है। अभी 1 मिल प्रीफर करते हैं, 1 मिल को डन करते हैं, 1 मिल करेंगे डन, ठीक है। मैं आपको बता देगा इंस्टा पे क्या सीन है एंड उधर थोड़ा सा आपसे एडवाइस ले लूंगा, देन उधर ही आपको बता दूंगा क्या करना है क्या नहीं। ओके डन सीन। वन साइडेड डोमिनेशन भाई। भाई देखो ना, 40 पॉइंट का गैप है 1 पे 2 पोजीशन पे, देख रहे हो 40 पॉइंट्स लिटरली। भाई जितनी ये वाली टीम जितनी फर्स्ट मैच में बनाई ना कि उतने की लीड है भाई इस टीम की। 103 फिनिशेस की है वो टीम, ये 53 की है, गॉड लाइक 73 की है भाई। 103 फिनिशेस लिटरली, डैम गॉड, क्या
You
खेली है
said
भाई
what
वो।
happened? What did they do after that? The answer is nothing, Max. They did nothing.
Unfortunately, we.
भाई मानता हूँ ई अरीना 64 फिनिशेस की है, वो भी तब जब उनका फर्स्ट मैच ज्यादा अच्छा गया। हाँ हाँ ठीक है, इंस्टा पे बताओ, ओके। एंड गॉड लाइक भी भाई देख रहे हो, मतलब सेकंड फिनिशेस जिस टीम ने की है, आई थिंक गॉड लाइक की है 73 फिनिशेस लिटरली। भाई क्या खेल रहे हो भाई। देखो गेम बहुत जगह लैग किया है गॉड लाइक का, ठीक है, नो डाउट, बट जहां पे ग्राइंड किया है ना वहां पे बहुत अच्छा खेली है गॉड लाइक। सो मोटिव इनका ये रहना चाहिए भाई, इंडिया टीम फिर भी बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन पे है। नहीं, अब इनका माइंडसेट ये रहना चाहिए कि भाई गॉड लाइक को बहुत एग्रेसिव नहीं जाना चाहिए, ड्रॉप क्लैशेस नहीं करने चाहिए, अच्छे से उतरे वेट करें एंड देन फिर लंका लगाए भाई पूरी लॉबी की। भाई हाँ भाई, कल क्या बोला था मैंने, 2 या 3 पर। हाँ रे भाई बहुत अच्छा खेली है यार, बहुत अच्छा खेली है। बस कुछ जगह डाउट किए हैं, मतलब बहुत ज्यादा चोक किए हैं, ठीक है, कुछ जगह पे जो कि इन्हें नहीं करना, फाइनल में तो बिल्कुल नहीं करना, ठीक है भाई। भाई बहुत अच्छे से प्रैक्टिस करो, ग्राइंड करो, फुल सपोर्ट है इंडिया से भाई, बहुत सारा लक है, जाओ भाई फाड़ के आओ रे फाइनल। भाई मैं बोलता हूँ अगर इंडिया जीत गई भाई मजा आ जाएगा लिटरली भाई, ओजी एंड गॉड लाइक का फेस ऑफ हो जाए भाई, मजा आएगा रे, बहुत गंदा।
We're gonna be looking at Ulf, AGAL, GOAT Team, Furia.
चलो अब ये है सर्वाइवल स्टेज की टीम, जो कि हमारी कब जा रही है, परसों मैचेस होंगे जिनके, ULF, AGAL, GOT, फ्यूरिया, ई अरीना एंड NGX, नहीं NS, अल्फा 7, YG, Darkness, Wolf, Tainba, S21, GS, Geek, RRQ, KDX नाम था ना इसका, KRX एंड ALUA है ना, ALUA कुछ। MKC कल मेरी छुट्टी है और कल मैचेस नहीं है। हाँ कल मैचेस नहीं है, ये मैचेस परसों होंगे, सर्वाइवल स्टेज परसों है, ठीक है। अरे कोई नहीं, फाइनल में सब सही करेगी, इंडिया ही जीतेगा, देख लियो भाई, मजा ही आना है, इंडिया जीत गया तो।
It will be. Well, let's see who was the MVP of this group as we got the top 5 players.
ये एस पावर है टॉप 5 में रे, ये कोई बात नहीं भाई, बंदा 7 की देखो, 23, 24, बस 2 किल और करता तो टॉप 3 में आता, बट कोई बात नहीं रे, बहुत अच्छा खेले, डैमेज भी अच्छा है, नॉकआउट्स भी अच्छे हैं लॉन्डे के। बट भाई ये देख रहे हो विटेलिटी, भाई ये आईजीएल है भाई, ये आईजीएल है विटेलिटी का, देख रहे हो आईजीएल भाई रैंकिंग में है, टॉप फिनिशेस में #2 पे भाई, ये आईजीएल है। अगर ये 2 आता तो बढ़िया बढ़िया प्राइस पूल मिलता, अगर यहाँ पे 2 आती तो। अरे कोई नहीं, ये अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, कोई बात नहीं, बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, बस थोड़ा सा अगर जोन साथ दे जाता तो एडमिन एंड सौम्या कुछ कर लेते, बट तुम ये देखो भाई, ये आईजीएल है।
And no surprise that we have 3 players of Vitality Race that coming out on top there with the 30 eliminations. But yes, S Power, no fear as well, making sure that it wasn't just a full domination from Vitality Race.
Yeah, look, what a great catch-up, especially from a god like there. I mean, this was their sort of day to shine in that certain section. Yeah, no one's catching Vitality, guys, okay? I told you at the start, you're like, Lace, why do you keep harping on about them?
भाई ये प्राइस पूल पे नहीं, जीतने पे ध्यान देना है बस, वही ना। भाई इंस्टा पे मैसेज कर देना मेरे को स्ट्रीम एंड होने के बाद डन सीन है
Because you
Done
will be
seen it,
able
done
to
seen it,
put in
done
your
seen it.
predictions as well. Let us know how you guys are doing so far because your predictions list have been pretty spot on. What are you looking for survival?
Okay, this is not going to be like a spot-on prediction, but this is going to be a prediction that I really want to see, and it's AGAL make it into the finals because I want to segue into the club championship and what they're able to do. Sorry, Falcons, but I want a different club to win, so I hope AGAL can push their way into the finals.
ओके अजय भाई मैं बता दूंगा प्योर डोमिनेशन बाय बीटी भाई प्योर डोमिनेशन है अरे मैं बता रहा हूँ बस अभी भी बढ़िया मिलेगा बढ़िया मिलेगा दोनों लड़कियों का नाम क्या है पता नहीं जेरी भैया
I mean, look, Nongshim, Red Force, Furia, they're kind of the obvious ones. I'm going to say Tiamba. I was very disappointed with how they played back in PMMI, right? The Macau Invitational. I was like, okay, this team, I think top 5 is possible.
ओह भाई मेरे को जो लगता है एक तो अरोरा फाइनल जा रही है E7 जा रही है ठीक है अरोरा वो ओरोरा है ना वही होता है ना ओरोरा थिंग समथिंग ए जो भी है समझ लो रे पहले चैट वाली से ही बात कर लो पहले चैट वाले से ही बात कर लो वाली से ही बात कर लो ठीक है एंड चलो मैं बताता तुम्हें गाइस तुम बताना कौन कौन सी टीम जा रही है ये फाइनल है इसके बाद ग्रुप स्टेज सर्वाइवल दिखाए थे ना ये सर्वाइवल पहले दिखाए थे इन्होंने हाँ ये रे अब बताओ रे मेरे को ये इतनी फ्यूरिया लग रहा है ठीक है फ्यूरिया लग रही है A7 भी लग रही है 1 2 ठीक है ये किधर है रे हाँ वही ना कौन चाहिए जेरी भाई आपको जब थी चैट में कोई होनी भी तो चाहिए जब थी तब भी कहाँ हुई है बात जो चाहिए वो नहीं है वो यही नहीं है यहाँ नहीं है फ्यूरिया AGAL A7 RRQ and GOT फ्यूरिया AGAL A7 and GOT RRQ ये भी जा सकती रे वुल्फ हो गया टिग्रा एंड ये यानगॉन गैलेक्टिकस ये बहुत अजीब से नाम नहीं रख रखे इन लोग ने वाई जी ये अरीना भी तो होगी ना ये देखते रहे कैसा होगा परसों पता चल जाएगा जो भी होगा ना देखना भाई ये नेड और ये वाली फाइट फर्स्ट मैच की लिटरली ऑसम थी ठीक है ये वाला चिकन गॉड लाइक का चाइनीज है TRF जीतेगी फाइनल में जाएगी फाइनल में फ्यूरिया AGL जेरी अरे भाई बट वो वाला IGAL का इस बंदे का ये जो बंदा था ना ये वाला 1 मिनट रुको इस बंदे का 1v3 भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल था रे क्या मारा भाई ये बंदा एंड चिकन डिनर 1v3 पे जिसको नहीं थी उम्मीद भाई जिसकी नहीं थी सही में नहीं थी भाई उम्मीद वो क्या किया भाई ये नेक्स्ट लेवल हाँ बढ़िया था ये वाकई में बढ़िया था रे। फाइनल कब है? 11-12 आई थिंक 14 से फाइनल ना। 14 से 14 रिफ्लेक्सेस भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल 14 से है। क्योंकि अभी तो 11-12 सर्वाइवल स्टेज चलेगा ना। 11 और 12 सर्वाइवल स्टेज है एंड 13 को कुछ नहीं है। फिर 14 से फिर है वापस से 2 दिन क्या होगा ना। ये 15 14 15 16 का दिखा रहा है तो 15 को कुछ नहीं करेंगे। बट मेरे पास जो लिस्ट आई थी वो 16 तक की आई थी कि 16 तक होगा 14 15 16 कुछ तो होगा। ठीक है मैं बता दूंगा। Thanks for watching. The tournament continues on Tuesday at इनके टाइम पे भाई 12:30 इनके टाइम है। यहाँ तो वही 3:45 से स्टार्ट होगा। ठीक है सो लेट्स ओवर। मिलते हैं आपको आई थिंक कल का पता नहीं मेरे को बट अगर कल आए तो स्ट्रीम करेंगे कल। ठीक है कल हम करेंगे गेम की स्ट्रीम। हम BGMI खेलेंगे कल अगर हम खेले तो। ठीक है सो बाय बाय बाय बाय बाय टेक केयर। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। मिलते हैं आपको कल को। चलो भाई जा रहा हूं मैं भी जा ही रहा हूं। ठीक है तो मिलते हैं आपको कल। सी यू। So bye bye, take care, signing off, Jai Shri Ram, Radhe Radhe, Sat Sri Akal, love you all, bye.